Chapter 320. Yili's laughter was clear and melodious. She raised a hand to indicate for Zhuojing to help Lu Jingxian up. She smiled and said, "General Lu, you don't have to be like this. Young people only need to know their limits. Just treat fighting as bonding." The group of people returned to the large tent and sat down. Lu Jingxian called Field Officer Chen in front of him to ask about the reason for the fight. It was not a rare thing to fight in the military, but if they wanted to fight, they could do it on the practice field or the arena. It was not proper to fight in front of normal soldiers regardless of the situation. It was easy for the soldiers to think that the relationship between the generals was not good. Field Officer Chen glanced sideways at Yun Ting and snorted lightly. He did not respond to Lu Jingxian's words. Yun Ting was once again provoked by his snort of disdain. He raised his chin and said, "You don't agree? If you don't agree, we can fight again." Field Officer Chen smiled coldly and said with a raised eyebrow, "You think he is afraid of you? If it wasn't for, you would beat you until you were looking for your teeth on the ground. Boasting shamelessly, aren't you afraid of the wind biting your tongue?" Yun Ting mocked. "Shut up." Lu Jingxian was furious. It was one thing for two field officers to fight in front of so many generals and Princess Ding, but they were cursing in public. They had no regard for the law. Yili put down the teacup in her hand and said with a faint smile to Lu Jingxian, "General Lu, calm down. It is inevitable that young people are young and impetuous. General does not need to be angry." Yun Ting, after staying in Jing for a few months, to say nothing else, your mouth has become much sharper? Yun Ting's face twisted. He was considered young in the military, but he was still a few years older than Dingguo Wangfei. Being called young and impetuous by Princess Ding, who was younger than him, he couldn't help but feel his face heat up. He lowered his head and said, "This subordinate has been rash. Wangfei, please punish me." Bin Fei said, "I don't blame you, so I don't blame you." Yili said, "Why don't you tell me why the two of you are, sparring so early in the morning?" Commandant Qin and Yun Ting had a rare moment of hesitation. They looked at Yili without saying anything. Yili frowned. "What? Can't he say it? Or should I ask the generals who were present?" Field Officer Chun took a step forward and gritted his teeth. This subordinate should not have spoken disrespectfully to Wang Fei, so I had a conflict with Field Officer Yun. "Wang Fei, please punish me." This subordinate is willing to accept any punishment. Yili stared at him for a moment and then nodded, saying, "You dare to take responsibility for your actions." Commandant Chan remained silent. Yun Ting looked at everyone and also took a step forward. "This subordinate is also in the wrong. I'm willing to be punished together with Commandant Chan." Looking at Yun Ting's young face, Yili nodded inwardly. There were benefits to learning and teaching for a few months. If it was a few months ago, with Yun Ting's personality, he definitely would not ask for punishment at this time. There was no other reason other than that he understood how to conduct himself better. The Maoist army were not unreasonable people. Seeing Yun Ting say this, their expressions became much better. After a moment of silence, Yili said in a light voice, "Bin Fei has just taken control of the Maoist army and has not met any of the generals before. It is understandable that everyone is dissatisfied. Therefore, this matter will be let go. Right now, if anyone here still has any dissatisfaction, you can speak it out. Everyone here is a true hero who has fought on the battlefield for many years. Let's not learn from those roundabout things in the imperial court." Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Yili smiled and said, "In this tent, the one who speaks is not guilty. If you have any thoughts, speak. Or are you all afraid that Bin Fei will retaliate after this?" Everyone was silent for a while. A middle-aged deputy general stood up and raised his hands towards Yili, saying, "Wang Fei, please forgive us. The original Master I is not here, so it is natural that Wang Fei is in command of the Maoist army. But war is not like anything else. It is the lives of tens of thousands of brothers. Therefore, this subordinate has thought more. Wang Fei is still young and was born into a scholarly family. Yili listened to her subordinate's words and nodded with a smile to show that she understood. The other people saw that she did not show any signs of anger and gathered their courage to stand and voice their doubts. It was just that Yili was still young, and they had doubts about Yili's ability to lead troops and skills. Yili sat in the chair and silently waited for everyone to finish speaking. Then she smiled brightly and said, Bin Fei only now knows that the generals have so many worries and worries. It really is Bin Fei's fault. Field Officer Chen, is it because of this that you are dissatisfied with Bin Fei? Field Officer Chen stiffened his neck and said, War is not child's play. If Wang Fei doesn't have true ability, this little general will naturally be dissatisfied. Chen Yun, impudent. Lu Jingxian shouted. Yili waved her hand and said with a smile, No matter. Bin Fei specializes in dealing with dissatisfaction. How about we go to the school field first to see who is better? This subordinate does not dare. Field Officer Chen Yun was clearly frightened by Yili's words and knelt on the ground with a thump. The generals of the Mahist army might have doubts about Wang Fei's ability to lead the Mahist army, but they were still very respectful of her status as the Ding Wang Fei. But the lives of the soldiers on the battlefield were more important to the outcome of the war, so they would not blindly trust her ability because of her status as the Ding Wang Fei. Now that Wang Fei said she wanted to compete with him, how could Chen Yun dare to act against his superior? Yili stood up and said faintly, Get up. You're a man. Don't kneel just because you want to. What? Is it that a man like you is afraid of Bin Fei, a woman? Chen Yun's face turned red. For a moment, he didn't know if he should say he was afraid or not. Yili smiled slightly and walked out of the tent without caring about him. When Yili left, the others could only follow. Chen Yun looked helplessly at Lu Jingxian, who was walking at the back. General. Lu Jingxian shook his head and sighed. Let's go. Don't let Wang Fei wait for you. Yun Ting, who had already reached the door, turned his head and smiled at Chen Yun with some schadenfreude. Other people did not know of Wang Fei's skills, but he had seen it with his own eyes. If Chen Yun still wanted to go easy, he would definitely die a horrible death. On the school field, Yili stood with her hands behind her back. She smiled as she looked at Chen Yun, who was hesitating. Unknowingly, many soldiers who had finished their training had gathered in the surroundings. Seeing Chen Yun was still hesitating, Yili smiled and said, Field Officer Chen, please come up. Chen Yun finally walked onto the school field. He did not look as spirited and vicious as when he had fought with Yun Ting. Instead, he appeared very restrained. He looked at Yili and said, Wang Fei after you. Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. She knew that if she did not act, Chen Yun would not dare to act against her. She smiled and said, If that's the case, Field Officer Chen, be careful. Yili did not use the dagger she was used to. She turned and took a long sword from Zhuo Jing, who was standing at the side. The tip of the sword trembled and turned into a cold light as it shot towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun moved his body to the side to dodge the flying sword. Yili smiled and swept her long sword horizontally. In a blink, Yili had swung her sword a few times. Chen Yun was forced back a few steps at the same time. When the soldiers below the stage saw Chen Yun like this, they naturally booed. Chen Yun had originally planned to let Yili exchange a few blows and then find a chance to admit defeat. This way, he would not embarrass himself or Yili. But when Yili swung her first blow, he knew he was wrong. No matter if it was the posture of Wang Fei holding the sword or the angle of the blow, it was not just for show. In fact, each blow was very dangerous. But if he had not been nimble enough to dodge quickly, and if Wang Fei had not held back her strength, he would have had a few holes in his body. Chapter 321. Chen Yun flipped and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yili did not chase after him. She put away her sword and stood in the middle of the field to look at him. Chen Yun raised his hands and said, This subordinate has eyes but cannot see. Wang Fei, please forgive this subordinate. This subordinate dares to ask Wang Fei to redo the match. Finishing, he walked to the weapon rack at the side and took down a long spear. Shaking it in his hand, he stared at Yili with a serious expression. Yili nodded in satisfaction and said, Very good, this is right. Field Officer Chen, please. Excuse me, Chen Yun said loudly. The long spear in his hand stabbed straight at Yili. Yili nimbly stepped out of the way, and the long sword in her hand danced beautifully. It was said that an inch longer was an inch stronger. The 3-chi long sword in Yili's hand did not have any advantage against the long spear in Chen Yun's hand. But the people below the stage quickly found that Wang Fei had kept the distance between the two within a certain range, and this distance greatly limited the advantage of the long spear in Chen Yun's movements. For a time, they were evenly matched. Below the stage, Feng Jiao, who had arrived at an unknown time, lazily stood beside Mu Yang with his arms crossed. He asked with a grin, "Young Master Mu, who do you think will win between Princess Consort and Field Officer Chen?" Mu Yang smiled faintly and said, "This subordinate has had the fortune to see Princess Ding's skills. She is definitely a 1 in 10,000 expert. Field Officer Chen, I'm afraid he is still lacking a bit." Hearing Mu Yang's words, Lu Jingxian, who was at the side, turned his head to look at the two of them in surprise. Finally, his gaze fell on Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao and Lu Jingxian were old acquaintances. He did not hide it and said with a chuckle, "General Lu may not know, but Wang Fei's swordsmanship was personally taught by the prince. Also, Wang Fei is most likely the worst at swordsmanship." Hearing this, the expressions of the generals changed slightly. They had all seen Wang Fei's swordsmanship. It was not the best, but they could faintly see the murderous intent under the edge of the sword. That was a sword technique that could truly kill people, and this was said to be the one that Princess Consort was the least skilled in. In other words, Wang Fei and Qin Yuan did not use their true skills. Mu Yang raised his head and looked at the graceful figure on the stage. He couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly remembered what Yili had just said. Ai's imperial concubine specialized in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. In front of such a woman, how many people could truly be disobedient? On the stage, the two of them fought with great agility, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Yili's 3-feet-long sword was like a poisonous snake, attacking Chen Yun's vital points. Chen Yun was not willing to be outdone. His long spear danced in a watertight manner, and the two of them were in a deadlock for a while. Yili looked at the young general who had a serious expression on his face and smiled faintly. The long sword in his hand turned into a cold rainbow that shot straight towards Chen Yun's face. Chen Yun hurriedly waved his spear to block, but he saw the long sword that had been heading towards him turn midway and move along the body of the spear. Chen Yun only paused for a moment before he felt a chill on his neck. The tip of Yi Li's sword was already at his throat, but her other hand was tightly gripping the body of his spear. Yi Li raised an eyebrow and said with a slight smile, "Field Officer Qin?" Chen Yun put down his spear and said in a low voice, "Wang Fei's swordsmanship is profound. This subordinate admits defeat." Yi Li did not make things difficult for him. She took back her long sword and threw it to Zhuo Jing, who was standing on the side of the stage. She turned and smiled at the generals below the stage. "Which other general is dissatisfied? Why don't you come up and try?" The generals looked at each other. A burly middle-aged man holding a pair of maces jumped onto the stage. He raised his hands in a bow and said, "This subordinate is Deputy General Lu Feng of the Mahist Army's Qizhou. Please teach me Wang Fei's skills." Yi Li nodded slightly and took 2 steps back. This General Lu was not like Qin Yuan, who was slender and agile. With a glance, it was clear that he was a power-type opponent. Looking at his pair of maces, it was at least a few dozen caddies. It would not be comfortable to be hit by such a weapon. Yi Li was not a person who liked to flaunt her superiority, so she took out the dagger she was most comfortable with. Lu Feng looked with surprise at the dagger in Yi Li's hand that flashed with cold light. He said, "This is Wang Fei's weapon?" Yi Li nodded and said, "General Lu, please. Then this subordinate will offend you. Wang Fei, be careful." After Lu Feng finished speaking, one of his maces swept towards Yi Li. Yi Li quickly moved out of the way. The dagger in her hand flashed with an icy light in the morning light. The people below the stage clearly found that when Yi Li had a dagger in her hand, she was clearly more dangerous than when she was holding a long sword. There were many times when Yi Li's dagger had narrowly missed Lu Feng's vital points. If it wasn't for Lu Feng's great strength, each of his moves containing an unstoppable force that forced her to dodge, Lu Feng would have been injured by that small dagger. Yi Li clearly understood Lu Feng's strengths and weaknesses, so she did not fight Lu Feng head-on. She used the advantage of her body to continuously exhaust Lu Feng's strength. At the same time, she waited for a chance to attack. Even though she did not succeed in injuring Lu Feng, she did succeed in giving him a great scare. Once again, Lu Feng raised his pair of maces and swung them towards Yili. Yili dodged to the side. She kicked in the air, and her left hand slapped the ground. The dagger in her right hand went straight for Lu Feng's left shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Feng hurriedly raised his right mace. Yili had already flipped behind him. General Lu. Lu Feng's body froze. The cold dagger was pressed against his back. Lu Feng had fought for many years and naturally had seen all kinds of injuries. At the same time, he knew that if Yili's stab was solid, he would be paralyzed for the rest of his life. Putting down the pair of maces, Lu Feng turned and bowed to Yili, saying, "Many thanks for Wang Fei's mercy. This general is convinced." Yili smiled slightly and said, "General Lu's strength is unmatched and his skills are not ordinary. Ben Fei is also very impressed." There was a moment of silence below the stage. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers. The soldiers present all cheered. After winning 2 rounds in a row, the generals were completely convinced of Yili's skills. Naturally, they did not challenge her again. Yili had already won 2 rounds in a row. If she went up again, even if she won, it would be an unfair victory. It would be a waste of the reputation of a group of men taking turns to fight against a woman. Seeing Yili walk down the stage, everyone quickly went up. Lu Jingxian cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Wang Fei's display of skills today has truly made this subordinate prostrate in admiration. Us rough people don't know the rules and have offended Wang Fei. I hope Wang Fei will not blame us." Yili smiled and said, "General Lu is too serious. There's no need to take these small matters to heart. Ben Fei still has some matters to take care of in the city. I'll have to trouble General Lu to take care of the barracks." Lu Jingxian quickly replied, "Wang Fei can be at ease." Yili nodded and looked at Yuan Ting with a smile as she said, "Commandant Yuan." Yuan Ting rubbed his head and said with a bitter face, "Wang Fei, this subordinate knows his wrongs." Yili nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Knowing one's wrongs and being able to change is the greatest virtue. Have you been reading recently?" Thinking of the days when Wang Fei had just sent him to the Mahist army and the mountain of books in his room that was even taller than a person, the smile on Yuan Ting's face became even more bitter. I just read military strategy." Yili's smile became even more amiable. "Your progress is not bad. Ben Fei just happened to need a few military strategy books to teach the soldiers. I'll have to trouble Commandant Yuan to make 10 copies and give them to me in 3 days." "Yes, Wang Fei." Yuan Ting's eyes were blank and his body was stiff. His expression was dazed as he watched Yili turn and leave. Chapter 322. "Brother, what's wrong?" Chen Yun looked at his mournful appearance and patted his shoulder as he asked. Yuan Ting silently looked at him, then turned around and left. "If I continue to fight with you, I will be a pig." Chen Yun looked doubtfully at his back as he walked away in a daze. Then, he looked at his own hands in confusion. It was just a fight. There was no need to be so petty, right? Feng Jiao walked forward, tapped his shoulder with the fan in his hand and said with a smile, "You don't need to mind. That kid is really annoyed at copying books. If Lieutenant Chun has nothing to do, you can help him write a few pages. I guarantee that he will treat you as his life's brother." Copying books? Chen Yun's face twisted a little, thinking of when he was young. He was chased by his father and teacher to copy books. He quickly shook his head. "Forget it. I will go and see if there is anything to eat. When Lieutenant Yun is tired of copying, I will send it to him to make up for it." As for copying books, there was no need. His handwriting could not be seen by others. When they left the city, they were in a hurry, but when they went back, they were not in a hurry. Yili's group strolled, taking the opportunity to look at the various checkpoints and the situation of the people. Although the war was imminent, the people of Jiangxia seemed to be very at ease. They were methodically living their own lives, as if there was no difference. Even if they had just experienced a bloody battle yesterday and almost lost the city. Early in the morning, the people were still going out, opening their shops. There was no fear and uneasiness in their eyes. Feng Jiao walked beside Yili, fanning himself while explaining to Yili, "These people completely trust the Mahist army. They believe that as long as the Mahist army is there, the city will not be lost. Their homes will not be invaded by the enemy." Yili sighed softly. She did not know whether to be impressed or worried. To be able to let the people have such confidence in them, the Mahist army should be proud. But when everyone had entrusted their trust and responsibility to the Mahist army, relying on them, this was a heavy pressure. It was no wonder that the successive masters of the Ding Kings Fu were unable to let go of everything and retire. It was because the Ding Kings Fu and the Mahist army had long become the spiritual and practical pillars of the Dachu state. If one day the Mahist army was no longer the Mahist army, would the Dachu state still be the Dachu state? Your Highness, the emissary from West Hill wishes to see you. As soon as she walked to the entrance of the mansion, General Yuan Pei was already waiting for her. When he saw Yi Li and the others return, he hurriedly came forward to report. Yi Li frowned slightly and said, "A messenger from West Hill?" Yuan Pei nodded solemnly and said, "Just now, the West Hill emissary requested to see you outside the city. This subordinate acted on my own initiative and let them in. Right now, they are waiting in the outer courtyard for your Highness to summon them." Yi Li nodded and said, "General Yuan did well. Let's go see this West Hill emissary." To have the courage to enter Jiangxia at this time, they must not be ordinary people. Invite them to the study. Yes. Yi Li changed her clothes and returned to the study. After a while, General Yuan Pei led the West Hill emissary in. The leader was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Behind him was a general and 3 attendants. The group of 5 were all dressed in cloth and did not have swords. They seemed to be very confident and were not afraid to step into the city controlled by the Mahist army. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Li and stepped forward to cup his hands. "I am a guest of West Hill's Genom of Gojoseon. Mo Fei greets Princess Ding of Eastern Shu. Mr. Mo, please rise." Yi Li gently raised her hand and said with a smile, "What brings Mr. Mo here?" Mo Fei looked at the people sitting in the study and said with a smile, "Indeed, Genom of Gojoseon has some small matters to consult your Highness. But I wonder if I can speak with your Highness alone?" Yi Li smiled and said, "It's not that I can't, but it's not necessary. As the temporary commander of the Mahist army, it is inappropriate for me to speak with the enemy emissary in private. Besides, there is nothing that cannot be said. If Mr. Mo has something to say, please say it face to face." On the side, Zhuo Jing sneered and said, "Speak in private? Who knows if you are waiting for an opportunity to assassinate our princess?" Feng Zhiao smiled lazily and said, "I'm afraid we don't have the ability to assassinate your Highness. But we must guard against others." Mo Fei's expression was ugly, and he wanted to flare up, but he quickly suppressed it. He looked up at Yi Li and said, "Since your Highness has said so, I will not force you. Presumably, the people here are your Highness and the Ding Palace's trusted aides?" Yi Li nodded indifferently. Mo Fei said, "Our prince has a letter for your Highness. Please take a look." After that, he took out a letter from his sleeve and presented it. Zhuo Jing took the letter and opened it. After making sure there was no problem, he turned and handed it to Yi Li. Yi Li opened the letter and glanced at it. She looked up at Mo Fei, who was standing leisurely in the hall, and smiled faintly. She lowered her head and continued to read. After a while, she looked up and slowly folded the letter and sealed it in an envelope. She calmly looked at Mo Fei. Mo Fei smiled and said, "Your Highness, what do you think about what your Highness said by the prince? What do you think?" Yi Li smiled and looked at him leisurely. She said slowly, "Come, drag this person out and behead him." Everyone was stunned. Yuan Pei looked at Feng Zhiao. Feng Zhiao looked sideways at Su Qingze, who was sitting on the side reading a book. Maybe because Feng Zhiao's gaze was too intense, Su Qingze, who usually did not speak, put down his book and looked up at Yi Li. He said, "Little sister, the envoys are not to be killed in a battle between 2 armies." Yi Li smiled faintly. "Thank you for the reminder. Then, Mr. Mo, will you walk out yourself, or will I order people to throw you out?" Mo Fei looked at the crowd and sneered. "So this is how your Highness of Ding Country treats her guests?" Yi Li said indifferently, "Those who come are guests. I will naturally treat them as distinguished guests. But if they are thieves, I won't be polite, right?" Mo Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He said, "Will your Highness really not consider our prince's proposal?" Yi Li looked down at him indifferently. Her lips curved into an extremely cold smile. Mr. Imo, do you really think I won't kill you? The smile on Imo Fei's face became slightly stiff. Since he could be sent as an envoy of Jinim of Gojoseon to see Li, he naturally had some ability. How could he not see the murderous intent and coldness hidden in the eyes of this beautiful woman in green? Imo Fei forced a smile and nodded. He said, I understand. Since that is the case, I will leave first. Finishing, Imo Fei raised his hands in salute to Yi Li and turned to walk out. He had thought that coming to Jiangxia City this time would be an easy matter. After all, no matter how high her position was, she was still a woman. Everything she had was based on Prince Ding. Imo Fei did not think much of her, but he did not expect that Princess Ding would not give him the slightest chance. She did not even give him a chance to say what he wanted to say before hurriedly retreating. Yi Li stared at his retreating figure. She smiled faintly and said, Stop him. Before she finished speaking, two figures appeared at the door, one on the left and one on the right, blocking Imo Fei's path. Imo Fei's eyes jumped. He turned to stare at Yi Li and said harshly, Wang Fei, what is the meaning of this? Yi Li smiled and said, If Sir Imo wants to leave, please go ahead. As for Jinim of Gojoseon, I'm afraid I will have to trouble you to stay for a while. Imo Fei's expression changed slightly. He forced a smile and said, What Jinim of Gojoseon? Is Wang Fei joking? As soon as Yi Li's words left her mouth, everyone in the room immediately looked at the four people following Imo Fei with vigilance. The tall and burly general ignored them and locked his gaze on the three attendants. Feng Zhiyao, Yuan Pei, and Qin Feng quickly changed their positions. Zhuo Jing inadvertently moved closer to Su Qingze. Yi Li smiled and stared at one of the men. She said, His Highness Jinim of Gojoseon, since you have come, why hide? Chapter 323. A moment later, unbridled laughter sounded in the room. The tall man standing in the middle, dressed in the attire of an attendant, casually wiped his face. His ordinary appearance instantly changed. Jinim of Gojoseon was in his early 50s this year. His appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Lei Tengfeng, but he had more grace and dominance. However, the way he looked at Yi Li made her feel extremely uncomfortable. As long as one was a man, they would be able to understand what that flash of light meant. Anger and killing intent flashed across the faces of Feng Zhiyao and the others. Yi Li was not angry. She had seen all kinds of people in her previous life. This degree was not enough for her to lose her cool. She looked indifferently at Jinim of Gojoseon, who was laughing wildly and did not speak. When Jinim of Gojoseon finally seemed to have finished laughing, he walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Imo Fei and the other three stood respectfully behind him. Even though he was dressed in the attire of a servant, it was difficult to conceal his domineering aura. How did Wang Fei see through it? Such good eyesight. I admire you, Jinim of Gojoseon said curiously. Yi Li smiled. Zhuo Jing, has this Fei ever taught you what the most important thing to do if you want to disguise yourself? Zhuo Jing replied in a low voice, ordinary and unremarkable, unnoticeable. Jinim of Gojoseon raised an eyebrow and said, I can't think of any flaws. Zhuo Jing looked at Jinim of Gojoseon and then raised his head to look at Yi Li. Yi Li nodded slightly. Zhuo Jing said, A person with a disability is not suited to disguise himself. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Jinim of Gojoseon's left arm. Everyone knew that Jinim of Gojoseon had been defeated by Imo Lufeng more than a decade ago and had only managed to survive after losing an arm. Originally, no one had paid much attention to it, but now that their attention was focused on his arm, those with good eyesight immediately noticed that something was wrong. Jinim of Gojoseon had not moved his left arm. His left hand was hidden in his sleeve. Although the sleeves weren't empty, it still made people feel that they were too stiff if they took a closer look. After all, no matter what it was, even if the shape was the same, it could never replace the texture of a real arm. Jinim of Gojoseon's expression hardened, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Zhuo Jing's words had touched his sore spot. Being defeated by Imo Lufeng was a shadow and humiliation that he would never be able to forget. However, Imo Lufeng had been dead for a long time. In the eyes of the world, he would always be left with the impression that Lei Jinting, the king of Southguarding Xiling, was inferior to Imo Lufeng. Therefore, He placed more importance on how to defeat the Mahist army and Imo Shouyao, because this was the only way he could wash away his humiliation. Good. Princess Ding's subordinates are truly capable. A moment later, Genom of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Yili nodded and smiled faintly. Prince praises me too much. Genom of Gojoseon examined Yili and asked, just now, Princess Ding did not hesitate to reject Ai's letter. Will you reconsider now? Yili held her forehead, shook her head and sighed. I cannot find a reason to reconsider. Genom of Gojoseon laughed brightly. Does Wang Fei think that Ai is not as good as Imo Shouyao? Yili tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, how can that be? At least Prince is older than our prince. Genom of Gojoseon's eyes flashed. As expected, Wang Fei is not an ordinary woman. What if I say that as long as Wang Fei follows I will immediately withdraw my troops from Dongchu? Impudence. Yuan Pei was furious. He slapped the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Genom of Gojoseon. The expressions of the others were not good either. Yili raised a hand to stop Yuan Pei. She smiled faintly and said, for Prince to say this, does he think that Yili's brain is not good? Genom of Gojoseon raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, why does Wang Fei say this? Yili laughed coldly and said, Shiling's army of hundreds of thousands has invaded our Dechu state and finally reached Jiangxia. It would not be easy for Prince to withdraw his troops now, right? Besides, I feel that rather than humiliating the country in exchange for Prince's withdrawal, it would be more convenient to directly exchange for Prince. Does Prince agree? Hearing this, the expressions of the Shiling's followers changed. The man who looked like a general pulled out his sword with a clang and stood in front of Genom of Gojoseon to protect him. Yili raised an eyebrow and smiled without speaking. Genom of Gojoseon raised his hand and pressed down on the weapon in his subordinate's hand. He said, everyone in this room is an expert. Princess Ding is willing to let you bring your sword in. This means that she is confident that your sword is not a threat. Put it down. That person looked at Yili with some reluctance. In the end, he obeyed Genom of Gojoseon's orders and put away the sword in his hand. Seeing that he was about to become a prisoner, Genom of Gojoseon was clearly not in a hurry. As the host, Yili was naturally not in a hurry. She sat leisurely and drank tea. After a while, Genom of Gojoseon sighed and said, even though I took a risk by coming here today, seeing Wang Fei, I feel that this trip was not in vain. What are Wang Fei's plans? Yili put down her teacup and said, I have said that the others can leave, but I invite Prince to stay for a few days. Genom of Gojoseon shook his head and said, I am busy with military affairs. I am afraid that I will have to disappoint Wang Fei's good intentions. No matter. If Prince feels that you can break out of Jiangxia with just the few of you, then feel free. As you wish. Genom of Gojoseon lowered his head and thought for a moment. He raised his head and said with a smile, how about this? I have someone that Wang Fei might be interested in. This person can be considered a meeting gift for Wang Fei. Yili raised an eyebrow. Her heart moved slightly, but her expression did not change as she looked at him calmly. Genom of Gojoseon did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, the Southern Marquis Shitzi. I heard that he is Wang Fei's brother-in-law? The Southern Marquis Shitzi is in Prince of Gojoseon's hands? Genom of Gojoseon smiled, but did not speak. Yili asked, how can I trust Prince of Gojoseon? Genom of Gojoseon said, I can let Wang Fei meet him first. Seeing him like this, Yili knew that there was an 80% chance that the Southern Marquis Shitzi was in Genom of Gojoseon's hands. The same question arose. Should she use Genom of Gojoseon to exchange for the Southern Marquis Shitzi? After a long silence, Yili finally raised her head and said, all right, when I see the Southern Marquis Shitzi, this Fei will immediately let Prince of Gojoseon out of the city. It's a deal. She sent people to take Genom of Gojoseon and the others away. The study instantly exploded. Yuan Pei anxiously asked, Wang Fei, using Genom of Gojoseon to exchange for the Southern Marquis Shitzi, isn't it too? Everyone could see that this was definitely a losing trade. The Southern Marquis Shitzi and Genom of Gojoseon were too different in terms of weight. Yili smiled as she looked at Feng Jiao and asked, Feng San, what do you think? Feng Jiao used his fan to point at his chin and thought for a while before saying, Genom of Gojoseon cannot be killed. Once Genom of Gojoseon dies, Jiangxia and the places occupied by Xi Ling will definitely incur Xi Ling's bloody revenge. Also, the Genom of Gojoseon's Shitzi, Lei Tingfeng, who is stationed in Xinyang, is also not an easy character to deal with. If he crazily attacks Jiangxia to avenge his father, we may not be able to hold on. Also, once Genom of Gojoseon dies, the current balance between the three countries and the imperial court's opinion towards the Mahist army will undergo an unpredictable change. At that time, although the Southern Marquis has always been neutral and does not like to involve himself in worldly affairs, he still has some power in the imperial court and the military. If we save the Southern Marquis Shitzi, even if the Ding Palace does not have an additional ally, at least they will not be enemies. Chapter 324. Yuan Pei wasn't someone who didn't know the ways of the world. Hearing Feng Jiao say this, he thought for a moment before nodding. This general has not thought it through. Wang Fei, please forgive this general. Yili shook her head and said, if we can kill Genom of Gojoseon, that would be the best. It is a pity that we haven't made the preparations yet. Let him keep his head on his neck for a few days. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Yili quickly put away her smile and said seriously, let's discuss how to get the Nan Marquis Shitzi back. Qin Feng, I'll leave Genom of Gojoseon to you. Qin Feng nodded and said, Wang Fei, do not worry. I guarantee that not even a strand of hair will be able to touch Genom of Gojoseon. When the Nan Marquis received the news of his son, he almost immediately ran over to see Yili without caring that he was seriously ill in bed. After he understood what had happened, the Nan Marquis pushed aside the people who were supporting him. He knelt on the ground and respectfully bowed to Yili, saying, Wang Fei's great kindness, the Nan Marquis Fu will never forget. Wang Fei, please accept this old man's bow. Yili stilled and hurriedly left the table to personally help the Nan Marquis up. Marquis, don't do this. Bin Fei doesn't dare. Not to mention the identity of the Nan Marquis Shitzi, Bin Fei can't not save him for Dejie's sake. The Nan Marquis was in tears. Even though the Nan Marquis Shitzi was not the only son of the Nan Marquis Fu, but he was the only son of the Nan Marquis. He was the only heir of the Nan Marquis Fu that could support the entire family. If something happened to him, they could only adopt a successor from the cadet branches. But there weren't any outstanding candidates in the cadet branches. The Nan Marquis Fu would probably only be able to last until the Marquis generation. Quan is useless. He was defeated and captured. He has caused trouble for Wang Fei. It was not a good reputation to be defeated and captured. Marquis Nan did not wish for his son to have outstanding achievements or great power. He only hoped that he could return alive and leave behind some descendants for the Marquis Nan's residence. Yili comforted him softly. Victory and defeat are common in war. Genom of Gojoseon of West Hill is known as the god of war of West Hill. It's not shameful for the Southern Marquis heir to be defeated by him. As long as he's still alive, he'll win one day. Marquis Nan solemnly thanked her. This old man thanks Princess. Genom of Gojoseon had been detained by Jiangxia City in exchange for the Southern Marquis heir. This kind of transaction was obviously very advantageous for the West Hill. So after receiving the letter, the West Hill barracks almost immediately agreed without any hesitation. After all, Genom of Gojoseon was the commander-in-chief of the Shilling army. If anything happened to him, not only would the Shilling army be leaderless, but the West Hill barracks would also be in chaos. And the Southern Marquis heir was just a Marquis heir. Even if the Southern Marquis had some prestige in the Chu capital, to the Dechu state army, the Southern Marquis heir, who had just entered the battlefield, would have less influence on the Mahist army than a captain. This kind of transaction was unbelievably easy. Both sides quickly made preparations for the exchange of hostages. The location of the exchange was set to be 3 days later in a small valley 5 miles outside of Jiangxia City. Yili only brought Qin Feng and Zhuojing, as well as a few specially trained soldiers under Qin Feng and a dozen shadow guard. Even though he was a prisoner, Genom of Gojoseon was still as elegant as ever. He was not in a sorry state as a hostage. When he saw Yili, He was even in a good mood and smiled at her. Yili did not pay attention to him. She waved her hand and had people take him away. Compared to Jinnum of Gojoseon, the Southern Marquis heir's situation was clearly much worse. The Southern Marquis heir was dragged out from behind by the West Hill people. He was covered in wounds and looked tired and dispirited. The leader of the West Hill people was actually the heir of Jinnum of Gojoseon, Lei Tungfeng, whom she had met several times in West Hill. It was obvious that he had rushed over from Xinyang overnight after receiving the news. Seeing Yili also sitting on a horse, he paused and said with a smile, "Wang Fei, how have you been since we last met?" Yili raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, "Not bad. I could have been very good. It's a pity that the heir and your country refused to give me this opportunity." Lei Tungfeng laughed and said, "Fighting on the battlefield is a man's business. With your status as a princess, you should be living a life of luxury. Why should you meddle in this mundane world?" Yili sighed and said, "I am a mundane person. How can I be detached from the mundane world? Erlei, let's stop chatting here. May I ask what is the current situation of the Southern Marquis heir?" Lei Tungfeng turned to look at the Southern Marquis heir who was being held behind him. He smiled apologetically at Yili and said, "Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. The Southern Marquis heir is inevitably injured. I hope Wang Fei will not blame him." Yili smiled faintly and said, "I don't blame him. I understand now. Erlei is reminding me that I am too lenient with the captive. Zhuojing." She raised her slender hand slightly and made a simple gesture. Zhuojing responded and moved like the wind. There were two cracking sounds and a scream came from behind. Mo Fei, who was standing beside Jinnum of Gojoseon, had his left arm bent strangely and drooped down. Lei Tungfeng's expression changed slightly. He stared at Yili in front of him like lightning. Yili's expression was normal. She tilted her head and looked at the surprised Jinnum of Gojoseon. She smiled at Lei Tungfeng and said, "Heir, I don't like to mistreat the captive, but I have always believed in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. This time, I will let Surimo do it for me. If there is a chance in the future, I don't mind returning the favor to Jinnum of Gojoseon. Or, have the heir's injuries healed?" Lei Tungfeng was silent for a moment. He ordered the people beside him, "Send Marquis Nan's heir over." Two soldiers helped Nan's heir over to Yili's side. Yili waved her hand and said, "For the sake of fairness, send Jinnum of Gojoseon over." Qin Feng nodded. The two people behind him, one on the left and one on the right, led Jinnum of Gojoseon to the opposite side. When they reached the middle, the two sides exchanged places. Just as the two hostages returned to their own sides, Lei Tungfeng's deep voice suddenly came from the opposite side, "Do it." Before his voice died away, Jinnum of Gojoseon quickly retreated. The two soldiers shot forward like arrows. One of them pounced on Nan's heir while the other pounced on Yili. At the same time, more than 10 figures beside Lei Tungfeng also pounced quickly. They were accompanied by a rain of arrows. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two Dachu state soldiers standing in the middle flashed in front of Nan's heir. Before the West Hill soldier pouncing on Nan's heir could reach him, he felt a chill in his chest. He fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. The other person did not stop the person running toward Yili. Instead, he pounced on Jinnum of Gojoseon who was retreating. The soldier who had dealt with the West Hill soldier did not pay any more attention to Nan's heir. Instead, he pounced on Jinnum of Gojoseon with his companion not far away. After this sudden change, Nan's heir also reacted. He ignored the wounds on his body and chased after them. Jinnum of Gojoseon clearly did not expect that the two seemingly ordinary Eastern Chu soldiers beside him would have such strong skills. Moreover, their coordination was almost flawless. However, Jinnum of Gojoseon was one of the top experts in the world. Even though he had lost an arm, he was still a top expert. Naturally, he was not afraid of these soldiers. However, these soldiers were clearly different from the Eastern Chu soldiers that Jinnum of Gojoseon knew. They were clearly very good at dealing with this kind of top expert. Just as they had exchanged a few moves, a few more people came forward and surrounded him. However, they did not lose their composure because of the large number of people. They still cooperated with each other as if they had practiced this thousands of times. Chapter 325. Yi Li's shadow guard also quickly fought with the West Hill people. With just a few glances, Yi Li could tell that although these people were wearing West Hill soldiers' uniforms, they were not real soldiers. They were more like Jianghu masters. Yi Li looked up at Lei Tengfeng, who was also looking at her. She smiled coldly and said, "Kill, as you command." The shadow guard and the soldiers who came with her immediately became excited. They sharpened their swords and charged at the West Hill people. Soon, the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. This principle was once again proven by Qin Feng's specially trained soldiers. When the fighting was coming to an end, Jinnum of Gojoseon was once again a captive of the Dachu state. Looking at Jinnum of Gojoseon, who was brought back, Yi Li raised her eyebrows in a good mood. Jinnum of Gojoseon's smile was a rare bitterness. "The Maoist army is well trained. I admire you." Yi Li smiled and said, "Prince is too polite. The prince is one of the few masters in the world. It is their fortune to be able to receive guidance from the prince." Yi Li's eyes were filled with satisfaction as she pointed at the soldiers who had just defeated another expert of that era. Although everyone was injured, the soldiers' morale was high. After hearing Yi Li's words, they raised their heads and puffed out their chests. They saluted Jinnum of Gojoseon and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Jinnum of Gojoseon." To be honest, even if Jinnum of Gojoseon only had one arm, he was still more difficult to deal with than Mu Qingsong, who was known as the Dachu state's #1 master. Just by looking at everyone's injuries, it was obvious that if they didn't already have the experience of defeating Mu Qingsong, it would be even more difficult to defeat Jinnum of Gojoseon. This was because Jinnum of Gojoseon respected his status and did not fight to the death with them. Otherwise, it would be hard to avoid casualties. Jinnum of Gojoseon's face twitched slightly. He looked at Yi Li and asked, "What are Princess Ding's plans now?" Yi Li said with a smile, "Prince is making things difficult for this consort. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to exchange hostages peacefully and return home? But now, what should I do?" On the other side, Lei Tengfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Wang Fei, this matter is this lowly prince's fault. Wang Fei, please be magnanimous and let Wang Fei go." Yi Li said indifferently, "Shitzi speaks lightly. If it was the southern Marquis Shitzi or this consort who was injured, what would Shitzi's attitude be right now?" Lei Tengfeng knew he was in the wrong. He sighed and said, "As long as this lowly prince can do it, Wang Fei, please do not hesitate to ask." Today, he had been too reckless. He thought that Yi Li would not have made any preparations. He didn't think that Yi Li's arrangements were waiting for him to make a move. Yi Li thought for a moment and asked, "How about Shitzi lead the army out of Dachu state?" Lei Tengfeng's expression darkened slightly. He said, "Wang Fei is making things difficult for this lowly prince." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and looked somewhat helplessly at Jinnum of Gojoseon. She said, "Prince, so a mere Xinyang city isn't even worth it. Is Shiling's Jinnum of Gojoseon so cheap?" Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled faintly and said, "To take Xinyang, Xiling sacrificed countless soldiers. This matter is not something my son can decide. Wang Fei is making things difficult for him." Yi Li narrowed her eyes slightly and quickly said, "All right, this consort will not make things difficult for him. 50,000 dan of grain and 5 million taels of silver. Wang Fei is speaking too carelessly." Lei Tengfeng frowned. Yi Li snorted coldly and said sternly, "Cut off Jinnum of Gojoseon's other hand." Zhuojing nodded and said, "As you command." Seeing that Zhuojing had indeed pulled out his sword from the soldier behind him and was about to swing it at Jinnum of Gojoseon, Lei Tengfeng hurriedly stopped him. "Wang Fei, please wait." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and looked at him indifferently. After a while, Lei Tengfeng finally nodded and said, "All right, it's a deal. But this lowly prince needs time. Also, Wang Fei must guarantee that father will not be harmed in any way. Otherwise, this lowly prince will slaughter all the people of East Chu wherever the army goes." Yi Li's smile became even colder. "In 5 days, it will still be here. Also, Shitzi Lei had better not be joking. Otherwise, this consort does not mind killing all the generals of Xiling. For example, Zheng Bian. Of course, this consort does not mind slaughtering all of Xiling." Lei Tengfeng's heart trembled. He looked deeply at Yili and nodded. It's a deal. When they returned to Jiangxia, Yili waved her hand and had people take Jinim of Gojoseon and the others away. She took Marquis Nanshitsi to see Marquis Nan, who had been anxiously waiting. Seeing his son come back covered in injuries, Marquis Nan was pleasantly surprised and distressed. He looked his son up and down and did not forget to ask him where he was injured. Marquis Nanshitsi probably did not expect that he would have the chance to see his parents again in this life. His eyes reddened. He broke free from Marquis Nan's hand and knelt on the ground. He said in a low voice, "This child has embarrassed father." Marquis Nan pulled him up and said tearfully, "Silly child. It's good that you're back. Why are you still talking about this? It's good that you're back." After the initial joy, Marquis Nan remembered that Yi Li and the others were still present. He quickly wiped his tears and pulled his son. "It's all thanks to Wang Fei that you can come back safely. Quickly thank Wang Fei for saving your life." Marquis Nanshitsi stepped forward and bowed. "Many thanks to Wang Fei for saving my life." Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother-in-law, you don't have to be so formal. We're family. Did brother-in-law do anything wrong? Did the people of Shieling hurt you?" Marquis Nan and his son looked at each other. Marquis Nanshitsi shook his head and smiled. "It's just a small injury. Many thanks, third sister, for your concern. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. The Nan Marquis residence will definitely help you." Yili smiled and thanked him. She knew that even if the Nan Marquis residence could not help the Prince Ding mansion in the future, they would definitely not become the enemy of the Prince Ding mansion. This time, Lei Tengfing did not play any tricks. 5 days later, at the same time, at the same place, 50,000 dan of rations and 5 million taels of silver were delivered to Yili. Yili also kept her promise and released Jinim of Gojoseon. Jinim of Gojoseon returned to Shieling's camp. He turned his head and looked deeply at Yili. "I was too arrogant. Wang Fei has won this round. Princess Ding, we still have a long time ahead of us." Yili smiled sweetly and said, "Prince is joking. How can I dare to say that I have won against Prince? I was just lucky." Jinim of Gojoseon's expression became slightly subservient. He turned around and left. She was neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. Wang Fei, a woman, had easily won a large amount of rations and silver from Shieling. However, she did not show any arrogance on her face. As expected, she was not someone an ordinary woman could compare to. Yili watched as Jinim of Gojoseon's figure disappeared into the Shieling army. She turned around and said to Feng Zhiyao, "Pass down the order. The entire army is on guard." Feng Zhiyao raised his eyebrows in confusion. Yili said indifferently, "After suffering such a big loss, how can Jinim of Gojoseon not take revenge? Wang Fei, Xinyang has been reclaimed by our army." A soldier rushed in with a face full of joy. Yili was stunned. "What did you say?" The soldier raised his head and said loudly, "News just came from the front. Prince led 100,000 troops down from the north and defeated Shieling's northern army. Last night, they reclaimed Xinyang. Xiaoyao is back? Prince is back." Yili and Feng Zhiyao looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Yili gathered her thoughts and said loudly, "Return to the city." Chapter 326. Lung Qingyu gritted his teeth and finally said firmly, "I beg Prince to accept me. I am willing to be a pawn as long as I can defeat the Wiling people. After returning to the capital, I am willing to die to atone for my sins." Mo Xiaoyao looked at him indifferently and said indifferently after a while, "In that case, I will fulfill your wish." After dismissing everyone, only Feng Zhiyao and Zhuo Jing were left in the study. Mo Xiaoyao leaned against the couch and looked at the two of them silently, one hand tapping the armrest casually. The study was silent. After a long time, his voice rang out in the study. "Feng-san, what happened in the capital after I left?" Feng Zhiyao naturally wouldn't hide anything for Mo Jingqi and hurriedly told him everything that had happened after Mo Xiaoyao left the capital, adding fuel to the fire. Although Zhuo Jing always liked to have a cold face in front of others, he spared no effort in speaking ill of people who intended to harm his master. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao's originally unpleasant expression became even gloomier. Imo Xiaoyao was really angry, not only because Imo Jingqi had set his sights on Li Li, but also because he didn't know the severity of the matter as the emperor. In Imo Xiaoyao's opinion, the tens of thousands of soldiers and the lives of all the people in Xinjiang were lost because of Imo Jingqi's suspicion and narrow-mindedness. Imo Xiaoyao once wondered if the ancestors of the Ding royal estate were too meddlesome, which caused the emperor to be so wary of the Ding royal estate. Now he truly understood that it wasn't that the ancestors of the Ding royal estate didn't know how to overshadow their master, nor that they didn't know how to avoid the emperor's suspicion. It was that some things had to be done even though they knew they couldn't be done. Good, very good. Imo Xiaoyao laughed softly, but his deep laughter made Feng Xiao shiver for no reason. Imo Xiaoyao looked up and said to the two of them, "You can go back first. This subordinate will take his leave." When Yili stepped into the study, it was already midnight. Although she had just woken up and was a little angry at Imo Xiaoyao's unscrupulous behavior, she couldn't help but walk out of the room to take a look when she realized that he wasn't in the room. Seeing that the light in the study was still on, Yili knew that he must still be working in the study. After thinking about it, she couldn't bear to see him like this. She turned around and went to the kitchen to make some supper and brought it into the study. In the study, Imo Xiaoyao was hunched over his desk, furiously writing. When he heard the sound at the door, he raised his head and saw the woman at the door wearing a plain cloak. Her hair was casually tied up, and she held a tray full of food in her hands as she looked at him quietly. The light shone on her beautiful face, making her inconceivably beautiful and gentle. Imo Xiaoyao's heart warmed. This was his wife. "Li Li, come." Imo Xiaoyao put down his pen and stood up. Reaching out his hand to Yili, Yili walked up and placed the tray on the table. She put away the various files on the table and laid out the food as she said, "Is there anything that can't be done tomorrow?" Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly, pulling Yili to sit on his lap and said, "Li, eat with me." Because he didn't want to disturb Li Li's rest, he only ate a few mouthfuls of dinner, so he was a little hungry now. Yili was a little speechless as she looked at him. How was she going to eat while sitting in his embrace? Imo Xiaoyao pretended not to see her conflicted expression. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge and a refreshing side dish and brought it to Yili's mouth. Yili hesitated for a moment, but seeing that he stubbornly refused to take his hand back, she could only lower her head and eat. Imo Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction and then ate 2 more mouthfuls himself. Just like that, the two of them finished the food on the table 1 spoon at a time. When she saw the empty plates on the table, Yili could only twitch her mouth, speechless. After eating supper, Mo Xiaoyao called for the servants to take away the bowls and chopsticks. He didn't let go of Yili and just kept her in his embrace. The two of them looked at the reports on the table, exchanging opinions from time to time. When Yili saw the statistics of the people who had been massacred in Suncreed City, she lowered her head sadly. "I'm very sorry. This time, it's all my fault." Imo Xiaoyao sighed softly. He lifted her small face and kissed her softly. "Li Li, you've already done very well. You've done even better than I imagined." Imo Xiaoyao was speaking the truth. Even though he had given the command of the Mahist army to Yili, Imo Xiaoyao wasn't too sure how much Yili could control. After all, the heavy responsibility of controlling an army of hundreds of thousands wasn't something that many men could do, even if they were men. But his Li Li had really done the best she could. "But if I hadn't ordered people to divert Suncreed City's food and money, perhaps Suncreed City wouldn't have been massacred," Yili said softly. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said lightly, "Li Li, don't take everything on yourself. You and I both know that you didn't do anything wrong. Even though Xiling is as vast as Dechu State, it's different from Dechu State's fertile land. Xiling has large areas of desert, and the cultivated land isn't even 1/5 that of Dechu State's. In Suncreed City, there's enough food and military supplies to support an army of 500,000 for half a year. Once they get their hands on this batch of food and money, this war will become even more difficult." Also, when Xiling's soldiers invaded Dechu State, they didn't kill the common people not because they didn't want to, but because they were worried that the people would resist. Once this war drags on into winter, has Li Li read the history of Xiling's wars? Yili shook her head. In the past, she didn't care about these things. After marrying Imo Xiaoyao, too many things had happened. In reality, She didn't have much time to read books. Imo Xiaoyao said, "If Lily has read it, you'll know that once the Shilling army runs out of food, they will quickly attack the common people." In reality, the Shilling army has always thought of themselves as tyrannical. Shilling doesn't produce food, so their food supplies have never been sufficient. To them, the common people of the enemy country are just a backup source of food. Even though Dechu's state hasn't been harmed before, the western countries, and even the southern border, have all had their cities massacred by Shilling. If Shilling gets their hands on Suncreed City's food, this war will drag on even longer. Once winter arrives, the food supplies will run out, and more people will be harmed. Besides, even if someone is to be blamed, the first to be blamed is the people who failed to defend the city. Yili leaned into his thick embrace. Even though she knew that Imo Xiaoyao was comforting her, she still felt much more relaxed. Yili wasn't one to dwell on insignificant issues, so she quickly put this matter aside. She lowered her head to look at the shocking numbers on the memorial and sighed. War was always accompanied by the loss of countless common people's innocent lives. This made one feel both heartache and helpless. The two of them huddled under the lamp and talked about various things that happened after they parted. After Imo Xiaoyao heard Jinim of Gojoseon's various things, his face immediately darkened. He hugged Yili and said softly, "Lily is too soft-hearted. Asking him for tens of thousands of dan of food and a few million taels of silver is too cheap for him. If it were I would just break his other hand and be done with it." Yili raised her head and looked amusedly at the strangely childish man in front of her. She said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid that we in Shilling will not rest until one of us is dead. Haven't we communicated with the Emperor of Shilling?" Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm afraid that the Emperor of Shilling won't be of much use. Whether he can live past this year is another matter. Once the Emperor of Shilling dies, I'm afraid there will be another young emperor. The military and political power of Shilling will completely fall into the hands of Jinim of Gojoseon." Chapter 327. Yili sighed with some melancholy. If that is really the case, we should have cut off his other hand as well. With that, the two looked at each other and smiled. In the end, a joke was just a joke. In the current situation, if they really fought to the death with the West Hill, it would not benefit them or the Great Chu at all. Imo Xiaoyao held the beautiful person in his arms. His warm gaze fell on the booklet on the table and flashed with a frightening cold light. Jinim of Gojoseon. He dared to covet the princess of the Ding Kingdom. Father had been too merciful when he only cut off one of his hands. Imo Xiaoyao's sudden return caused the Shilling army, which had been advancing like a hot knife through butter, to stop in their tracks. But this kind of calm could not last for long. A few days later, the flames of war reignited. Although Xinyang had been retaken, including the north and south armies of Shilling, there were still 5 cities in the northwest of Dechu State. Almost a third of the northwest land had fallen into the hands of the Shilling people. Because Imo Xiaoyao had led his army to break through the blockade of the North Army and head straight for Xinyang. Although Xinyang had been retaken, the surrounding areas were still occupied by the Shilling people. The entire city of Xinyang was surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. Although the city did not lack for food and military supplies, water was still a huge problem. Even though there were very few people left in the city, there was still a shortage of water for hundreds of thousands of people. It was not that Imo Xiaoyao did not know about this problem, but the Dechu state really needed an encouraging piece of news to rouse the monarch and calm the people. Retaking Xinyang was the best choice. After Imo Xiaoyao returned, Yili naturally returned the original military affairs to him. She only helped him with some trivial matters and instantly had a lot of free time. While the people that Lin Han had led to follow Imo Xiaoyao to the northern tribes, and the people that Qin Feng had led to gather information had all returned, Yili remembered something that had been delayed for a long time. She picked Imo Xiaoyao and found him when he was free. Originally, there were 63 people who had been trained under Black Cloud Peak. Now, there were only 51 people here. The sacrifice of 12 people was negligible in other armies, but here, it was equivalent to losing almost 1/6 of their fighting power. This subordinate greets His Highness and Her Highness. Imo Xiaoyao nodded. Rise. On the trip to the northern tribes, Imo Xiaoyao, had truly seen the fighting power of the people trained by Yi Li. At the same time, he became curious about this team. Thank you, Princess. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and nodded at Yi Li. Yi Li stood up and said, thank you for your hard work this time. Lin Han, Qin Feng, report the progress of each group. Lin Han stepped forward and said, Princess, of the 8 people who went to the northern tribes this time, 1 died in battle, 1 was seriously injured. The remaining 6 all passed. Qin Feng also stepped forward and said, Princess, 55 people were divided into 11 groups. 1 group failed, 7 died in battle, and 3 were injured. Yi Li nodded slightly and said, Zhuojing will take care of the funeral arrangements for the soldiers who died in battle and the injured. Now, everyone here is the last batch of people who passed this special training. Thank you for your hard work. I have already discussed this with the prince. From today onwards, you will be officially incorporated into the Mahist army and will be personally commanded by the prince and me. Codename Qi Lin. Yi Li showed a jade pendant in her hand. It was very similar to the Yazi jade pendant that could command the entire Mahist army. However, the carving on it was a lifelike Qi Lin. At the same time, this would be their name from today onwards. From today onwards, they were Qi Lin. Yi Li smiled and looked at the soldiers in front of her. Although they tried to appear calm, their eyes were still filled with excitement. She said in a low voice, Everyone, what is Qi Lin? Everyone hesitated for a moment before someone answered, Princess, Qi Lin is an auspicious beast. Yi Li nodded and said, That's right. Qi Lin is an auspicious beast. Qi Lin is not only an auspicious beast, but also a benevolent beast. Qi Lin has horns on its head and meat on its horns. It is a benevolent beast. I also hope that you can become a benevolent beast that protects the common people. When necessary, you can also be a sharp sword that stabs the enemy. Everyone said in unison, We will follow Princess instructions. Mo Xiaoyao also said a few words of encouragement. Qin Feng and Lin Han stayed behind before letting everyone leave. When they returned to the study and sat down, Yi Li looked at Lin Han and asked, How was the trip to the northern tribes? Lin Han replied respectfully, Everything went smoothly. Please rest assured, Princess. Yi Li nodded, looked sideways at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, Princess Ronghua. Mo Xiaoyao said softly, Although Princess Ronghua is a little capricious, she is not a fool. Li, don't worry. She won't ruin it. Yi Li nodded and sighed softly. That's good. Otherwise, this trip will be a big loss. Qin Feng stood aside and listened to the conversation between the two silently. Since the princess and the prince did not avoid him, it meant that they trusted him. He personally participated in the training of the first group of Qi Lin members, so he was very familiar with everyone. He naturally knew who the 8 people that Lin Han brought out were and who came back. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li with a smile and said, I haven't asked about Princess Li before. This time, on the trip to the northern tribes, I learned that Princess Li is not only in charge of the prince's mansion, but also in the battlefield. She is also very good at training soldiers. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Mo Xiaoyao would have found it hard to believe that such an army and soldiers existed in the world. It wasn't that their martial arts were very strong, nor was it that they were good at fighting. It was that they had mastered various skills on the battlefield, and their accuracy was shocking. Mo Xiaoyao even thought that if such an army really appeared, how terrible it would be. Yi Li glanced at him and said, These training methods use too much manpower and resources and have high demands on the soldiers themselves. Using them on the battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses does not have much practical use. It can be said that the losses do not outweigh the gains. No one had been eliminated in this first training, but that was because these people were the best of the best, and many of them had been eliminated during the selection process. More importantly, this was the first time in this era that Yi Li was training the soldiers she wanted. Because many of the equipment and the fighting methods of the 2 eras were different, this time could only be considered an exploration. It was hard to say that these people met Yi Li's requirements. Mo Xiaoyao did not blink and looked with a smile at Yi Li. Does Princess Li have any suggestions? Yi Li blinked and looked at Mo Xiaoyao for a long time without saying anything. After a while, she said in a low voice, Give me some time to think. Mo Xiaoyao did not care. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. If Princess Li was not interested in these things, then he would hope that she would just be a leisurely Ding country Wang Fei. But since Princess Li was interested and had the ability, he would not block her light. After dealing with Imo Xiaoyao, Yili turned to say to Qin Feng, starting today, you are the commander of Qilin. In the future, these people will be given to you. Qin Feng nodded and said, this subordinate will not betray Wang Fei's trust. Chapter 328. Yili nodded and said, that's good. You have to spend more effort on these people. Remember, you are not a large-scale ordinary army. You don't have to participate in the fighting on the battlefield. Do you understand? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, this subordinate doesn't understand. We are not weaker than ordinary soldiers. Learning a lot of skills but not being able to charge on the battlefield was a very depressing thing. Did Wang Fei only want them to be spies to gather information? Thinking of this, Qin Feng was a little depressed. Yili raised her eyebrows and said lightly, you are indeed not weaker than ordinary soldiers. You are even many times stronger than them. But, if you 50 people were to mix into an army, can you fight against 100? Qin Feng was speechless. In a chaotic army, swords had no eyes. It was not as easy to determine the strength of a person as it was in a martial arts competition. Sometimes, luck was just as important. If you were alive, you would be strong. No matter how high your martial arts were, no matter how agile you were, you would still become like a hedgehog if you were hit by a barrage of arrows. Yili looked at him and said, you cannot fight against 100, but the cost of training each of you is 100 times that of ordinary soldiers. Therefore, the battlefield you will face will be different from theirs. Maybe it will not be as grand as a battlefield, but it will be more shocking. Small-scale, high-intensity battles are what you need to do. Earlier, I said that tracking, hiding, scouting behind enemy lines, rescuing hostages, attacking and destroying, stealing information, kidnapping, assassination, etc. You must do everything that ordinary soldiers cannot do. These are what you need to do. Do you understand? Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. This subordinate understands. It's good that you understand. After returning to the capital, immediately begin the second special training. I will give you the training methods and subjects later. This time, you will be in charge. My request is that within 5 years, the number of people in Qilin must reach 1,000. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Although his subordinates were all elites, only 50 people looked a little shabby. Qin Feng imagined himself leading an elite team of over 1,000 people. That feeling was definitely not much worse than leading an army of thousands of people. He hurriedly said in a clear voice, subordinate obeys. I guarantee to complete the mission. Very well, you may leave. After dismissing Qin Feng and Lin Han, Imo Xiaoyao smiled and looked at Yili, who was in high spirits, and said, I now understand why Li looked down on the shadow guard of the Ding King's palace. Compared to Li Li's people, the shadow guard was far inferior. I'm starting to look forward to the day that Yili said that this team will be formed. Yili looked at him and said, Your Highness, don't speak nonsense. I've never looked down on the shadow guards. There were many people in the shadow guard with extraordinary abilities. At most, she just felt that it was a waste of talent for the Prince Ding mansion to use people like this. Imo Xiaoyao lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment before saying, Since Li Li intends to increase the number of people in Qilin, after returning to the capital, let all the shadow guard participate in Qilin's special training. In the future, the Ding King's palace will cancel the shadow guard system. Is this good? Yili was also worried about Imo Xiaoyao's quick decision, especially when she thought of a certain eccentric shadow guard commander. After knowing Imo Xiaoyao's decision, Imo Hua probably had the heart to eat her. Imo Xiaoyao smiled and played with her hair. What's not good about it? Since there's a more advantageous method, why not use it? Yili said, Isn't the shadow guard specially used to protect the master of the Prince Ding mansion? Imo Xiaoyao smiled and said, Didn't you also say that Qilin's mission also included protection? And this time, they did very well in the northern tribes. It was indeed very good. The people trained by Yili could fight and kill, speak eloquently, act dumb, disguise themselves, use poison, and gather information. Yili was a little speechless as she looked at him. So this was his plan. Prince really knows how to scheme. Yili glanced at him unhappily. In Imo Xiaoyao's eyes, this look was coquettish and flirtatious. His heart moved as he reached out to pull her into his arms and leaned over to kiss her. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Yili was kissed until she almost couldn't breathe. Imo Xiaoyao's large palms made her beautiful face turn red and her body go limp. Ever since he returned from the northern tribes, Imo Xiaoyao had obviously changed a lot compared to the past. These changes made Yili happy, but occasionally, she couldn't bear it. "Oh, bastard Imo Xiaoyao, will you die if you don't go into heat?" Imo Xiaoyao chuckled. His cool lips moved around her slender neck, and his warm breath made Yili's face turn even redder. "Bastard Imo Xiaoyao." Yili's clear eyes narrowed. She raised her hand and wanted to hit him. Imo Xiaoyao seemed to have expected this move. He raised his hand and gently caressed it. "Yili, don't you feel hurt if you hit me?" Yili rolled her eyes. She raised her head and touched Imo Xiaoyao's forehead. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her and raised his eyebrows in confusion. Yili calmly said, "You don't have a fever. You're dreaming in the middle of the day." Imo Xiaoyao was stunned when he heard this. He leaned on Yili's shoulder and laughed. After a while, he raised his head and said gently, "Yili is so cruel. Even if Yili doesn't care about me, your husband will worry about Yili's hand hurting." Yili was powerless. She was not used to Imo Xiaoyao's sudden mushy behavior. In the past, Imo Xiaoyao would occasionally joke with her, calling her wife as her husband. But after coming back this time, Imo Xiaoyao had obviously become more fond of sticking to her side. Sitting in Imo Xiaoyao's arms, Yili softly asked, "Xiaoyao, what's wrong?" Imo Xiaoyao was stunned. He smiled and said, "What do you mean what's wrong? Does Yili hate your husband?" Yili calmly looked at him. The smile on Imo Xiaoyao's face gradually faded. He once again pulled her into his arms and took a deep breath before saying, "Yili, I'm a little scared." Yili's heart trembled. Although Imo Xiaoyao had always been gentle and refined, but Yili knew very well what a proud man he was. If it wasn't because he could not take it, he would not show his weakness in front of anyone. No, even if it was because he could not take it, he would not show it in front of others. "What's wrong?" "When I heard about the bloody battle at the Ding Palace in the northern tribes, when I knew that you had to deal with Imo Jingqi and those greedy nobles, and that you had to lead the army to battle, I regretted. He regretted agreeing to go to the northern tribes with Imo Jingqi. He had insisted on not going, and Imo Jingqi had not dared to force him. He even regretted that he had not killed those people earlier. Every time he thought about the possibility of losing her, the fear and killing intent in his heart made him want to destroy everything in sight. "Yili, luckily you're fine." Yili had never thought of herself as a soft-hearted person, but right now, her heart was as soft as a ball of cotton. This strong and powerful man had become so weak and afraid because of her. Yili had never been clearer about this than now. Gently wrapping her arms around his shoulders, Yili's voice was soft but firm. "No, as long as I'm alive, I will always be by your side." Imo Xiaoyao lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. "Really?" Yili said, "As long as you don't leave, I will not abandon you." This was the most sincere vow she could make. Yili already knew that Imo Xiaoyao had done enough for her. She also knew that she could not bear for this man to suffer. Chapter 329. Never leave or abandon. Imo Xiaoyao murmured softly. He liked this phrase. The thought of never leavingly made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Anyone who dared to stand in their way, he would make them pay the price. Shilling Camp. The atmosphere in the tent was gloomy and chilly. Genom of Gojoseon's expression was the ugliest it had ever been since Shilling sent out its troops. Ever since Imo Xiaoyao suddenly appeared to see Xinyang, the entire army of Dechu State seemed to have suddenly come alive. In the short span of 10 days, the results of nearly a month's worth of battles seemed to have disappeared. Not only had the northern army been defeated by Imo Xiaoyao's surprise attack, the southern army had also met with setbacks. Only the South Vanquishing King personally oversaw the central army, which was relatively stable. But how difficult would it be to take back Suncrete City from Immerse Shoyao's hands again? Why did they have to lose 50,000 dan of rations and millions of taels of silver to Princess Ding? This made the Shieling army, which was already lacking in rations, even worse in the coming winter. Prince, please calm down, the general said with some trepidation. Jinnum of Gojoseon snorted coldly and said, Calm down, calm down. Do you not know how to say anything other than calm down? Knowing that the prince was in a fit of anger, the generals did not dare to speak. They could only look at Lei Tengfeng, who was sitting to the side, pleading for help. Lei Tengfeng smiled faintly. He stood up and said to Jinnum of Gojoseon, Father, we all know that Immerse Shoyao is not easy to deal with. Father, please don't make things difficult for them. They have already done their best. Jinnum of Gojoseon snorted softly. He swept a cold glance over everyone and said, Go back. If you are flustered by the Mahist army again tomorrow, you may as well take off your armor and become pawns. Everyone agreed and looked gratefully at Lei Tengfeng before leaving the tent dejectedly. Only Jinnum of Gojoseon and his son were left in the tent. There were no outsiders. Lei Tengfeng smiled and said, Father, we cannot rush to deal with Immerse Shoyao. Even though we have suffered some losses these few days, we are not at a disadvantage in the current situation. Jinnum of Gojoseon sighed softly and said, I do not know this. But, Tengfeng, do not underestimate Immerse Shoyao. In I's opinion, Immerse Shoyao is even more dangerous than Imo Lufang. Lei Tengfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that his father would have such a high opinion of Immerse Shoyao, whom he had only met a few times. Imo Lufang was Immerse Shoyao's father. His father's greatest enemy in this life could also be said to be his only enemy. As expected, the student has surpassed the master? If Immerse Shoyao had been living peacefully these few years, I might not have valued him so much. But you also know what kind of life he has been living these few years, and what kind of injuries he suffered back then. But look at the performance of the Mahist army these few days. Immerse Shoyao is not unfamiliar at all. He is even more experienced than the legends say. This means that even if Immerse Shoyao was sick and did not leave the Ding King's residence, he still has the ability to completely control the Mahist army. Furthermore, the Mahist army is still wholeheartedly convinced by him. This, Tengfeng, are you able to do it? Jinnum of Gojoseon lightly asked. Lei Tengfeng slightly frowned and thought for a moment. Then he raised his head, and his expression was somewhat serious. His smile carried some shame and unwillingness, but he still shook his head and said, Your son is useless. I cannot do it. No one knew better than him how badly Immerse Shoyao had been injured back then. He knew that under that kind of situation, he would definitely not be able to control the Mahist army as perfectly as Immerse Shoyao. It was even possible that he would have been defeated by that kind of pain and torture, or become crazy from being swallowed by hatred. Jinnum of Gojoseon nodded, and said with some relief, It is a good thing to be able to clearly see your own shortcomings. Imo Lufang gave birth to a good son, and also a good wife. He really has a good life. Lei Tengfeng thought about the day of the exchange of hostages, the woman in white who was talking and laughing calmly. He could not help but admit that Immerse Shoyao was indeed very lucky. Marrying such a woman as his wife, how many heroes in the world would envy Immerse Shoyao to death? What plans does father have? Lei Tengfeng asked. Jinnum of Gojoseon raised his eyebrows and said, What plans do you think father has? Lei Tengfeng smiled and said, Although father looked very angry on the surface, he was not truly angry. This means that father already has a plan in his heart. If father was truly angry, not to mention him pleading for leniency, even if the heavenly emperor came, it would be useless. Jinnum of Gojoseon casually played with the jade thumb ring on his hand and said with a cold smile, That year, Immerse Shoyao was lucky and the Ding royal estate was not destined to be destroyed. This time, I want to see if he is still so lucky. Lei Tengfeng's heart moved and his expression changed slightly. Father, you plan to? Jinnum of Gojoseon leisurely smiled and said, The Ding royal estate is not only an eyesore to I. Prince is right. The Ding royal estate is indeed an eyesore to many people. In this world, there are many people who want it to disappear. A gentle voice came from outside the tent. Lei Tengfeng frowned when he heard this, and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. Jenim of Gojoseon saw this and shook his head in amusement. The curtain of the large tent was lifted from the outside, and a slender and graceful figure walked in. Passing through the screen of the tiger-roaring forest, the woman who appeared in the large tent was wearing a pink palace dress. Her eyebrows were dark and her lips were red without makeup. Her appearance was so exquisite that there was not a single flaw to be found. Her sparkling eyes moved and brought along a little starlight that made people intoxicated. Even though Lei Tingfeng seemed to hate her, when she looked over, he could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing Lei Tingfeng being dazed, the woman's lips curled into a smile. She slowly walked forward and bowed. "Greetings to Prince Heir." Jenim of Gojoseon looked at her indifferently and asked, "Why are you here? Doesn't the emperor need someone?" The woman rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Prince, you must be joking. The emperor is now seriously ill in bed. The empress is enough. Why would he need me to serve him? Don't tell me. Prince doesn't want to see me?" Jenim of Gojoseon said with a smile, "How can that be? You've come at the right time. I need your help." The woman's smile became even more joyful. With her smile, the originally solemn tint suddenly seemed to become a little more colorful. "Prince Long-er will do her best to fulfill the prince's orders." This woman was by Long, imperial concubine Qingrong of West Hill. She was also the first beauty of Dechu State, Suzuidi. Lei Tingfeng's absent-mindedness only lasted for a moment. As soon as Jenim of Gojoseon spoke, he had already regained his senses. He just listened to the conversation between the two in silence. His eyes were still full of disgust and disdain when he glanced at Suzuidi, as if he was looking at something dirty. However, there seemed to be something deeper struggling in the depths of his eyes. Jenim of Gojoseon had been paying attention to his son's expression since the beginning of the conversation. Seeing him like this, he sighed slightly in his heart. Tungfeng was indeed the most outstanding child among all his children, even among the emperor of Shiling's clan. Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking compared to Imo Xiaoyao. "What orders does Prince have?" Suzuidi said with a smile. Chapter 330. Jenim of Gojoseon looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Since Long-er came here in such a hurry, I presume you already know that Imo Xiaoyao is in Suncrete City?" Suzuidi was slightly startled. Something flashed through her eyes, but it was quickly concealed by a charming smile. She lightly glanced at Jenim of Gojoseon and said, "Long-er did know that Imo Xiaoyao was in Suncrete City, but when I found out, Long-er was already halfway there. Could it be that I couldn't have come here because I missed Prince?" As expected, Prince still doesn't want to see Long-er. Jenim of Gojoseon leisurely admired the peerless beauty's coquettish expression in front of him. With a faint smile, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace, laughing loudly as he said, "How could I not miss Long-er? Your Highness." The beauty softly clung onto the Jinnan Wang's body as if she was boneless, and called out in a sweet voice. Lei Tingfeng looked at the scene in front of him with an ugly expression. In the end, he couldn't help but coldly say, "Father, if there's nothing else, this son will take his leave first." Jenim of Gojoseon let go of Suzuidi. He looked at Lei Tingfeng and shook his head as he said, "Child, you're good at everything, but you're just too serious about everything." The usual smile on Lei Tingfeng's face vanished without a trace. He cast a glance at Suzuidi and said, "Son, there's no need to be serious about a promiscuous woman. It's just that I find her disgusting." "You, Lei Tingfeng, you're going too far." Suzuidi was so angry that her face alternated between red and white. She turned to Jenim of Gojoseon, her eyes red with grievance as she said unwillingly, "Prince, look at His Highness. He actually said that about me. Long-er really doesn't have the face to live anymore." "That's enough. You two don't quarrel every time you see each other." Jenim of Gojoseon put away the smile on his face and said with a frown. Suzuidi snorted softly and glared at Lei Tingfeng, but for some reason, she held back. Lei Tingfeng said, "If there's nothing else, your son will leave first." Jenim of Gojoseon shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's talk business. Long-er, what plans do you have for Imo Xiaoyao?" Su Zuidi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly raised her head and said with a charming smile, "Does the prince want Long-er to go back and look for him?" Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled and said, "Go back and look for him? Do you think he will still accept you now? Who in the world doesn't know that the Prince of Dinghua is deeply in love with Wang Fei?" A trace of resentment flashed across Su Zuidi's eyes. She raised her head, but her eyes were still as charming as before. She said softly, "Prince, do you not believe me? Long-er and Prince Ding grew up together. Could it be that I can't compare to Yi Li, that useless daughter? That Yi Li, other than having a good family background, what else does she have? No, she doesn't even have a good family background. She just has a good grandfather. It's a pity that Master Qingyun hasn't paid attention to worldly affairs for many years. She is Prince Ding's legitimate fiancée, Dechu states, #1 beauty in the world. Could it be that she can't compare to a woman with no talent and no looks?" Lei Tengfeng snorted disdainfully, clearly expressing his meaning. Su Zuidi glared angrily at him. Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled and said, "How could that be? I absolutely believe that Long-er is a peerless beauty in the world. How could Imo Xiaoyao not be defeated and fall under Long-er's skirt?" Su Zuidi smiled at Lei Tengfeng with a bit of pride. "What does the prince want me to do?" Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled and didn't say anything. "Father, will Imo Xiaoyao take the bait?" After Su Zuidi left the tent, Lei Tengfeng frowned and asked. Jinnum of Gojoseon looked at him and asked, "Do you think I will be infatuated with her?" Lei Tengfeng shook his head. He naturally saw clearly that although his father had some connection with Su Zuidi, he definitely didn't have any true feelings for her. Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled and said, "Since I won't take the bait, then why would Imo Xiaoyao?" "Then father, isn't it too childish to let her seduce Imo Xiaoyao? If that woman had the ability to seduce Imo Xiaoyao, why would she appear in the Western Tomb?" Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled and said, "Who said that I want her to seduce Imo Xiaoyao? With such a wonderful person like the princess consort of Dinghua, Bai Long is just a pretty but useless face." Lei Tengfeng frowned, but quickly relaxed and looked up at Jinnum of Gojoseon and said, "Father has other plans? I just want her to distract Imo Xiaoyao's attention for I. If she can't even do this well, then she's useless." Jinnum of Gojoseon smiled coldly, his voice cold and emotionless. There was no trace of the gentleness and love from before. In Xinyang City, Yi Li sat leisurely beside Imo Xiaoyao, looking at a secret letter she had just received and raised her eyebrows with interest. Imo Xiaoyao looked up and happened to see her interested expression. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is there any interesting news?" Yi Li passed the secret letter to him and said, "There's a nobleman from the Emperor of Shiling's palace. I'm afraid that he has already arrived at the West Hill Barracks in 2 days." Imo Xiaoyao frowned slightly. A nobleman from the palace? In the West Hill Palace, other than the Emperor of Shiling, the only noblemen who could be called noblemen were the concubines and princesses. After thinking for a moment, Imo Xiaoyao asked, "Bai Long?" "Prince is wise." Yi Li was not stingy with her praise. Imo Xiaoyao lowered his head and read the letter in his hand. He looked up at Yi Li and said, "I didn't know that Mr. Li had such a talent in the West Hill." It's not easy to find out news about the West Hill now. Ever since Han Mingyue went to the West Hill, the Prince Ding mansion could clearly feel that the Shadow Guard's actions in the West Hill were restricted everywhere. After all, Han Mingyue specialized in intelligence and had a good understanding of the Prince Ding mansion. "Is an heir in the West Hill now?" Yi Li nodded and said, "Among Zhuijing and the others, an heir is the most suitable for intelligence." Su Zue, the news of Bai Long coming to the Dechu state was extremely secretive. He could find out in time, which means that the intelligence network in the West Hill has already achieved some success. But Yi Li couldn't help but frown when she thought of something. Her original intention of sending an heir to the West Hill was not to establish an intelligence network in the West Hill, but for the Biluo flower and the flaming lotus. Unfortunately, there was no news of the Biluo flower until now. As for the flaming lotus, she had to wait until June or July next year. Imo Xiaoyao only needed to think for a moment to understand Yi Li's original intention of sending an heir to the West Hill. He patted the back of Yi Li's hand comfortingly and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Yili smiled and nodded. It was useless to worry about a problem that couldn't be solved in a short time. Yili's lips curled into a strange smile. Prince, do you think we'll be able to see the elegance of the first beauty this time? Emo Xiaoyao smiled somewhat helplessly. He raised his eyebrows and asked, So what if we see it? So what if we don't see it? Yili smiled and said, Won't Prince have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Emo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile. His eyes filled with endless tenderness and love. In your husband's eyes in this world, only my wife is a fragrant and beautiful jade. Yili couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, throwing the free sweet words to the side. Because they had received the news earlier, when they finally met, they naturally wouldn't be as excited, happy, or angry as some people had imagined. Yili and Emo Xiaoyao sat calmly in the flower pavilion, looking at the beautiful woman who had just been brought in. It had to be said that there was still a certain difference between the portrait and the real person. Even though Yili felt that the original portrait was beautiful enough, the woman in front of her was even more charming and moving than the beautiful woman in the portrait. Curling the corner of her lips slightly, Yili turned her head to look at Emo Xiaoyao sitting next to her. As if their hearts were connected, Emo Xiaoyao also turned his head to give her a faint smile. Yili twitched the corner of her mouth and turned her head. Chapter 331. In the hall, Suzuki looked at the two arrogant people on the seats, feeling very angry. Meeting with Emo Xiaoyao again, she had imagined many scenarios. It could be joy, or it could be anger and ridicule, but she never thought that Emo Xiaoyao would turn a blind eye to her. For a stunning beauty, this was definitely a great humiliation. Xiaoyao. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Suzuki called out softly. Her limpid eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the two people pitifully. There was also a hint of hidden bitterness in her eyes, as if tears would fall at any time. Even Yili couldn't help but praise her good acting skills in her heart. But this Suzuki was someone who had known Emo Xiaoyao since he was young. Could it be that she didn't know anything about the Ding Prince's residence? She actually thought that this kind of meeting would cause some kind of impact on Emo Xiaoyao. As a result, this kind of situation appeared. A rare beauty in the world stood in front of the hall in grief, as if looking at a heartless man, and looked at the Ding Prince who was calmly drinking tea in the hall. In addition, Yili was sitting on the side watching the play. If an outsider came in, they would mistakenly think that this was a play where a heartless man was fooling around with a beauty outside and abandoned her. Thinking of this, Yili couldn't help but laugh. Emo Xiaoyao and Suzuki turned to look at her at the same time. Yili coughed lightly and sat up straight, trying to make herself appear warm and hospitable. This, Imperial concubine Bai, you are a guest from afar, please sit. The words Imperial concubine Bai made Suzuki's expression slightly change. She withdrew the gaze that was originally directed at Emo Xiaoyao and looked at Yili, softly saying, Is this the Ding Prince's concubine? Yili couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on her arms. What did this gaze mean? As if she had let her down. Without waiting for Yili to speak, Suzuki had already stepped forward and bowed slightly to Yili. Prince's concubine has worked hard to take care of Xiaoyao. Zuri thanks you. This time, Yili finally couldn't remain calm. She thought that this Suzuki was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Although she believed in Emo Xiaoyao's feelings for her from the bottom of her heart, she was still more or less a little worried. But what's going on now? This Suzuki actually has a problem in her brain? Since Zuidi, Princess Suzuki, why would she, as an outsider, thank her for taking care of her? She glanced at Emo Xiaoyao unhappily. What's with your ex-fiancé? Is there something wrong with her brain? Emo Xiaoyao smiled at her indifferently. How would this prince know? We haven't seen each other for many years. You weren't like this in the past. Really, Lord Father's taste isn't that bad. Lightly coughing, Yili lowered her head and took a sip of tea. Only then did she adjust the expression on her face and gently smile at Suzuki. Imperial concubine Bai's words are too serious. This concubine and the prince are husband and wife. Taking care of him is this concubine's duty. What's more, this concubine is young and doesn't know any better. Usually, it's the prince who takes care of this concubine more. This, there's no need to thank Imperial Concubine Bai, right? The smile on Su Zuidi's face froze. She raised her head and saw Yi Li's expression that wasn't a smile. She suddenly remembered Jinim of Gojoseon's warning. The Ding Prince's concubine isn't an easy person to deal with. If you look down on her, you'll only bring yourself big trouble. The Princess Ding in front of her was inferior to her in terms of appearance, temperament, and talent, but she was able to receive such praise from Jinim of Gojoseon. This caused Su Zuidi to instinctively feel a sense of dissatisfaction and hostility. So from the beginning, she deliberately ignored Yi Li. When she realized that Imo Xiaoyao wouldn't pay attention to her, she turned her attention to Yi Li. However, a mere exchange of 2 sentences had rendered her speechless. Xiaoyao, how have you been these years? Realizing that the Ding Prince's concubine wasn't as easy to deal with as she thought, Su Zuidi turned her gaze back to Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao slightly frowned and calmly drank his tea. Not bad. Why are you here? Su Zuidi gently bit her cherry lips, her watery eyes slightly red as she looked at him with grievance. Do you still hate me? I know you blame me. There were many times when I wanted to come back to see you and beg for your forgiveness. But I didn't dare. Sob. Before she finished speaking, pearl-like tears had already fallen. What a beautiful scene of weeping pear blossoms. It made one's heart sway uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the 2 people present weren't ordinary people. Yi Li resisted the itch in her throat and said, Imperial Concubine Bai, our prince wants to ask you, why are you here? I snuck out. Su Zuidi quickly glanced at Imo Xiaoyao, a trace of red appearing on her beautiful face. I know that Shi Ling and the Dechu state are at war, and I also know that you, Xiaoyao, will definitely appear here. No matter what, I'm still a citizen of the Dechu state. I can't go back. If I'm caught, the Emperor and Jinim of Gojoseon will definitely not let me go. Xiaoyao, I beg you, don't drive me away. Yi Li silently looked at the sky. She understood. This Su Zuidi wanted to play them like fools. Yi Li faintly raised her eyebrows. Since Su Zuidi liked to play, there was no harm in playing with her. Imperial Concubine Bai, is young Master Mingyu in Xiling? Su Zuidi glanced at her, originally not wanting to answer. But she saw that Imo Xiaoyao was also looking at her at the same time, so she could only say softly, I haven't seen young Master Han in a long time. Yi Li said, speaking of which, Han Mingyue betrayed the country and defected to the enemy. His crime deserves death. But this person is too cunning, this imperial concubine, and the prince can't find him for a while. I wonder if Imperial Concubine Bai can ask him to make a trip back to the Dechu state? Su Zuidi looked at Yi Li with some displeasure and frowned. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him in a long time. Really, Xiaoyao, I won't lie to you. Imo Xiaoyao had no reaction to this. Yi Li said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Imperial Concubine Bai is here, there's no need to worry that young Master Mingyu won't come. Prince, don't you think so? Imo Xiaoyao nodded. What Li said is very true. I just so happen to have a debt to settle with Han Mingyue. Imperial Concubine Bai will be handed over to Li Li. Hearing this, Su Zuidi was clearly deeply hurt. She clutched her chest and looked at Imo Xiaoyao in grief. Xiaoyao, you really still hate me. You want to use me to catch young Master Han? Yi Li leisurely admired her slender fingers, while smiling at Su Zuidi. Didn't Imperial Concubine Bai come here to beg our prince's forgiveness? Su Zuidi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Yi Li cheerfully clapped her hands and said, that's great. As long as Imperial Concubine Bai helps us catch young Master Mingyu, our prince will definitely believe in Imperial Concubine Bai's sincerity. Prince, don't you think so? Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li with a gentle gaze, softly saying, Li Li is right. Obviously, such a gentle Imo Xiaoyao made the hangover even harder to accept. Su Zuidi stared blankly at the 2 people in front of her, momentarily speechless. Yi Li didn't give her a chance to refuse, and said with a smile, so Imperial Concubine Bai has agreed, that's great. Since that's the case, Imperial Concubine Bai can stay here with peace of mind. As long as you live in Suncrete City, this concubine guarantees that no matter if it's the Emperor Xiling or Jinim King Gojoseon, not a single person will be able to touch Imperial Concubine Bai. Of course, It was even more impossible to pass on any information. Chapter 332. Suzuki was only startled for a moment. This matter was decided in the midst of Yi Li's laughter, and she couldn't refute it. Having achieved her goal, Yi Li was in a good mood. She called for someone to take Suzuki away to rest, and ordered people to ensure the safety of imperial concubine Bai. Seeing Suzuki leave unwillingly, the smile on Yi Li's face gradually faded. She frowned and said, "What does Genom of Gojoseon want?" Suzuki might be good at acting, but she definitely couldn't fool Imo Xiaoyao, who knew her background. If she wanted to be a spy in Suncrete City, Suzuki clearly didn't qualify. Yi Li definitely had hundreds of ways to make her unable to pass even half a word to anyone. Imo Xiaoyao's face also darkened. Shieling Genom of Gojoseon definitely wouldn't use such a method that he knows is useless. Li, order people to pay attention to the movements in the shieling barracks. Yi Li nodded. You're saying that Suzuki is just a chess piece to distract us, and that Genom of Gojoseon has other plans? Imo Xiaoyao nodded. If he wanted to spy Genom of Gojoseon, he wouldn't choose Suzuki. She was too eye-catching. If he wanted to use Suzuki to set up a honey trap, he would be at a disadvantage. I understand. I will send people to pay attention to the shieling barracks and Genom of Gojoseon's movements. The governor's office in Suncrete City was the temporary headquarters of the Mahist army. All the main generals of the Mahist army, including Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao, were temporarily staying here. After that bloody massacre, Suncrete City, which originally had a population of several 100,000, had been reduced to less than a tenth. It could be said that almost all of Suncrete City were soldiers and had entered into a militarized management. There were no pedestrians coming and going on the wide streets, no enthusiastic hawkers, only orderly and solemn soldiers. Even if some commoners passed by occasionally, their faces would be filled with sadness and stupefaction. Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao walked along Suncrete City's largest street, Black Tortoise Street. Looking at the empty streets, they couldn't help but sigh. Imo Xiaoyao lowered his head and saw her sad expression. He silently reached out and held her hand. Yi Li raised her head and smiled at him. I'm fine. It's just that when I saw the number 1 city in the northwest become empty, I suddenly felt a little disappointed. Imo Xiaoyao said softly, when this war is over, this place will prosper again in a few years. Yi Li shook her head and said, no matter how prosperous it is, those people are not the people who originally lived in this city. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed. When it comes to war, it's inevitable that ordinary people will be injured and killed. That's right. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000. Yi Li sighed softly. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000. Imo Xiaoyao was deep in thought. The Imo family's ancestors had outstanding military exploits that shocked the world. Wasn't the fame of the Mahist army also built on the blood and flesh of tens of thousands of people? The Ding Palace had always boasted of protecting the peace of the people of Dechu State. But when had he, including himself, ever truly felt sorry for the innocent people who had died in the war? Yi Li walked in front and looked back at Imo Xiaoyao with a faint smile. Her eyes held a nostalgia that he had never seen before. She slowly said, do you know? Someone once told me that a soldier's duty is to protect the country and the peace of the people. And the greatest shame of a soldier is to let the people they protect experience the most real war in front of their homes. Imo Xiaoyao was silent. The nostalgic expression of the Li in front of him made him feel that it was ethereal and distant. But it was so beautiful that it made him feel a faint pain in his heart. He suddenly felt that his heart was flustered and wanted to grab the person in front of him. It was as if he didn't do so, she would disappear in the next moment. Thus, he followed his heart and stretched out his hand to pull her into his embrace. His handsome chin supported the top of her head as he said in a deep voice, this matter is indeed the shame of the Mahist army. Yi Li laughed softly and shook her head, saying, that's not what I meant. Just treat it as me speaking nonsense. This matter is not your fault. Imo Xiaoyao gently said, it's even more not your fault. Li, you've already done your best. Yi Li nodded. Just as she was about to stand up and leave Immerse Xiaoyao's embrace, a pleasant voice filled with surprise and faint resentment came from behind. Xiaoyao, you're here? The two turned their heads and saw the beautiful woman standing not too far away looking at Immerse Xiaoyao with a face full of joy. Yili sighed in her heart. Suzuki was not only a beautiful woman, she was also a woman who knew how to use her advantages. Xinyang City was desolate. As a guest, she was clearly not liked by the prince and the princess. Naturally, no one would specially prepare beautiful clothes and accessories for her. But looking at the woman in front of her, she was only wearing the most ordinary white clothes. But it made her look like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, only loosely tied with a white ribbon. Suzuki was already 25 years old this year, but at this time, standing gracefully in the middle of the street, she looked only 2 years older than Yili, who was only 15 or 16 years old. What are you doing here? Immerse Xiaoyao slightly frowned, looking at her with an indifferent expression. Suzuki's hands in her sleeves were tightly clenched. She shook her lips and looked at Immerse Xiaoyao with grief in her voice. You don't want to see me? Immerse Xiaoyao's expression did not change. His gaze was sharp as he stared at her and said in a low voice, I ask you, what are you doing here? Suzuki was startled. She gave a bitter laugh and looked at him with grief, saying, I know, you still hate me. You still blame me for leaving you behind that year, right? But I was also forced to do so. Why can't you forgive me? You're still guarding against me like I'm an enemy. Can't I even come out to take a breather? If you hate me so much, why don't you just kill me? Immerse Xiaoyao frowned, no longer paying attention to Suzuki. He said to the empty street, Men. 2 figures quickly appeared at the corner of the street, respectfully waiting for orders. Immerse Xiaoyao pointed at Suzuki, who was covering her face and crying, and said coldly, Take her back. If I see her come out again, you can go receive your punishment yourselves. This subordinate obeys. The two said in unison. Suzuki looked at Immerse Xiaoyao in shock and said with a face full of disbelief, You want to put me under house arrest? Xiaoyao, you're so ruthless. My grandfather will not allow you to treat me like this. Immerse Xiaoyao said indifferently, You want to let Elder Su know that you're still alive? Suzuki was suddenly speechless. With her grandfather's temper, if he knew what she had done all these years, he would definitely kill her. She glanced at Immerse Xiaoyao and Yili, who were still holding hands. Although Suzuki was unwilling, she couldn't follow the shadow guard back. If she was forcefully escorted back, it would be even more humiliating. Yili smiled at the resentful look Suzuki gave her before she left and shrugged indifferently. No matter how beautiful a person is, you'll get used to it after seeing it too much. She had always thought that a true beauty should be just beautiful. Being too beautiful, sometimes, it's also a flaw. She accompanied Immerse Xiaoyao to walk around the city to check on the various defenses. After comforting the lucky survivors in the city, the two returned to the governor's residence. As soon as they entered, Immerse Xiaoyao was asked to leave by Feng Jiao. Yili also returned to the study to deal with the matters she needed to deal with. Chapter 333. Zhuojing and Lin Han had already put all kinds of information files and booklets on the desk. Seeing Yili come in, Lin Han and Zhuojing, who were still busy, quickly got up and bowed. Yili waved her hand to indicate that they didn't need to bow. The two of them then sat down and focused on the files in their hands. After 2 months of teaching, Zhuojing and Lin Han could basically meet Yili's requirements for the position of assistant. This was especially true for Zhuojing. As he had spent more time by Yili's side than Lin Han, he could understand Yili's intentions better. Most of the time, Zhuojing did not need to speak. Just by raising his hand, he could understand what she wanted. This freed Yili from her busy work every day. She only needed to pay attention to some of the more important matters that required her to make decisions. Is there any news from an heir? Yili sat down and asked as she picked up the booklets in her hands that needed to be dealt with. Lin Han got up and presented a booklet, saying, This was received as soon as possible. An heir had someone send it back quickly. Yili took it and opened it. The booklet was densely filled with words. The contents were all related to Suzuki. It included Suzuki's current status in the West Hill, as well as the situation of the West Hill by family behind her. There were also many things about Suzuki in the palace, as well as her relationship with the Emperor of Shieling and the concubines and princesses in the palace. Yili was amazed when she saw the back. She didn't expect that Suzuki was not only the Emperor of Shieling's favorite concubine, but also said that she had a very ambiguous relationship with Jenim of Gojoseon. Suzuki's relationship with the Emperor of Shieling's by family was very bad. She had almost been killed by the White Queen several times. It was all thanks to Jenim of Gojoseon that the danger was averted. After that, Jenim of Gojoseon directly suppressed the White Empress. Now, the White Empress was more like a puppet in the Shieling Palace. In the palace of the Emperor of Shieling, Suzuki had the final say. Yili was a little puzzled. Why would Suzuki, who could be said to have absolute power in the harem, come all the way back to the Dachu state? Wasn't she afraid that Imo Xiaoyao would still hold a grudge against her for what happened all those years ago? Or was it because she was too confident in her looks that Imo Xiaoyao would fall at her feet? After reading Suzuki's life story, which was more like an unofficial legend, Yili pursed her lips in boredom and said, "I'll send it to Prince when I have time later." Lin Han nodded. He put the booklet aside and prepared to send it to Prince after he was done with his work. Zuidi requests to see third Miss Yi. Suzuki's soft voice came from outside the door. Yili frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Concubine Bai, please come in." Outside the door, Suzuki glanced angrily at the two guards at the door. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Can I go in now?" Unfortunately, the beauty's angry and charming appearance was like a stone puppet in the eyes of the two loyal guards. They said respectfully, "The princess invites concubine Bai in." Being addressed as noble consort Bai made her feel both angry and embarrassed. Everyone in the Mahist army knew that she was Imo Xiaoyao's fiancée, but the people around Imo Xiaoyao and Yili all called her concubine Bai. She couldn't help but wonder if they were deliberately mocking her. In fact, Suzuki thought too much. Most people in the Mahist army knew that Prince's former fiancée was the #1 beauty in the world, Suzuki. But they also knew that Suzuki was already dead. Even if she called herself Suzuki, as long as Prince didn't admit it, it wasn't true in the eyes of these people. Moreover, both the prince and the princess called her concubine Bai, so the subordinates naturally had to follow suit. With a soft snort, Suzuki stepped into the study. As soon as she entered the study, she saw Yili sitting behind the desk and looking at the booklet in her hand. Not far from the other side of the study, 2 tables were put together and were also piled with all kinds of books, booklets, and files. Lin Han and Zhuo Jing sat at the table, busy with the things in their hands. They didn't even look at the #1 beauty. It wasn't that they didn't like to look at the beauty, but this beauty kept bumping into Prince from time to time these days. Coincidentally, the prince was with the princess most of the time, and they were also with the princess most of the time. So it was inevitable that they saw the beauty more often. The world liked beauties because they were unattainable. If this beauty kept sticking to you and pestering you, no matter how beautiful the beauty was, it was inevitable that she would lose some of her luster. Looking at Yili's busy appearance, Suzuki's unwillingness grew even more. When she was still by Imo Xiaoyao's side, not to mention helping with the affairs, Imo Xiaoyao didn't even allow her to enter the study. But now, Yili was sitting in Imo Xiaoyao's seat and handling the affairs of the Ding King's residence. The thing that she didn't get before was obtained by someone who was inferior to her. How could Suzuki be reconciled with such a gap? "Miss Yi." Suzuki looked at the young woman who was still busy with her own affairs in an orderly manner and frowned unhappily. "Don't you know how to treat guests at all?" Yili raised her head and glanced at her, softly saying, "There are many Miss Yi in this world, but there is only one Princess Ding. If Imperial Concubine Bai knows how to treat guests, this consort will naturally know how to treat guests. Imperial Concubine Bai, please take a seat and serve tea." Suzuki bit her cherry lips and confirmed that Yili really didn't put her in her eyes at all. She snorted softly and turned to sit down at the side. Not long after, someone brought tea and placed it in front of Suzuki before silently taking his leave. Yili wrote the last word on the booklet in her hand before putting down the brush and looking up at Suzuki, Imperial Concubine by. Do you have something to discuss with this consort? Suzuki looked at Zhuojing and Lin Han, who were sitting at the side, and said, Zuidi has something to discuss with the princess in private. Yili pursed her lips and smiled. There's no need to be like this. The two of them are not only this consort's right-hand men, they are also loyal to the Ding Palace and the prince. No matter what Imperial Concubine Bai wants to say, there's no need to avoid them. Suzuki was very angry at Yili's stubbornness, but there was nothing she could do, because Yili was obviously not interested in what she wanted to say. Helpless, Suzuki could only stare at Yili and say, Does the princess not want to know my identity? Yili raised her eyebrows and smiled slightly at Lin Han. Lin Han, let Imperial Concubine Bai see the booklet just now. Lin Han responded, and got up to deliver the booklet to Suzuki. Suzuki looked at Yili strangely before flipping open the booklet in her hand. The more she read, the paler her face became. The booklet clearly investigated everything she had done in Xiling all these years. After all, even if Suzuki changed her name in Xiling, it was not considered too conspicuous. But in the end, she was still the emperor of Xiling's most beloved concubine. How could she completely disappear in front of everyone's eyes? As long as they knew that Bai Long was Suzuki, it would be easy to investigate her background. Suzuki put down the booklet in her hand somewhat dispiritedly. She glanced at Yili, who had a calm expression, and felt even more embarrassed in her heart. These? Xiaoyao knows all these? Yili said, I was just about to send it to him in a while. I won't allow you to show it to him. Suzuki screamed. Zhuojing and Lin Han, who were at the side, frowned at the same time. Looking at the stunning beauty who had finally lost her composure, their eyes were even more disapproving. Their princess consort had never lost her composure and acted so disrespectfully. Chapter 334. Yili picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. The slightly bitter herbal tea made her frown slightly. She raised her eyes and asked in confusion, Why? 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 In short, I won't allow you to show it to him. Suzuki said firmly. Yili said indifferently, Imperial Concubine Bai has misunderstood. What this concubine is saying is, why does Imperial Concubine Bai think that this concubine will listen to you? You. Suzuki's face turned green and white. After a while, she finally calmed down. She sat down again and even elegantly raised her hand to brush the white clothes on her body. She smiled sweetly at Yili and said, I know that the princess is jealous of me, right? That's right, after all, I grew up with Xiaoyao. Even if I was immature and left him in the past, now that I'm back, Xiaoyao will forgive me sooner or later. Are you scared? Yili silently glanced at Suzuki, then lowered her head and continued to look at the booklet on the table. Suzuki covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, Xiaoyao and I grew up together since we were young. He has never been willing to let me tire myself out to do anything. Seeing that you've worked so hard, when I reconcile with Xiaoyao in the future, I will leave you a place to stay. Yili rubbed the space between her eyebrows and looked at the woman in front of her who was happily directing and acting. She curled her lips and said, Go and invite the prince over. Tell him that Imperial Concubine Bai is suffering from hysteria. Zhuojing's expression twisted, then he quickly got up and dashed off. Emo Xiaoyao arrived very quickly. When he came in, Suzuki was staring at Yili in a daze. Suzuki now somewhat believed Genom of Gojoseon's words. Yili was definitely the most difficult woman to deal with in her life. Whether it was Imperial Concubine Lu, who was almost on par with her in the Chu capital, or the former empress who almost killed her in the Emperor of Xiling's palace, or even the current empress, they were all completely different from Yili. Suzuki boasted that she had seen many people in her life, but she had never seen a woman like Yili. Whether it was sowing discord or angering her, it was completely useless against her. It was as if she could not be angry or jealous at all. Facing her, Suzuki even felt like a clown. Xiaoyao. Seeing Emo Xiaoyao enter, Suzuki blinked and went up to greet him. Emo Xiaoyao stood at the door. His gaze swept over her and quickly landed on Yili, who was still sitting behind the desk. He asked softly, Lili, what's wrong? Yili casually used her chin to point at Suzuki, who was standing at the side and looking at Imo Shoyao pitifully. Imo Shoyao walked to Yili's side and sat down. Li, do as you see fit. I am in the middle of a discussion with General Liu and the others. Yili raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying, I don't dare. Imperial concubine Bai and the prince grew up together. No matter what, there is still some friendship between them. Imo Shoyao raised his eyebrows, saying, I was the second son of the Ding King when I was young. How could I grow up together with the young miss of the Bai family of West Hill? Yili narrowed her eyes at him. Then Imperial concubine Bai. Isn't Imperial concubine Bai a captive that we caught? Speaking of which, letting a captive run around the residence is your dereliction of duty. Li, Imo Shoyao said with a smile. Shoyao, you treat me as a captive? Suzui's body trembled, and she asked with a miserable expression. Imo Shoyao said lightly, You are the imperial concubine of West Hill, not a captive. Could it be that I colluded with the enemy, betrayed the country, and hid in the enemy's royal family? You are so cruel. Suzuki looked at the two people sitting side by side in front of her with a resentful expression, tears falling like rain. Imo Shoyao sneered and said indifferently, Put away your appearance. It is a waste to use it on I. I thought that Han Mingyue had told you what I said. Or, you thought that I was joking? Suzuki trembled. That's right, Han Mingyue had said it. But she was too confident in her appearance, and always thought that it was because Imo Shoyao had not seen her for too long. As long as Imo Shoyao saw her in person, he would definitely forgive her. Imo Shoyao said with a smile, It's good that you showed up yourself. I was worried that there was no place to find Han Mingyue. Stay in the mansion obediently for the next few days. When Han Mingyue arrives, I will deal with you together. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, and then asked, In your eyes, am I not as important as Han Mingyue? Do you hate me so much that you won't forgive me no matter what? Imo Shoyao said, Han Mingyue is the head of the Tianyi Pavilion, and her spies are all over the world. What are you? This time, Suzuki really believed that Imo Shoyao did not care about her. Han Mingyue was the head of the Tianyi Pavilion, and whether as a friend or an enemy, she was someone that Imo Shoyao would not ignore. But what was she? The most beautiful woman in the world? If Imo Shoyao could really be captivated by her beauty, how could she be so cruel as to leave him in the first place? I love you, Suzuki murmured softly. No matter how many men she had, even she herself could not deny that the only one she could truly love was the man in front of her. Imo Shoyao glanced regretfully at Yili, who was sitting beside him with her chin propped up and watching the show. Yili had never said that she loved him. If these words were said by Yili, just thinking about it, Imo Shoyao felt that his heart was filled with happiness and joy. The joy in his heart seemed to be about to burst out of his chest. Shoyao. Seeing that Imo Shoyao was lost in thought, Suzuki thought that he was wavering, and happily stepped forward to pull him. Imo Shoyao lowered his eyes and did not even look at Suzuki's hand, saying, Since Yili said that you have hysteria, go see a doctor. Zhuo Jing. Invite the doctor to Imperial Concubine Bai's courtyard later. Zhuo Jing stood up and replied, This subordinate obeys. Imperial Concubine Bai, please. Suzuki gritted her teeth and waved Zhuo Jing's hand away. She turned to glare at Imo Shoyao and said bitterly, I know, you will never forgive me, will you? Since that is the case, I might as well just die like this. After saying that, she turned around and slammed her head against the pillar next to her. Zhuo Jing was standing just a step away from her, and he could have grabbed her with a raise of his hand. But she did not know what Zhuo Jing was thinking, and he put his hand back down before he could touch Suzuki's clothes. Thus, with a bang, a bloody mark was left on the pillar. Suzuki's body went limp and slowly slid to the ground, the blood on her forehead flowing down her cheeks. Suzuki looked up at Imo Shoyao, who was still sitting beside Yili, and said with gritted teeth, You are so cruel. Looking at the unconscious Suzuki, Yili sighed in her heart. If she did not know what kind of person Suzuki was, Yili would not be able to help but pity her. Suzuki was cruel to herself, but she was also very unlucky. She had miscalculated the degree of cruelty Imo Xiaoyao had towards her. How could the second in line to the throne of the Ding Kingdom, the current prince of the Ding Kingdom, be a kind person who would repay evil with good? Yili did not dare to say that she knew a lot about people like Imo Xiaoyao, but at least she knew a little about him. Love wants one to live, hate wants one to die. If she was Su Zuidi, she would never choose to appear in front of Imo Xiaoyao again in this lifetime. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her face that was stained with blood with some regret and sighed. I don't know if she will be disfigured. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her with a smile. Is Lili worried about her? Chapter 335. Yili glanced at him and said with a cold laugh, No, this Fei is rejoicing in your misfortune. Imo Xiaoyao nodded and said in understanding, I understand. Li is jealous. Li, do not worry. In Ai's eyes, other than Li, there is no other woman at this time. Yili snorted lightly and ignored Imo Xiaoyao. But from the slight curve of her lips, it was possible to see a hint of joy. Imo Xiaoyao sighed inside and pondered how to get Li to admit that she loved him. Lin Han and Zhuo Jing tactfully retreated to find people to bring the unconscious beauty back to her own courtyard for treatment. Wang Fei had no interest in paying attention to her, and the prince did not seem to be in the mood to pay attention to her. Even though the wound on her forehead did not appear to be life-threatening, but if she was unlucky, there would be one less beauty in the world. The courtyard that Su Zuidi was temporarily living in was a small and remote courtyard in the governor's fu. The governor's fu was not large compared to the residences of the Wang Fu and high officials in Jing. It was very spacious when the governor's family had lived there. But now, the governor of Xinyang City had disappeared. Not only did Imo Xiaoyao and Yili move in, there was also Marquis Nan and the others, as well as most of the high-ranking generals stationed in Xinyang City. This way, Su Zuidi was able to be given a small courtyard in a remote corner of the inner courtyard. It was already preferential treatment. Waking up from her sleep, Su Zuidi reflexively touched her forehead. The thick gauze on her forehead and the clear pain caused her to feel both hate and regret. It was very much like Imo Xiaoyao's heartlessness. She knew very well how powerful Imo Xiaoyao's martial arts were. As long as Imo Xiaoyao did not want her to die, she would not be able to hit the pillar. She regretted her impulsiveness. If she ruined her beauty because of this, thinking about this, Su Zuidi hurriedly got off the bed and leapt towards the bronze mirror on the table. This small courtyard was probably the residence of an unfavored concubine of the governor's residence. Although there was no lack of women's necessities, it was completely different from what Su Zuidi was used to. These items were not exquisite at all. Even the bronze mirror was blurry and indistinct. Su Zuidi stared for a long time, but all she could see was a blurry shadow on the bronze mirror and a thick white cloth wrapped around her forehead. In a moment of panic, Su Zuidi reached out to remove the white cloth on her head. Ah, Miss Bai, you can't undo it. The maid who was serving Su Zuidi came in from outside and just happened to see her actions. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Impudent. After living like a princess for so many years, who dared to be so rude to her? Su Zuidi snapped. The maidservant was startled and hurriedly said, The doctor said that young miss must not touch it before the injury is healed. It would be bad if it left a scar. Hearing the girl's words, Su Zuidi finally calmed down. She stared at her and asked, You mean there won't be any scars on my face? The maidservant hesitated, then nodded and said, As long as Miss Bai recuperates well, it should not be. After receiving the maidservant's repeated affirmation, Su Zuidi finally relaxed. She sat in front of the bronze mirror and looked at her face in the blurry bronze mirror. She asked, Who sent me back? The little maidservant said, It was Zhuo Darren and Lin Darren who sent people to send young Miss back. Su Zuidi's hand paused. The prince did not come to see me? The maidservant looked at her strangely, but still respectfully replied, Young miss, the prince did not come. Hearing Su Zuidi throw the comb in her hand onto the table with a clatter, the little maidservant cautiously took 2 steps back. She was originally a maidservant of the governor's residence. Although she had escaped in the chaos of the war, she had no home to return to. Fortunately, the Wang Fei was kind enough to let her stay in the Fu. She had been sent to serve this beautiful Miss Bai. She had been happy, after all. To be able to see such a beauty was a blessing. But after a few days, she felt that this Miss Bai was very strange. When she heard the Wang Fei call Miss Bai Gui Fei Bai, even though she didn't know which Gui Fei she was, she still respectfully called her. But she didn't expect Miss Bai to fly into a rage and insist that she call her Miss Su. But Juadaran had said that the guest's surname was Bai, so she could only take a step back and call her Miss Bai. And Miss Bai always intimately mentioned the prince from time to time. Even though she was an ignorant maidservant, she could see that the prince's feelings for Miss Bai were not as warm as he was for the Wang Fei. Damn it, I don't believe that you don't have me in your heart at all. Looking dazedly at the blurry face in the bronze mirror, Su Zuidi frowned in disgust and said, "Go get a better mirror." Very quickly, Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao didn't have the mind to pay attention to Su Zuidi's tantrum because a shocking piece of news came from Jing. The emperor had thrown the entire Southern Marquis Fu into the prison on the charge of Southern Marquis and Southern Marquis Shitzi for treason. The emperor had already sent people to the border to escort Southern Marquis and Southern Marquis Shitzi back to Jing. Hearing this news, Southern Marquis instantly fell to the ground in shock. He couldn't say a word for a long time. After a long time, he gave a deep sigh. He had been low-key and cautious his entire life, but he hadn't thought that he still couldn't escape the emperor's suspicions. Southern Marquis Shitzi stood and was about to charge out when he was stopped by Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao at the door. Yi Li asked, "Where is Shitzi going?" Southern Marquis Shitzi said, "It's all because of my Southern Marquis Fu that has been implicated. I'm going to Jing to ask for forgiveness from the emperor." Before Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao could speak, Southern Marquis' angry voice came from inside the door, "Unfilial son, come back here." Looking at the absent-minded Southern Marquis Shitzi, Yi Li sighed and said, "Let's go back first. Let's hear what the Marquis has to say." Shitzi was impulsive. Southern Marquis Shitzi forced a smile and said, "What kind of Shitzi am right now?" The emperor had thrown the entire Southern Marquis Fu into prison and removed Southern Marquis from his position as Marquis. Southern Marquis Shitzi was no longer Shitzi. Stepping into the reception pavilion, Southern Marquis came forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Prince, Wang Fei, I've embarrassed myself." In the past month, Southern Marquis had suffered too many blows. He had been on a long journey and was tired. Even though Southern Marquis Shitzi had gotten better after returning, Southern Marquis Shitzi still looked weak. His originally gray hair was now almost completely white. Yi Li softly said, "Marquis, take care." Southern Marquis shook his head and forced a smile, saying, "Since ancient times, accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Even though I don't want to get involved, I can't avoid." Before he finished, he let out a long sigh. Imo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, "I have implicated Marquis Shitzi. To say that Southern Marquis had colluded with the enemy and committed treason, let alone Imo Xiaoyao, even Imo Jingqi, who was sitting in the palace, wouldn't believe it." However, Southern Marquis Shitzi had been rescued by the Ding King Fu. In the emperor's eyes, the Southern Marquis Fu and the Ding King Fu were on the same side. Furthermore, all these years, Southern Marquis Shitzi had pretended to be deaf and mute, not helping the emperor deal with the Prince Ding mansion. To the emperor, this was a kind of disloyalty. At this time, the emperor would no longer trust the Southern Marquis Fu. Southern Marquis forced a smile and said, "Prince, why do you say this? This Marquis is cowardly by nature and only wants to stay out of things. If it weren't for I'm afraid I wouldn't be willing to step into this mess. People who try in vain to benefit from both sides. Today's retribution is reaping what they sowed." Chapter 336. Marquis, you don't have to belittle yourself like this. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head. When Marquis Nan was young, he also had a time when he was in high spirits. In the following years, the regent Imo Lufeng died mysteriously, and the previous emperor passed away suddenly. After that, Imo Xiuan also suddenly contracted a disease, and tens of thousands of Mahist army perished at the border. Marquis Nan was a smart person. He saw things clearly and thought more. After seeing more and thinking more, he naturally became afraid. That was why Marquis Nan, who did not care about worldly affairs, appeared. Marquis Nan shook his head and did not speak. Yili frowned as she looked at Marquis Nan's gloomy face, and his eyes were desolate. She was shocked. Marquis Nan probably had the will to die. Marquis, as long as you are alive, there is hope. Don't forget that the Nan Marquis estate is still waiting for Marquis Nan's rescue. The heir also needs Marquis Nan's guidance. I hope Marquis Nan will take care. Marquis Nan was startled. He looked at the Nan Marquis heir standing beside him, and a determined expression flashed across his face. He said, "This Marquis will return to the capital now. My son, I hope Prince and Princess can take care of him." Marquis Nan, please reconsider. Yili frowned. If Marquis Nan brought the Nan Marquis heir back to the capital, the result might be death, but there was still a chance of survival. But if he left the Nan Marquis heir in the army and returned to the capital alone, he might not be able to return. Marquis Nan raised his hand to stop Yili. He said, "Thank you, Princess, for your good intentions. But the current emperor, this old man has watched him grow up. Compared to the prince and princess, this old man knows him better. Prince, the Ding royal estate has been loyal to the Dechu state for generations. I shouldn't have said this, but now there is no difference. As for the emperor, Prince should make plans early." The parlor was silent for a moment. Marquis Nan had already made it clear that returning to the capital was a dead end, but he still wanted to go back. Nan Marquis heir said in a low voice, "Father, I will go back with you." Marquis Nan glared at him. "Nonsense. If I don't return, do you want the Nan family line to end?" "Father, Prince, there are people from the capital. They said they are escorting Marquis Nan and Marquis Nan's son back to the capital." The guard outside reported. Imo Xiaoyao stood up and sneered. "I just received the news and the people from the capital have already arrived. Your Majesty has improved. Who is the visitor?" The imperial bodyguard replied, "Replying to Your Majesty, it is the Minister of the Supreme Court, Wang Jingchuan." Imo Xiaoyao frowned. Wang Jingchuan. Prince Ding was busy with a myriad of affairs every day. Naturally, he would not have any impression of such a minor character. Marquis Nan smiled bitterly and said, "He is Wang Zhaorong's elder brother from the palace, the second legitimate son of the Wang family." Imo Xiaoyao frowned and understood. Although the southern Marquis estate was neutral, it didn't mean that they didn't have any enemies. It just so happened that the Wang family and the southern Marquis estate didn't get along. The emperor had sent such a person to escort Marquis Nan and his son back to the capital. His intention to make things difficult and humiliate them was self-evident. Imo Xiaoyao gave a light snort and said, "Let him in." Not long after, a young man dressed in the uniform of a third-rank official walked in. This person's appearance could be considered not bad, but there was an air of hostility between his brows that made people feel that he wasn't a good person. Behind him was a young man dressed in the uniform of a seventh-rank official. Yili looked at the person and raised an eyebrow. This subject, Minister of the Supreme Court, Wang Jingchuan, greets the prince, Wang Jingchuan. Wang Jingchuan knew the severity of the situation. After entering, he immediately bowed to Imo Xiaoyao and Yili. The young man behind him also bowed. This subject, Minister of the Supreme Court, Zhou Yu, greets the prince, Wang Jingchuan. Imo Xiaoyao sat in his seat. He looked down at the two people on the ground and said lightly, "Rise. Why has official Wang come?" Wang Jingchuan stood up. His eyes flashed with a trace of pride as he said, "Reporting to Prince, this official has come under the Emperor's orders to escort the traitors Nan Yi and Nan Junfei back to the capital." Imo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. "Traitors?" Marquis Nan is I's deputy commander. Although the Marquis Nan's heir was defeated and captured, he still returned safely. After that, he repeatedly performed meritorious service in battle. Who is the traitor official Wang is talking about? Where is the evidence? Wang Jingchuan clearly didn't expect Imo Xiaoyao to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment before saying, "Prince, this is the Emperor's intention. Could it be that Prince wants to defy the imperial decree?" Imo Xiaoyao sneered. "Defy the imperial decree?" Where is the imperial decree? I heard that the Wang family and the Marquis estate have some grudges. I suspect that you are falsifying the imperial decree with the intention of harming the Marquis. Prince, please be careful with your words. Even if this official has a grudge with the Marquis estate, I wouldn't dare to do such a disgraceful thing. Where is the imperial decree? Imo Xiaoyao asked faintly. Wang Jingchuan choked. Facing Imo Xiaoyao's aggressive gaze, he could only say, "The emperor gave an oral decree." Oral decree? Imo Xiaoyao looked at the uneasy man in front of him with a faint smile and didn't say anything else. Wang Jingchuan lowered his head and stood uneasily in the hall. The entire hall suddenly seemed abnormally quiet. Under Prince Ding's gaze, Wang Jingchuan felt as if he could hear the sound of his heart beating out of his chest. A large patch of the back of his clothes was silently drenched. Just as Wang Jingchuan thought that he would collapse under Prince Ding's pressure, Zhou Yu, who was standing behind him, walked out. He bowed to Imo Xiaoyao and said respectfully, "Prince, please calm your anger. This official is just following orders. I asked Prince to make things easier." Following orders? Imo Xiaoyao said with a playful smile. Wang Jingchuan clearly felt Prince Ding's gaze move away from him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Wiping away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, Wang Jingchuan was even grateful to this somewhat taciturn young subordinate of his. Imo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "Following orders? Originally, I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. However, I'm sure you've heard of a saying. Prince, please guide us." Wang Jingchuan wasn't an idiot. No matter how happy he was that the Marquis estate was unlucky, he didn't care. Since Prince Ding wasn't happy right now, he didn't need to show off his happiness. Of course, the emperor would definitely stand on his side. However, if Prince Ding were to kill him in a fit of anger, the emperor was far away, and the Wang family wouldn't be able to hold their noses and accept it. Imo Xiaoyao looked at the two with a smile and said casually, "When a general is away, the emperor's orders are not to be followed." Wang Jingchuan paused and said with some difficulty, "Prince, I have come under orders. Please don't make things difficult for me, Prince." Imo Xiaoyao looked at him with an indifferent expression. Wang Jingchuan felt bitter in his heart. He secretly regretted that he had wanted to see his sworn enemy fall and snatch this job. Not to mention that he was just a third-level official, even if it was the first-level Prince Ding, who would dare to say no if he wanted to make things difficult for him. However, if he couldn't bring the Marquis and his son back, his good days would probably come to an end when he returned to the capital. Right now, our army is at war with Xi Ling. Rashly removing the deputy commander will be detrimental to the army's morale. Official Wang, when you return to the capital, tell the emperor this. If the emperor blames you, Official Wang can push the blame to I. Imo Xiaoyao clearly had no interest in making things difficult for Wang Jingchuan and said indifferently. Wang Jingchuan shook his head and said, "Prince, please forgive me. Marquis Nan's crime of treason cannot be forgiven. The emperor is already furious. He ordered me to bring the Marquis and his son back to the capital within half a month. Otherwise, I can only take my head to see the emperor. Prince, please be magnanimous and give me a way out." Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly. What a crime of treason! This result, is it the Supreme Court's verdict or the result of the joint investigation of the various ministries? Where is the evidence? Before Wang Jingchuan could figure out how to answer, Zhou Yu, who was standing beside him, said, "Prince, when the emperor received the news, he was immediately furious. He ordered us to bring the Marquis back to the capital before interrogating him." Imo Xiaoyao snorted lightly. Without interrogating him, and without even a decent piece of evidence, the Marquis Nan's entire family had been thrown into prison and executed. He snorted lightly and said, "In that case, I was negligent. The Marquis Nan was right next to you. Yet you didn't even notice that he was in cahoots with the enemy. Official Wang, why don't you bring a memorial to I asking for forgiveness? As for the Marquis Nan, once the war in the Northwest is over, I will personally escort him back to the capital." Chapter 337. This Wang Jingchuan hesitated with some unwillingness. Emo Xiaoyao said lightly, "Official Wang doesn't trust one?" Wang Jingchuan was shocked and quickly said, "I don't dare. To tell you the truth, Prince, the Emperor has decreed that if Marquis Nan and his son don't return to the capital within 15 days, regardless of age or gender, the head of the Nan Marquis estate will fall." On the side, Yi Li sighed in her heart. The Emperor had made up his mind to kill the Nan Marquis estate. The lives of the Nan Marquis family members would be in danger before Nan Marquis returned. Even if they wanted to rush back to save them now, it would be too late. Most importantly, with the Prince Ding Mansion's current position, it was impossible to secretly save them. If they wanted to ask the Emperor to spare them, they could only ask Emo Xiaoyao to personally return to the capital. But with the current war, it was even more impossible. Just as they were thinking, Nan Marquis suddenly walked out from the inner room and said calmly, "I will follow you back to the capital." Wang Jingchuan looked at Emo Xiaoyao. If Prince Ding didn't agree, even if Nan Marquis was willing to go with him, he wouldn't be able to take him away. Nan Marquis turned to Emo Xiaoyao and bowed, "Prince, I don't know when we'll meet again. Everything, I'll leave it to Prince." Emo Xiaoyao was silent for a moment and sighed. "I'm sorry, Marquis. Right now, he couldn't return to the capital to deal with this matter." Nan Marquis shook his head. "It's fate. It has nothing to do with Prince. I will take my leave now." He turned to Wang Jingchuan and said, "Official Wang, please." Wang Jingchuan looked at Marquis Nan. His eyes turned and he said, "Marquis Nan, if this official remembers correctly, your son is also here." Marquis Nan smiled indifferently and said, "This Marquis does not know what Sir is talking about." "You." In front of Emo Xiaoyao, Wang Jingchuan didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He took a deep breath and said to Emo Xiaoyao, "Since Prince won't interfere, I ask Prince to invite Nan Marquis out as well. I will also take my leave and return to the capital." Yi Li said indifferently, "This consort has never seen the southern Marquis heir." Wang Jingchuan was stunned and frowned. Why is Wang Fei deceiving herself? Marquis Nan's son was captured by the West Hill and later rescued by the princess. How could Wang Fei not have seen him before? Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "Lord Wang has just arrived from the capital, yet you know so much. You are truly well informed. However, Lord Wang's information might be a little off. This consort has indeed never met the southern Marquis heir. Or, does Lord Wang wish to search the governor's mansion and Suncreed City?" Wang Jingchuan quickly glanced at Prince Ding, who sat beside him with a cold expression, and shook his head. Even if the southern Marquis Crown Prince was really in the governor's residence, he did not have the guts to search. Moreover, Suncreed City, the governor's mansion, and even the cities in the northwest were all under Prince Ding's control. Who could be sure that the southern Marquis heir was definitely here? If he could not find him and angered Prince Ding, Wang Jingchuan was once again certain that he had taken on a hot potato this time. Wang Fei is right. I have never seen the southern Marquis heir. Since you want to escort the southern Marquis back to the capital, I will not keep you. Also, since you are in a hurry, I will send 2 shadow guards to escort you back to the capital." Wang Jingchuan's heart trembled and he could only say, "If that is the case, this humble subject will take his leave." Seeing the southern Marquis turn and leave without any reluctance, Yi Li sighed inwardly and stood up to send him off. "Take care, Marquis." The southern Marquis' smile had a rare trace of carefreeness. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, Wang Fei. Prince, take care." After sending off the southern Marquis heir rushed out with a face full of tears. Zhuo Jing and Lin Han followed behind him, their faces full of helplessness. If they had not pulled the southern Marquis heir, they would have rushed out already. Seeing the southern Marquis heir rush out the door, Yi Li stood up and asked, "Where are you going?" The southern Marquis heir paused. Zhuo Jing and Lin Han had already blocked his path on the left and right. The southern Marquis heir turned his head and said, "As a son and a husband, how can I watch my parents, wife, and children be wrongly imprisoned? Moreover, this matter started because of me." Yi Li walked in front of him and said indifferently, "What's the use of rushing out now? Apart from one more person being thrown into prison and escorted to the execution grounds? Or do you want to go to the Emperor to explain?" Do you think the Emperor will give you this opportunity? The Southern Marquis heir painfully covered his face. How could he not understand what Yi Li was saying? But right now, he was going to accompany his father back to the capital. He was going to accompany his family and face this together. What else could he do? Southern Marquis, there may be a way out. Looking at them, Imo Xiaoyao frowned slightly. The Southern Marquis heir looked at Imo Xiaoyao in surprise. Imo Xiaoyao frowned and said, Du Hua has the iron scroll that Emperor Gaozong bestowed upon the Hua family. Even the death penalty can be avoided. But the Southern Marquis heir hesitated. He had heard of the iron scroll, but in this dynasty, only the Hua family, who had saved Emperor Gaozong's life, had been bestowed a copy. Even the Ding King's residence, which had protected the country for generations, did not have such a thing. But with such a valuable item, the Hua family, Imo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and said, Du Hua will not be stingy with a dead object. I'm afraid. He was afraid that if Imo Jingqi was determined to take the Southern Marquis life, even if the Iron Scroll saved him, he would not be able to escape death. Yi Li clearly thought of Imo Xiaoyao's concerns. She nodded slightly and said to Lin Han, send a letter to Imo Hua. Tell him to do his best to protect the Southern Marquis. The Southern Marquis heir gradually calmed down. He bowed to the two and said, Nan Junfei thanks the princess. Yi Li shook her head and said, Heir, there is no need to be so courteous. The Southern Marquis heir smiled bitterly and said, My name is Junfei. In the future, Prince, please call me by my name. I am no longer an heir. Princess, just now, Lord Zhou left a letter for you. The guard outside the door presented a sealed letter. Yi Li raised her brows. She took the letter and looked at it curiously. There was no problem. Lord Zhou? The guard nodded and said, Just now, before he left, Lord Zhou privately gave this letter to me. He asked me to pass it to Prince. Imo Xiaoyao frowned and said, Does Yi Li know Zhou? When Zhou came in, Yi Li's expression showed a trace of surprise. Although it was fleeting, Imo Xiaoyao, who had been paying attention to her, still saw it. Yi Li shook her head and said, He should be this year's Jinshi. We met once last year. Even if Yi Li's memory wasn't photographic, it wasn't too far off. As soon as Zhou spoke, she remembered that it was the scholar who sold paintings at Shendexian last year. She did not expect that not only did he pass the Jinshi exam, he also became a registrar of the Supreme Court. Although his position was not high, it was a real vacancy. As long as his ability and luck were not too bad, he should have a good future. Opening the letter, Yi Li lowered her head to read it. Her expression immediately changed. She silently handed the letter to Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao looked at it, and his originally unhappy expression immediately darkened. He slapped the table and stood up. He said sternly, Someone, immediately chase after Marquis Nan. Kill anyone who dares to stop you. Zhuo Jing and Lin Han's expressions changed. They responded in unison and quickly walked out. Nan Junfei also knew that something had happened. His expression changed, and he also followed Zhuo Jing and Lin Han out. Only Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li were left in the hall. The atmosphere became even heavier. Seeing Imo Xiaoyao's dark expression, Yi Li did not say anything. She silently sat to the side and looked at him. After a long time, Imo Xiaoyao seemed to have finally awakened from his extreme anger. There was a trace of tiredness and helplessness between his brows. Picking up the letter on the table again, Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li with a bitter smile and said, Li, I'm so tired. Yi Li silently leaned on his shoulder and gently patted him on the shoulder. Imo Xiaoyao reached out a hand to hug the person sitting beside him. He absorbed the faint warmth from her body, but he was unable to resist the chill that rose from the bottom of his heart. Looking at the letter in his hand that was filled with familiar handwriting, was the Ding Palace really hated to such an extent? But the Emperor, aren't you afraid that the Chu state will be destroyed? Chapter 338. The letter was not written by Zhou Yu. It was written by old Du Hua. No one knew under what circumstances old Du Qua could only find Zhou Yu, a minor official who had only been in the court for half a year, to deliver this letter. The situation mentioned in the letter was truly chilling. Mo Jingqi agreed to cede the land of the 3 states and 11 cities in the northwest to Xiling, and the condition was that they would cooperate with Xiling to eliminate the entire Mahist army. Mo Jingli and the Nanzhao kingdom in the south would also participate in this operation. In other words, it was very likely that Nanzhao had already sent their troops into Snow Pass. Mo Jingqi is crazy, Yili said softly. Gathering the strength of 3 countries to deal with the Mahist army might work. But did Mo Jingqi consider that once the Mahist army was eliminated, Xiling and Nanzhao would really retreat as promised? What was the difference between this and asking people to spit out the meat they ate? Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, "He is indeed crazy. Li, you seem to have married a husband who is always troublesome." Yili smiled helplessly. "It's too late to know now." Marquis Nan and the others returned quickly. When Zhuojing and Lin Han intercepted them, they had just left the city gate. In less than 15 minutes, they returned to the governor's manor. Wang Jingchuan's expression was ugly. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness Prince Ding, what do you mean by this?" Marquis Nan also looked at Mo Xiaoyao with confusion. But he also understood that Prince Ding would not stop them for no reason. Mo Xiaoyao stared coldly at Wang Jingchuan and asked mildly, "Official Wang, is there anything you forgot to tell I?" Hearing this, Wang Jingchuan's heart turned cold. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the calm and indifferent Prince Ding was more terrifying than the Prince Ding who deliberately released his aura. He forced a smile. "Prince, what do you mean? Please forgive me for being dull." Mo Xiaoyao sneered. "What a dull. I did not know that His Majesty would send such a dull person to the northwest. Since Lord Wang doesn't remember, I might as well remind Lord Wang. For example, he secretly executed Marquis Nan on the way back to the capital. Surely, Lord Wang wouldn't forget about it?" Wang Jingchuan's eyes widened in shock. He had personally received this secret edict from the emperor just before he left the capital. It could be said that other than him, only the emperor knew. After receiving the imperial edict, he rushed to the northwest at top speed. Wang Jingchuan simply could not understand how the spies from the Ding King's residence were able to obtain such top-secret information even if they had the ability to reach the heavens. After hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, the southern marquis froze for a moment before smiling bitterly. Yili shook her head and said, "Marquis can stay here without worry, but I will have to inconvenience you for a few days." The manner of the southern marquis. The southern marquis smiled sadly and said, "Let's leave it to the heavens. I only hope that when the emperor hears that we have died, he will be merciful and let us go." After settling the southern marquis and his son, Lin Han received orders to arrange the scene of Wang Jingchuan's death. Although the southern marquis and his son and Zhou Yu were fake, at least Wang Jingchuan was the real deal. Lin Han was also an expert in disguise personally trained by Yili. Naturally, he would not leave behind any flaws at the scene. However, the southern marquis and his son would have to conceal their identities for the time being. These matters could only be considered small matters now. Yili and Mo Xiaoyao's attention was completely focused on the secret letter sent by Du Qua. After receiving the news, even the usually indifferent Feng Zhiyao could not help but be enraged. He jumped up from his chair and was about to lead his troops back to the capital when Mo Xiaoyao stopped him. Feng Zhiyao said with a heavy expression, "It has already come to this point. Prince still wants to protect Mo Jingqi? He still wants to protect the Chu state? Mo Jingqi doesn't even care about this country. Why should we interfere?" Mo Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He said in a low voice, "I never wanted to protect Mo Jingqi. The Mahist army also doesn't want to protect the Chu state's vast territory. It's the people living on this land. Feng San, if we break off relations with Mo Jingqi now and ignore Xiling, Nanzhao, and Beirong, the Chu state will be in chaos." Feng Zhiyao said coldly, "Then what should we do now? Even if we don't say anything, will Mo Jingqi just let it go? If we fight with Xiling, can Prince guarantee that he won't stab us in the back?" Mo Xiaoyao was silent. He could not guarantee it. For Mo Jingqi to sign such an agreement with Xi Ling, it meant that he was already prepared to stab the Mahist army in the back at any time. But now, a pair of warm and soft hands gently held his. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and met Yi Li's smiling eyes. Yi Li looked at Feng Zhiyao, who had never been so angry before. It's right not to announce it now. We don't have evidence. These years, Mo Jingqi has cultivated quite a lot of forces. The Mahist army only has 700,000 soldiers. Feng San, do you still remember how many soldiers the Chu state has? Chapter 339. Feng Zhiyao was startled. He gradually calmed down and thought for a moment before saying, more than 2 million. Also, Mo Jingqi is the emperor. He may have hidden armies that we don't know about. Yi Li nodded. Once we shed all pretense of cordiality, most of the time, the commoners will still believe the imperial family. Even if the commoners believe us, it will be beneficial in the long run, but it won't be beneficial in the short term. As for us, it is very likely that we will have to face more than 2 million soldiers. The Mahist army, no matter how brave they are, they won't be able to stand at the top of so many soldiers. Feng Zhiyao said unwillingly, are we just going to endure it? Yi Li shook her head. It's not that we're going to endure it. We need time. Feng Zhiyao was silent for a long time before saying in unison, I understand. But Princess Consort, I need to return to the capital. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. What can you do if you return to the capital? Feng Zhiyao smiled bitterly. Prince, even the shadow guard in the capital hasn't received this news yet. You and I both know where this news came from. I'm worried, Mo Xiaoyao said. You'll be more dangerous for her if you go back. Feng San, you've never been a patient person. Feng Zhiyao said dejectedly, that's right. All these years, if it wasn't for Prince stopping me, Mo Xiaoyao looked at him and raised his eyebrows. You blame me? Feng Zhiyao shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, I know. No matter what I do, she won't go with me. Prince, saved both of our lives. Mo Xiaoyao said, don't worry and stay in the northwest. I promise that even if all the people in the capital are dead, she will still be alive. Feng Zhiyao suddenly raised his head, looking at Mo Xiaoyao. Prince has arranged for people. Mo Xiaoyao said, we grew up together. Besides, she has helped the Ding Kingdom a lot these years. How could I not care about her life and death? Feng Zhiyao's eyes flashed with relief. He sat down again. Thank you, Prince. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, I didn't do it for you. Feng Zhiyao smiled and said, I know. I thank Prince on my behalf. After appeasing Feng Zhiyao, Yi Li tapped her slender fingers and said thoughtfully, last time, we schemed against Lei Jinting. It seems that he is determined to get back at us this time? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, whether or not there was the last time, Lei Jinting will deal with the Mahist army by hook or by crook. After the defeat that year, the Mahist army had long become a sore point for Shiling Jinim of Gojoseon. This year, Jinim of Gojoseon was almost 50 years old. For a general, it could be said that he was in the prime of his life. But if it dragged on, he would never have the chance to defeat the Mahist army and avenge the humiliation of that year. Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, I'm afraid that you will be very busy recently. Leave Xinyang to me. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li apologetically. They had only been married for a little more than a year, even though he had always said that he would let Yi Li live the life she wanted. But in reality, from the day they were married, Yi Li had not had a single day of peace. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and smiled. The ones who fly away in the face of disaster are not people, but birds. Or does Prince not believe in my ability? Mo Xiaoyao smiled, admiring the confidence and pride in the person in front of him. He said softly, then, Xinyang's defense and political affairs will be handed over to Yi Li? Yi Li nodded. Don't worry, I will. Duquoi's news was too sudden, but Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li both knew that Duquois would not make such a joke unless he was completely confident. Even though there were no movements yet, Mo Xiaoyao had to preemptively arrange the Mahist army's troops in order to deal with the possibility of multiple battles in the future. And in Xinyang, Xiaoyao did not have much time to ask too many questions. After ordering people to send a copy of the maps drawn from the information gathered by Qi Lin to Xiaoyao, Yili had people tidy up a new study and quickly moved in. Wang Fei, noble consort by, has been clamoring to see Prince. Yili was deep in thought as she stared at the map in front of her when Qin Feng came in and reported in a low voice. Right now, Yili was in charge of all affairs in Xinyang, including the tens of thousands of Mahist army soldiers guarding Xinyang City. Xiaoyao was so busy every day that Yili had to deal with the matter of Suzuki alone. Yili frowned and said, "If you did not mention it, I would have almost forgotten about her. Do you have any information on Han Mingyue's whereabouts?" Qin Feng said, "According to the news from Xiling, Han Mingyue has indeed left Xiling and entered Dechu State, but we have not found his whereabouts yet." Yili rubbed her forehead and said, "As expected of Master Mingyue, who specializes in intelligence, I feel that he is near Xinyang." Qin Feng nodded in agreement and said, "Based on Han Mingyue's concern for Suzuki, it is very likely that he is near Xinyang. Unfortunately, Han Mingyue himself is an expert in concealing his whereabouts. As long as he does not show himself for a while, it will be very difficult for us to find his whereabouts." Yi Li's smile was extremely cold. "If he has a weakness, then we don't have to worry about not being able to catch him. However, I am not in a hurry to catch Han Mingyue. Rather, it is the Tianyi Pavilion behind him. Although the Tianyi Pavilion strongholds in Dechu State have already been eradicated by the prince, there are still many who have followed Han Mingxi in abandoning the dark for the light. However, it is inevitable that there will not be fish that have escaped the net. This kind of existence is a fatal threat to the current Mahist army." Qin Feng raised his eyes and asked curiously, "What plans does Wang Fei have?" Yili said indifferently, "It will depend on Han Mingyue's feelings for Suzuki. Secretly have people spread the news that I am jealous of the old relationship between Suzuki and the prince, and have been making things difficult for her every day. I even plan to kill her behind the prince's back." Qin Feng was startled and asked with some hesitation, "Will Han Mingyue fall for it?" Yili raised her eyes and revealed a faint smile. "You think I am joking?" Qin Feng did not understand. "What does Wang Fei mean?" Yili smiled and said, "If Han Mingyue does not come, I will tear apart Suzuki and give it to him piece by piece. Those who seek glory and betray the country die. This subordinate obeys." In a small town near Xinyang, Han Mingyue, who had not been seen for a long time, sat by the window in an inconspicuous house. His handsome face was filled with many vicissitudes of life and exhaustion, as well as deep worry. "Young master," a gray-clothed man pushed open the door and entered, respectfully greeting him. Han Mingyue turned his head and asked, "Is there any news?" The man nodded and said, "Miss Su is indeed in the governor's office in Xinyang City, but our people are completely unable to get close to her." Han Mingyue was not surprised and said in a low voice, "She has been placed under house arrest by Prince Ding." The gray-clothed man shook his head and said, "Prince Ding does not seem to have any interest in Miss Su. Ever since Miss Su entered the governor's office, Prince Ding has basically not asked about her. Right now, all of the affairs in Xinyang City have been handed over to Princess Ding to handle." Han Mingyue was startled and turned to look at him. "All of the affairs in Xinyang City have been handed over to Princess Ding? Then what is Prince Ding doing?" The gray-clothed man frowned slightly and said, "This subordinate suspects that Prince Ding has already found out about Genom of Gojoseon's plan and is very likely to have already made arrangements in secret. Otherwise, right now, there are still hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed outside Xinyang City. Prince Ding would definitely personally take charge of the military affairs. Young master, this matter, should we report it to Genom of Gojoseon?" Chapter 340. Han Mingyue glanced at him indifferently and asked, "We are here for Drunken Butterfly's comfort. The Maist army has nothing to do with us. Do you understand?" The gray-clothed man was slightly startled and immediately nodded. "This subordinate understands. This subordinate doesn't know anything. Since we already know Miss Su's whereabouts, should we send people to rescue her?" A trace of hesitation flashed across Han Mingyue's face, and he frowned. Rescue her. Based on their past relationship, Prince Ding shouldn't hurt her. Then, it would be safer for her to stay in Suncreed City. The gray-clothed man said in a low voice, but, according to the news from the governor's office, Miss Su isn't living very well there. A few days ago, she even injured her forehead. Also, the Ding King's consort seems to be very dissatisfied with Miss Su's former status as Prince Ding's fiancée. Now that Prince Ding doesn't care about the governor's office and Suncreed City, Miss Su might not be very well. Princess Ding, Yili, Han Mingyue frowned. He had only met that Princess Ding a few times, but it seemed that every time they met, it wasn't pleasant. Even so, he couldn't help but envy his former good friend's good luck. Princess Ding was a very outstanding wife. She was even more suitable for Imo Xiaoyao and the Ding King's residence than Su Zuidi, who was the #1 beauty in Dechu State. Smart, sharp, strong, decisive, and at the same time, she had enough perseverance and courage. If she wanted to make things difficult for Su Zuidi and Prince Ding didn't care at all, Su Zuidi wouldn't be able to win against Yili no matter what. Han Mingyue understood what kind of person the woman he adored was. In his dreams at night, he would even silently ask himself if everything he did was worth it. But, send people to keep an eye on the governor's office. If there's any movement, report it immediately. This subordinate understands. The gray-clothed man respectfully lowered his head. Han Mingyue thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "Get ready. I will go to Xinyang personally." The gray-clothed man was startled, and said with some disapproval, "Young master, please reconsider. Now that the gates of Xinyang are closed, it will not be easy to enter or leave." Han Mingyue said firmly, "Go and prepare." "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Wang Fei, these days, the Shieling army is still stationed 20 li outside of Xinyang City. However, heir apparent of Jinnam of Gojoseon has secretly led close to 200,000 men south. It seems that he is preparing to rendezvous with the Southern Army. I speculate that Shieling might be planning to circle behind our army and attack Xinyang from both sides. Yili walked along the winding corridors of the governor's office as she listened to Zhuo Jing's report behind her. Hearing Zhuo Jing's words, Yili's brows furrowed slightly. She continued walking without stopping as she said, "Send a copy of the news to the prince. Has there been any movement from the Shieling soldiers outside the city?" Zhuo Jing said, "These days, there has been no movement outside the city. What is Jinnam of Gojoseon doing?" Yili asked. Zhuo Jing frowned deeply and said, "These days, the Shieling army has not moved. There has been no news from Jinnam of Gojoseon." Yili paused and thought for a moment before saying, "Send someone to investigate whether Jinnam of Gojoseon is in the army. Also, tell the prince to be careful in Jiangxia. Lei Tingfeng may not be leading troops south to attack Xinyang." "Yes," Zhuo Jing nodded and said, "These days, that person in the side courtyard has been making a lot of noise. Princess, how do you think we should deal with her?" Yili glanced at a small courtyard in the northwest corner. She could not see anything as she walked along the corridors. However, these days, Su Zuidi had been making a fuss in the courtyard, wanting to go out. Yili knew about this. She smiled faintly and said, "If she wants to make a fuss, then let her. Is there any news from Han Mingyue?" Zhuo Jing nodded and said, "Yesterday, we received news that Han Mingyue's Tianyi Pavilion was found in a small town near Xinyang. However, by the time we got there, they were already gone." Princess's deduction was correct. Han Mingyue is near Xinyang. Yili thought for a moment and smiled. Perhaps he has already entered the city. As long as he has entered, we will not have to worry about not being able to find him. Xinyang is not the same as it was before. Originally, Xinyang City had a large population and a mix of good and bad people. However, now, other than the military, there were not many ordinary citizens in Xinyang City, not to mention the merchants who came and went. It would not be easy for Han Mingyue's group to hide their tracks. Be careful in the governor's office. Don't let anyone break in and take them away. As soon as you discover the whereabouts of Han Mingyue's group, immediately seal off Xinyang City. Only entry and exit are allowed. Han Mingyue wouldn't think that it would be so easy to enter Xinyang City now, would she? If she had not left someone behind to walk right into the trap, not even a fly would be able to enter Xinyang City. Zhuo Jing smiled. Princess, please do not worry. We may not be as good as Han Mingyue, but it would not be easy for Han Mingyue to take someone from our hands. Yili nodded and stood in front of the door to her new study. She said to Zhuo Jing, "Go and do your work." Zhuo Jing bowed and left. Yili stepped into the room and saw Mo Xiaoyao sitting behind the desk, reading. She asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Mo Xiaoyao had been extremely busy these past few days. The two of them had not seen each other for 2 days. Mo Xiaoyao put down the book and laughed lightly. "What? Does Princess Li not want to see me?" Yili glanced at him. "I had Zhuo Jing deliver something to you, but you're here. Didn't he make a wasted trip?" Mo Xiaoyao stood with a smile and pulled her to sit down. "It's Ai's fault. If there's anything important, Princess Li can just tell me. It's rare for me to have some free time to come see Princess Li." Yili rubbed her forehead and looked helplessly at the files on the table. "Prince still has time to have some free time, but I'm too busy." Mo Xiaoyao looked at the things on the table and frowned. He asked worriedly, "Why are there so many things? Princess Li doesn't have enough people by her side. Why don't I send a few more people to you?" Yili waved her hand. "No need. You're also very busy. There are many things waiting to be done in Suncrete City. It'll be fine after a while. I reckon that Han Mingyue will have some results in a few days. By then, NC should be back. I have enough people by my side." Mo Xiaoyao pulled her into his arms and muttered with some dissatisfaction, "If I'd known that Princess Li was so good at training people, I would have forgotten to send a few female guards to Princess Li." Yili raised her eyebrows. "Is Prince jealous?" "My wife is wise." Mo Xiaoyao laughed softly. Yili snorted softly. "Prince is getting better and better. Now he's even jealous of the people by my side?" Mo Xiaoyao sighed with some resentment. He didn't want to make himself seem like a resentful husband, but Princess Li was getting more and more dazzling. The time he spent with her was obviously less than the time he spent with Zhuo Jing and Qin Feng. Most importantly, Princess Li hadn't said that she loved him. Zhuo Jing and the others were going to get married soon. If you're too busy, then let second brother come over to help you. Yili rolled her eyes. Second brother came in the name of supervising the army. What's wrong with him following me? I'm not worried about second brother, Mo Xiaoyao said quietly. Chapter 341. Within an ordinary residence in Xinyang City, Han Mingyue sat on a bamboo couch with a gloomy face, looking at the gray-clothed man kneeling on one knee. "What did you say?" The gray-clothed man's face showed no signs of fear, calmly replying, "Reporting to young master, our men are completely unable to get close to Miss Su." Han Mingyue waved his hand, and the porcelain on the table fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. "Trash. I don't believe that in just a few days, Princess Ding would be able to surround the governor's mansion so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape, leaving you with no openings at all." The gray-clothed man pondered for a moment before saying, "Princess Ding seems to have a unique way of arranging her guards. 2 months ago, all the countries had gathered their men, but they were still unable to completely break into the Ding mansion. I think, with our current manpower, it is impossible to safely take Miss Su away from the governor's mansion." Han Mingyue said in a low voice, "Then get more men. Even if we have to get all the men from the northwest, we must save Drunken Butterfly." The gray-clothed man frowned slightly and said, "Young master, please reconsider. If too many people suddenly appear in Xinyang City, I'm afraid it will arouse Princess Ding's suspicions. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for Miss Su." Han Mingyue closed his eyes and sighed softly. "Forget it. I'll leave it to you. If you need any men, go ahead and pick them. You must ensure Drunken Butterfly's safety." The gray-clothed man hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I understand." Han Mingyue frowned and asked, "Has there been any news from the governor's mansion?" The gray-clothed man said, "Other than a serving maid, Princess Ding does not allow anyone to get close to Miss Su. I've sent men to get close to that maid, but that maid is extremely loyal to Princess Ding and will not help us get close to Miss Su. But I've managed to get some information from her. Miss Su's head is indeed injured, and although a doctor has been called to treat it, I'm afraid it will leave a scar. And Miss Su has been calling for help these days, but the courtyard is surrounded by the Prince Ding Mansion's shadow guards. I'm afraid Miss Su is." Han Mingyue's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache and waved his hand. "Enough. Quickly save drunken butterfly. Yi Li. If you hurt her, don't blame me for being merciless." In the West Hill barracks, Jinnum of Gojoseon looked at the news he had just received. He was no longer as gloomy as he had been a few days ago. He was obviously in a good mood. Why isn't Han Mingyue here yet? Looking at the information in his hand, Jinnum of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with determination as he asked the attendant beside him. The person standing at the side was startled for a moment before replying to the prince. "Young Master Han arrived a few days ago." Jinnum of Gojoseon frowned and asked, "Why didn't he come to see me when he arrived?" Regarding Han Mingyue, Jinnum of Gojoseon actually didn't think highly of Jinnum of Gojoseon. Betraying his homeland, friends, and brothers for a woman. Not only would such a person not amount to much, in Jinnum of Gojoseon's eyes, there was also a limit to the amount of trust he could give him. If not for the fact that Han Mingyue's Tianyi Pavilion was indeed a force he desperately needed, Jinnum of Gojoseon wouldn't have paid any attention to him at all. Replying to the prince, "Young Master Han." Young Master Han didn't come to the barracks. I heard that he went directly to Xinyang. Bang! Jinnum of Gojoseon slammed the table and stood up. His imposing face was filled with anger. The attendants in the tent were so frightened that they all knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Jinnum of Gojoseon sneered and said, "Han Mingyue, I only thought that he was arrogant because of his talent, but it turns out that he's a fool." Prince? The attendants who followed Jinnum of Gojoseon were naturally his trusted aides. They were well aware of Han Mingyue's identity. Although the prince despised Han Mingyue's character, he had always praised his talent. Where did the word fool come from? Jinnum of Gojoseon sneered and said, "Does he think that it's so easy to enter Xinyang City? I'm just afraid that he won't be able to come out." The attendant was startled and asked tentatively, "Your Highness, should we inform young Master Han?" Jinnan Wang sat down again. He lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "Han Mingyue, this person, humph. He'll be killed by a woman sooner or later. Forget it. I'm afraid it's too late to inform him now. Send someone to deal with the Tianyi Pavilion's men in the northwest. I'm afraid something bad will happen." The attendant hesitated for a moment before reporting truthfully, "The Tianyi Pavilion has always been under young Master Han's sole control. Other people don't have young Master Han's official seal, so they don't know the details of the Tianyi Pavilion. I'm afraid." "Bastard, send someone into the city. No matter what, you must bring Han Mingyue back alive." Jinnum of Gojoseon's face darkened as he said coldly, "Yes, Prince." Young Master Han rashly entered the city because of Bai, Imperial concubine. What if? Don't worry about it. I just want Han Mingyue to come back alive. Otherwise, his Tianyi Pavilion will be ruined. Bai Long was beautiful, but in the eyes of someone like Jinnum of Gojoseon, the value of a beauty was not as high as power. Since Bai Long was no longer of any use to him, he naturally had to rescue Han Mingyue, who was more valuable. If Bai Long died, Han Mingyue and Imo Xiaoyao would be mortal enemies. This was also in line with the benefits he needed. I understand. Xinyang City. In a secluded courtyard in the governor's mansion, Su Zuidi sat in front of the window with a gloomy face, lost in thought. She was proud of her peerless beauty. Over the years, her flower-like beauty had mesmerized many heroes, nobles, and emperors. She went from being the daughter of a government official in Dechu State whose parents were both dead, to being the fiancée of the second son of the Prince Ding Mansion, to being the daughter of the Bai family of Xiling, and finally becoming the imperial concubine of Xiling. She had never doubted her beauty. But now, it was because she was too confident in herself that she was imprisoned in this small courtyard. She used to think that even if Immerse Xiaoyao blamed her for leaving him behind when he was seriously injured, as long as she came back and apologized to him, Immerse Xiaoyao would definitely forgive her and be overjoyed. But she remembered that day in the study, when she crashed into the pillar. She saw Immerse Xiaoyao's indifferent expression. There was not the slightest ripple in his calm eyes. It was as if the person in front of him was not someone who was about to die from crashing into a pillar, but an ordinary servant reporting to him. At that moment, she clearly understood one thing. Immerse Xiaoyao did not care about her. He would not be captivated by her beauty, nor would he feel pity for her. But because of this, the love she had always hidden in her heart grew even stronger. She was madly jealous of Yili. That man should have been hers, and the position of Princess Ding should have been hers. But now, she was imprisoned here by Yili, unable to move. "Miss, it's time to eat." A servant girl walked over with a light meal and said carefully. This beautiful Miss Bai was not easy to serve. These days, the maidservants who served her had already deeply realized this point. "Get out. Tell Yili that if he doesn't let me out, I will starve to death here," Su Zuidi said harshly. The servant girl raised her head to look at her, then immediately lowered it again and said in a small voice, "The princess said, even if Miss Bai starves to death, the prince will not blame her. So, if Miss Bai doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Miss Bai, don't be angry with the princess." Chapter 342. Impossible. Su Zuidi got up and fiercely glared at the cautious maid in front of her, saying, "Xiaoyao wouldn't do this to me. I want to see Yili. Tell her to come out and see me." Looking at the beautiful and crazy woman in front of her, the maid was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. "Miss Su. Princess is very busy. You should eat quickly. This servant will leave it here." After saying that, she put the food on the side table and ran out as if there was a man-eating monster behind her. Su Zuidi looked sideways at the food on the table. There were 4 simple side dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice. There were no exquisite ingredients, no superb cooking, and even the knife skills were ordinary. At a glance, she could tell that it was a home-cooked meal for ordinary people. Su Zuidi had been living a life of luxury all these years. No matter what, the best always belonged to her. How could she take a fancy to such things? With a wave of her hand, she waved all the food to the ground. The maid had just run out when she heard the noise inside and hurriedly came back. Looking at the mess on the ground, she said helplessly, Miss Bai." Su Zuidi raised her chin and said coldly, "How can I eat such lowly things? Go change it and make it again." The maid said awkwardly, "But now everyone eats like this." "Impudent," Su Zuidi said angrily. "Do you know who this young lady is? You actually dare to make me eat this kind of thing." "But His Highness and Princess Consort also eat these. Miss Bai, these dishes are very delicious. You are too wasteful." Now that the Shieling army was besieging the city, although there was enough food in the city, the vegetables were gradually becoming scarce. Even the prince and princess only had to eat a simple meal every day. They didn't even have to cook for Miss Bai. Su Zuidi was so angry that her face turned blue. After getting along with this maid these days, she already somewhat understood her. She looked as timid as a mouse and would cry after saying a few words, but sometimes she was so stubborn that it drove people crazy. And she couldn't even punish her, because once she acted excessively, the guards outside would come in to stop her. Su Zuidi, who was quite angry, snorted and said, "Get out." The little girl carefully glanced at her, and then respectfully retreated. Miss Bai was still angry, so it was better to come in later to clean up. She was the only one left in the room. Su Zuidi looked at the mess of food on the floor and felt irritated. She hadn't eaten anything after throwing a tantrum in the morning and at noon, so she was indeed a little hungry now. Thinking of the suffocating days, she gritted her teeth and returned to her room. "Yili, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, this imperial concubine will make you beg for death." Drunken butterfly. An extremely soft call came from the corner. Suzuki was startled and turned around to look. Unknowingly, Han Mingyue had appeared in the corner behind the window. Suzuki stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly came back to her senses and cried out in surprise, "Mingyue?" Han Mingyue shook her head, indicating for her to lower her voice. Suzuki came back to her senses and looked out the window vigilantly. She went up and closed all the half-closed windows. She turned around and said angrily to Han Mingyue, "Why are you only here now? Do you know how badly I've been bullied?" Han Mingyue looked at the floor and said with a helpless and bitter smile, "Sorry, you've been wronged." Han Mingyue carefully looked at Suzuki and let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Although she had lost some weight, she didn't seem to have been tortured. The wound on her forehead wasn't very obvious either. Even if there was a scar left in the future, it wouldn't be to the extent that it would affect her appearance. When Suzuki saw Han Mingyue's arrival, she only revealed a look of joy for a moment, but she quickly restrained her smile and said, "Did you bring the purple stamen dew?" Han Mingyue frowned and said, "Princess Ding didn't give you any medicine? Does your wound still hurt?" The mention of Yili clearly touched Suzuki's bottom line. She flicked her sleeves and said angrily, "Don't mention that slut." Han Mingyue sighed and took out a delicate little porcelain bottle from his chest and handed it to Suzuki. Suzuki took the porcelain bottle and sniffed it, then turned with satisfaction and went into the room to apply the medicine in front of the bronze mirror. Han Mingyue followed her into the bedroom. Looking at the simple furnishings in the room, she understood where Suzuki's anger towards that little girl came from. She had never been able to endure hardships since she was young. No matter what was slightly inferior, she wouldn't settle for it. But now she was locked up in this simple and crude place by Yili. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. After applying the medicine, Suzuki was finally in the mood to turn around and look at Han Mingyue. She was satisfied to see a trace of infatuation and adoration in his eyes. This made her confidence recover a lot from the setbacks and blows she had suffered here these past few days. Slightly raising her head, Suzuki asked softly, "Mingyue, are you here to save me?" Han Mingyue's expression changed slightly. She sighed and nodded. "If not to save you, why would I come here? I've arranged for people to receive us outside. We can leave here in a little while." Suzuki was startled. She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "No, we can't leave like this." Han Mingyue frowned. "What else do you want here?" Suzuki gritted her teeth and said, "Yili, that slut. Help me kill her." Han Mingyue's smile was somewhat forced and bitter. He looked deeply at Suzuki and tried to reason with her. "Zuidi, I promised. I won't do anything to Yili again. Not only because of Imo Xiaoyao, but also because of Han Mingxi." No matter how much Han Mingyue was infatuated with Suzuki, Han Mingxi was still his only blood brother. He was the closest person to him by blood in this world. He was well aware of his brother's feelings for Yili. Although he knew that it was only Han Mingxi's wishful thinking, Han Mingyue knew that if he really did anything to Yili, Han Mingxi would definitely not forgive him. He had never really thought of becoming enemies with the little brother he had raised since childhood. Suzuki's expression changed and she sneered, "Promise. Another promise. I knew that in your heart, I'm nothing. Since that's the case, why do you still care if I live or die? I don't need you, young Master Han, to save me. Even if I'm killed by Yili, it's my own fault. You can leave by yourself. Don't worry about me." "Zuidi," Han Mingyue said in a low voice, "now is not the time to be willful. It's already good enough that we're able to get out safely. It's impossible for us to touch Yili. You should also understand these days that Imo Xiaoyao will not stand on your side." Suzuki choked when her sore spot was hit. She also understood that Han Mingyue was right, but she was unwilling to let Yili go just like that. She rolled her eyes and looked at Han Mingyue, saying coquettishly, "So you're saying that you'll help me teach her a lesson when you have the chance in the future, right?" Han Mingyue was startled. What he meant was that he wanted Zuidi to stop provoking Yili, but it was clearly not the time to reason with her. He could only nod perfunctorily and say, "There will be a chance in the future." Suzuki smiled sweetly and lowered her eyes, saying, "I knew that only you, Mingyue, treat me the best in this world. How could she not tell that Han Mingyue was patronizing her? But it didn't matter. As long as Han Mingyue agreed, she would always have a way to make him do as she said. Suzuki had always had unlimited confidence and means when it came to Han Mingyue. Chapter 343. If you want to deal with this consort, why do you have to pick a time? Isn't this consort right here? A faint and lazy laugh came from outside. Han Mingyue's heart shook, and he became alert. He hadn't noticed that someone had entered the reception pavilion outside. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Han, it's been a long time since we parted in Guangling. Does young Master Han not want to come out and catch up?" Han Mingyue lowered his head to look at Suzuki. He smiled reassuringly at her and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Let's go out and take a look." Passing through the screen and out of the room, Yili was sitting lazily on a soft couch in the reception pavilion. She looked at the two people in front of her with a smile. Seeing Han Mingyue, she smiled and said, "Young Master Mingyu has good methods. It seems that Xinyang City and the governor's manor are free for young Master Mingyu to come and go as he pleases." If Han Mingyue still didn't understand, he wouldn't be the head of the Tianyi Pavilion who controlled the world's intelligence network. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that Princess Ding has been merciful. If Princess Ding had such a capable subordinate, how could she have allowed him to enter the governor's manor for so long without noticing? She had probably set up a net long ago and was waiting for him to walk right into it." Yili smiled and said softly, "Young Master Mingyu is deeply affectionate and can be called the saint of love. This consort admires you greatly. Since noble consort Bai is here, how could young Master Mingyu not come?" Han Mingyue heard the mockery in Yili's words. He smiled faintly and didn't reply. Yili propped her chin up with her hand and looked at the two indifferently. Originally, this consort shouldn't have made things difficult for young Master Han out of respect for Mingxi. But the current situation is a bit special, so I have no choice but to offend you. Han Mingyue raised his hands in a greeting and said with an easy smile, "Landing in Wang Fei's hands, Han Mingyue accepts wholeheartedly and will be at Wang Fei's disposal." Yili nodded slightly. Looking at the man in front of her who was as elegant as ever, she felt a thread of regret. Han Mingyue was not lacking in family background, appearance, ability, and means. In fact, she was much better than ordinary people. It was no wonder that he was able to become Emo Xiaoyao's good friend in his youth. It was a pity that even though he was supposed to be a genius, he had fallen to his current state because of love. Han Mingyue did not have an easy time in West Hill. Even if he had a powerful force like the Tianyi Pavilion, as long as he could let go of Suzuki, he would be able to live a carefree life wherever he went. However, he was entangled with Suzuki. The royal family of West Hill did need the power in his hands, but they treated him as an outsider and guarded against him. He even eyed the power in his hands covetously. Other people's things were not as convenient as his own, was it not? "Take young Master Han away." Yili waved her hand and said softly. Han Mingyue looked at her with a smile and said, "Is Prince Ding not coming out to meet an old friend?" Yili looked at him indifferently. Does young Master Han think that Prince still has time to meet a friend? Han Mingyue pondered for a moment and nodded slightly to show that she understood. He frowned and asked, "I understand why Wang Fei is putting in so much effort. If I give you what Wang Fei wants, what does Wang Fei plan to use in exchange?" Yili stared at Han Mingyue for a long time before she laughed softly and said leisurely, "Does young Master Han think that I plan to make a deal with you?" Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows, indicating that was exactly what he meant. Yili said regretfully, "Originally, if young Master Han came directly to make a deal with me, I would indeed agree. But now, it took me a lot of effort to make young Master Han stay. If it is an equivalent exchange, I feel that I am losing out. Moreover, I can still get what I want without making a deal with young Master Han." Han Mingyue frowned, disbelief written all over his face. "That is impossible. If the Tianyi Pavilion can be controlled so easily, then I don't need to be here anymore." Yili shook her head and said, "To be honest, I have no interest in the Tianyi Pavilion. Even if young Master Han gave it to me, do you think I would dare to use it? Han Mingyue stared at the elegant and graceful woman on the seat with vigilance. It seemed that from the first time they met, he had never guessed this woman's thoughts correctly. This made him feel even more inexplicably uneasy. Yili said indifferently, "Since I can't use it, then my suggestion is to destroy it." Han Mingyue took a deep breath, shock finally appearing on his handsome face. "You want to destroy the Tianyi Pavilion?" The Tianyi Pavilion was something that many heroes and even emperors coveted. Having it in their hands was equivalent to having the Tianyi Pavilion in their hands. Yet, the woman in front of him wanted to destroy it without even blinking an eye. "In fact, I am already destroying it," Yili said indifferently. Han Mingyue closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was only silence in his eyes. "You have people in the Tianyi Pavilion?" Yili smiled appreciatively and clapped her hands lightly. A man in gray walked in from outside and calmly glanced at Han Mingyue and Suzuki, who was beside him. Then, he respectfully bowed to Yili and said, "Subordinate and C greets Princess." Yili smiled and nodded, saying, "Rise. You have worked hard these days." And C respectfully said, "Subordinate is unable to fulfill Princess's orders." Yili said, "You have done well, just like Shuijing and Lin Han. From today onwards, you are no longer a shadow guard." And C bowed again and said, "Subordinate Wei Lin greets Princess." On the side, Han Mingyue's face was ashen. He looked at Wei Lin and said indifferently, "You are the shadow guard of the Prince Ding Mansion?" Wei Lin stood and looked at Han Mingyue, saying, "That's right. I have troubled Pavilion Master to take care of me these days." Han Mingyue's smile was bleak. Didn't he take care of him? In less than half a year, he had promoted an unknown person to his most trusted right-hand man. Of course, it was because the other person had once risked his life to save him, but it was also because he admired the other person's talent and ability. He powerlessly turned his head to look at Yili and said, "I didn't expect the shadow guard of the Ding Mansion to be so outstanding. Or is it the people around Princess that are especially outstanding?" He had once been close friends with Imo Shouyao, and naturally had some understanding of the shadow guard of the Prince Ding Mansion. However, Wei Lin's abilities and methods were far superior to the shadow guards. In the beginning, he had suspected that Wei Lin was a spy sent by Jinim of Gojoseon or the Bai family of Xiling, or even the Emperor of Xiling or other powers. But in the end, it was proven that he had no relationship with any of these people. So he had given his trust, but he had never thought that he was a person of the Ding Mansion. Yili smiled and said, "Young Master Han is too kind. Ask young Master Han to leave. Maybe the prince will have time to chat with young Master Han. Young Master's people in the northwest. Young Master doesn't have to worry about them. Isn't it useless to worry about them?" Han Mingyue was speechless. After a long time, he said, "Princess is wise." Han Mingyue admits defeat. Yili smiled faintly and did not speak. She waved her hand to have people take him down, looking at the two guards who were walking towards him, and then looking at the people standing beside Yili. Han Mingyue sighed and did not try to resist. Instead, he allowed himself to be captured. When it did not involve Suzuki, Han Mingyue had always been a smart person. Of course, he knew that in the situation in front of him, even if he resisted, it would be futile. Looking at Suzuki apologetically, Han Mingyue said softly, "Zuidi, it seems that we will have to stay in the governor's residence for a few more days." Suzuki gritted her teeth and stared hatefully at Yili, who was sitting leisurely. She glared at Han Mingyue and said, "You have never succeeded in anything. No wonder the prince said that you are unable to do anything right." Chapter 344. Han Mingyue lowered her head bitterly. Yili looked at the two people in front of her and sighed. "Is it worth it? Since I've already made my choice, there's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not." Han Mingyue said indifferently. She cupped her hands at Yili and turned around to let the guards take her away. Yili calmly looked at the stunning woman in front of her. After the initial amazement, and after experiencing the various forms Suzuki had taken these days, she gradually became indifferent to that stunning face. Yili looked at her and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. The most beautiful woman in Dachu State was nothing more than this. Her appearance was indeed blessed by the heavens, but she seemed to lack a feeling of reluctance. Perhaps what one wanted was always the best. The world remembered the world-famous stunning beauty in the Chu capital, and Suzuki's early death had shrouded her beauty in a mysterious veil. But when such a stunning woman really appeared in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a faint sense of loss. The most beautiful woman in the world was nothing more than this. Suzuki was clearly aware of Yi Li's scrutinizing gaze. If at first she was secretly pleased with herself, gradually, when she noticed that Yi Li's gaze revealed a kind of disapproval, she couldn't help but feel angry. After enduring for a long time, she finally couldn't help but angrily rebuke. "What are you looking at?" Yi Li calmly withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, "Imperial concubine Bai. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, go back to your room and rest. This concubine will take her leave." Suzuki snorted and turned to go back to her room. Yi Li smiled faintly and also got up and walked out. Qin Feng and the others followed behind her. Yi Li asked while walking, "How is it outside?" Wei Lin said, "Princess, please rest assured. All the forces of the Tianyi Pavilion in the northwest region have been wiped out in one fell swoop." Yi Li nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Although Prince tried to remove many of the Tianyi Pavilion spies, there were still many who escaped. Originally, it didn't matter. But now that the two countries were at war, the existence of this force in the northwest was a headache." Wei Lin lowered his head and smiled faintly. "This is your subordinate's duty." Zhuo Jing patted Wei Lin's shoulder and laughed. "Xiaoxi, you don't need to be modest. Wang Fei is right. If it wasn't for you, we would have to spend a lot of effort to catch Han Mingyue. But the most important thing is that you're finally back. Us brothers can be together again. It would be even better if Boss was back." Wei Lin raised his head and glanced at Yi Li. Yi Li smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Wei Lin said, "I met Big Brother once 2 months ago." Yi Li raised her eyebrows slightly, indicating for him to continue. Wei Lin said, "I originally planned to use the Tianyi Pavilion's power to investigate the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce and Sickly Scholar. Later, I received some scattered information and found an excuse to go to the border and happened to meet Big Brother. But according to Wang Fei's orders, I didn't acknowledge him and didn't say anything." Yi Li nodded and said, "It seems that an E did a good job?" Wei Lin smiled faintly and said, "I think so too. Thanks to Wang Fei's guidance, I saw that Big Brother was already a captain." Zhuo Jing clicked his tongue and said, "Although a captain's rank isn't high, Big Brother was able to reach this level in just a few months. He's worthy of being called Big Brother. Maybe in 2 years, Big Brother will become a general." Qin Feng, who was born in the Black Cloud Cavalry, sneered, "Stop dreaming. It might not be difficult to be promoted from an ordinary soldier to a captain, but to be promoted from a captain to a general is more than 1 or 2 steps. Don't even think about it if you don't take 8 to 10 years. Feng Sangongzi has been following the prince through fire and water since he was a teenager, and now he's only a deputy general." Zhuo Jing didn't care at all. A deputy general is still a general. Can you be promoted to a captain in 2 or 3 months? Qin Feng was silent. He really couldn't. Yi Li smiled and stopped the war of words between her subordinates. She said with a smile, "Don't worry about an E for now. Have the guards at Han Mingyue's place been arranged?" Qin Feng replied respectfully, replying to Wang Fei, "It has been arranged. It's just that this subordinate doesn't understand. Why haven't I seen Han Mingyue and Suzuki locked up together? If they're separated, a lot of soldiers will be wasted. Right now, we don't have enough soldiers guarding the governor's office." Yi Li's clear eyes curved slightly and she said with a smile, "What if they're put together and they're wiped out? Don't worry, if I were Jinim of Gojoseon, I wouldn't send people to save Suzuki. So, the people on Suzuki's side can be a little more careful and put them at Han Mingyue's side to set up hidden sentries." Seeing that her subordinates didn't understand, Yi Li said with a smile, "If Jinim of Gojoseon really cares about Imperial concubine Bai, Why would he let her come to Xinyang alone? Imperial concubine Bai has been imprisoned by us for so long. Have you seen any movements from Jinim of Gojoseon? Everyone suddenly understood. Then Han Mingyue sighed. Yili smiled even more happily. Without saving Suzuki, even if I let Han Mingyue go now, he won't leave. Qin Feng finally understood. Wang Fei wants to use Suzuki to control Han Mingyue. Yili sighed helplessly. You can say that. Keep an eye on Suzuki. She can't die yet. Reporting to Prince. We have lost contact with young Master Han. In the tent of the Shieling camp, a subordinate reported respectfully. Jinim of Gojoseon's weasel hair brush paused slightly. What about the Tianyi Pavilion? The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then said, We also lost contact with the Tianyi Pavilion last night. According to what I saw, I'm afraid it's not good. Jinim of Gojoseon closed his eyes, seeming to calm the anger in his heart, but his calm voice still contained traces of murderous intent. Pass down my order. Other than the soldiers and horses besieging Xinyang, all the soldiers and horses are to attack all the cities in the northwest with full force. I want Xinyang to become an isolated city. Yes, sir. Seeing that his subordinates had left, Jinim of Gojoseon's calm face became gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, Han Mingyue, you idiot! Compared to the furious Jinim of Gojoseon, Han Mingyue appeared to be calm and leisurely at this moment. Emo Xiaoyao stepped into the courtyard and saw Han Mingyue sitting leisurely by the window, alone and entertaining herself with an incomplete chess game. Hearing the footsteps, she smiled without raising her head and said, Ah Yao, how about a game of chess? Emo Xiaoyao walked over and sat down. He picked up a black chess piece and casually placed it on the table. Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows with interest and placed the white chess piece in her hand. Emo Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He picked up a black chess piece and placed it down. The two of them played back and forth. In less than half an hour, the originally difficult game had become completely one-sided. Large numbers of white players died on the chessboard. Han Mingyue sighed and said, Ah Yao's chess is murderous. You're getting worse and worse. Emo Xiaoyao said coldly. Han Mingyue did not care about her old friend's evaluation. She smiled faintly and said, I'm not like you. I'm not born to be emotionless. Emotionless? Emo Xiaoyao smiled coldly and snorted at her words. He did not claim to be a saint of love, but he was not truly emotionless and cold-blooded. It was just that the person he cared for appeared too late. More importantly, he knew what it meant to do and what not to do. He also knew what kind of person was worth protecting and what kind of person must be abandoned. The Emo family never gave their feelings without principles. Thus, Emo Xiaoyao was not moved by Han Mingyue's infatuation. He only felt disdain. Chapter 345. I thought you weren't here to catch up with I? Emo Xiaoyao said calmly. Han Mingyue nodded and said, You've already discovered Jinim of Gojoseon's plan? Emo Xiaoyao didn't answer, only looking at him calmly. Han Mingyue smiled and said, Now that I'm in your hands, you don't have to be so guarded against me. Now that all of Xinyang is in the hands of Princess Ding, as the prince of the state, you naturally have to do something more important. I've thought about it, and this is the only thing more important than the current siege of Xinyang. But I'm a bit curious. Since you already know, why haven't you made a move? Looking at Emo Xiaoyao, who was silently playing chess, Han Mingyue muttered to himself for a moment, then suddenly said, Is it because of Emo Jingqi? I originally thought that Jinim of Gojoseon had only contacted Emo Jingli and Nanzhao. I didn't expect that Emo Jingqi would also be involved. In that case, you should be more careful. Perhaps even the northern tribes will come to join in the fun. Xiaoyao, I'm beginning to wonder how you're going to break Jinim of Gojoseon's sure-kill plan. Emo Xiaoyao smiled coldly and said, Since you know so much, you should know that I didn't come to find you to play chess. Han Mingyue smiled lazily and said, I didn't tell Jinim of Gojoseon what you already know. Isn't that enough? Emo Xiaoyao looked at him calmly. Han Mingyue shrugged helplessly and said, The Tianyi Pavilion's influence in Dechu State has been scattered by you. This time, I came back with the intention of tidying it up. Even if you take it now, it's useless. Emo Xiaoyao smiled coldly and said, I don't need the Tianyi Pavilion. Han Mingyue was startled, looking somewhat puzzledly at Emo Xiaoyao. She only heard Emo Xiaoyao apathetically say, this prince doesn't dare to use the things that were taken from the hands of a traitor. Han Mingyue smiled bitterly. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. It's exactly the same as what Princess Ding said. Then what do you want? Emo Xiaoyao said, I want the Tianyi Pavilion to disappear from this world. Han Mingyue was shocked, and the chess piece in her hand fell onto the chessboard with a bang, disrupting the original game. Looking up at Emo Xiaoyao's cold and calm face, Han Mingyue shook her head and smiled bitterly. Xiaoyao, it's fine if you don't make a move, but once you do, it's earth-shattering. Do you know how much trouble it will cause if the Tianyi Pavilion disappears? The Tianyi Pavilion wasn't a nameless gang or a small chamber of commerce. Instead, it was known as the world's #1 intelligence organization. Even though its influence in the Dechu state was greatly damaged after Emo Xiaoyao attacked it with all his strength, it was still not something an ordinary organization could compare to. Once the Tianyi Pavilion disappeared, it meant that the hidden powers in the world would be reshuffled. The room was silent. Only the sound of Emo Xiaoyao leisurely placing the messy chess pieces back on the chessboard could be heard. When Han Mingyue thought that Emo Xiaoyao wouldn't answer, she heard him say indifferently, so what? Han Mingyue smiled helplessly. Indeed, so what? Even if the Jianghu court was in chaos, what did it have to do with the Ding King's estate? Moreover, because the Tianyi Pavilion's influence in the Dechu state had declined, the Dechu state would receive the least impact. The Ding King's estate could even take the opportunity to plant their own people there. Han Mingyue put her hand to her forehead and thought for a while before raising her head to look at her former good friend. What benefits can I get? Emo Xiaoyao smiled coldly. I let you live. Isn't that a benefit? Han Mingyue was speechless. He always thought that Emo Xiaoyao wouldn't kill him out of habit. However, he always forgot that the moment he chose to betray Emo Xiaoyao, their friendship was no longer the same as before. Looking at the calm and indifferent Emo Xiaoyao in front of him, Han Mingyue suddenly understood. If she didn't agree, Emo Xiaoyao really wouldn't show any mercy to her. Shrugging helplessly, Han Mingyue said, I don't seem to have a choice. Emo Xiaoyao calmly looked at the chessboard in front of him. Han Mingyue frowned and asked, How do you want to deal with Drunken Butterfly? Emo Xiaoyao's originally calm expression finally changed. He frowned slightly and disgust was clearly written on his handsome face that wasn't covered by the mask. This is Li's business. I have no interest in knowing. In his words, he had completely handed Su Zuidi's life over to Yi Li. You really don't care about Drunken Butterfly at all? Han Mingyue stared at him and asked in a low voice. Emo Xiaoyao raised his head to look at her, a faint mockery flashing through his eyes. If I really cared about her, do you think you would still be alive now? It was because he didn't love Su Zuidi that he let them go when Su Zuidi and Han Mingyue left him together. He even helped them deal with the aftermath. But he didn't expect that Su Zuidi and Han Mingyue's departure together was just an excuse to stop his anger. After leaving the Chu capital, Su Zuidi abandoned Han Mingyue without hesitation and went straight to Xiling. Then she became the daughter of Xilings by family and the imperial consort of Xiling. From the beginning to the end, Han Mingyue was just the one being used. Han Mingyue looked enviously at Emo Xiaoyao and smiled faintly. Sometimes I really envy you. We could be said to have known each other since we were young. I liked Drunken Butterfly almost from the first time I saw her, but her gaze always followed you. And you. To be honest, I've never realized that you really cared about anyone or anything before, except for the Ding King's estate and your father and eldest brother. Emo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Are you complaining that I didn't treat you well enough back then, which led to your betrayal? The word betrayal made Han Mingyue's expression change slightly. Betraying his best friend and brother in this life was an indescribable guilt and guilt in his heart. He shook his head slightly. No, the second young master of the Ding King's estate, is elegant and carefree. Towards his friends, he is chivalrous and righteous. But, Xiaoyao, do you know, from the beginning, I knew that you didn't like drunken butterfly. At this point, Han Mingyue suddenly smiled as if he thought of something. Seeing Immerse Xiaoyao's gaze, Han Mingyue smiled even more happily. You treat drunken butterfly very well. You give her all the good things. Whatever she wants, as long as it is reasonable, you will definitely get it for her. You are different from the other sons of aristocratic families. You never linger around and never look at other women. For example, that equally famous imperial consort Lu. But you also never seriously looked at drunken butterfly. That kind of beauty, in your eyes, seemed to be no different from any other ordinary woman in the world. When Feng San, when almost all of us were struggling in love at that age, you were completely detached from it, as if you weren't a person of this world. At that time, I was thinking, I might not have no chance. Immerse Xiaoyao recalled the frivolous youth of 15 or 16 and couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. Maybe it's because I didn't meet that person. If you had told me directly at that time, and Su Zuidi had agreed, I would have helped you. Thinking back to the past, Immerse Xiaoyao couldn't help but admit that Han Mingyue was right. Towards Han Mingyue openly revealing that he had thought of his fiancée, he didn't feel angry. As long as it wasn't his Li, as long as the other party also agreed, he didn't feel that helping a pair of lovers would make him feel that he had lost face. Of course, Han Mingyue and Su Zuidi were impossible, because the one Su Zuidi wanted from the beginning was never Han Mingyue. He might really be heartless, but that was because he hadn't met the one he wanted. Chapter 346. But I forgot. Even if it wasn't you, it might not be me. Han Mingyue's words revealed a trace of pain and conflict. When he took the woman he admired for many years away from Jing with mixed feelings of guilt and joy, he found that betraying his good friend was not the most painful moment of his life. It was when he found that the woman he admired was not the person he had imagined, and he could only be trapped and unable to extricate himself. I really envy you. Xiaoyao, let Zue die live. I beg you. What does young Master Han plan to use in exchange for Su Zue Dai's life? Yili's voice was clear and melodious as it sounded outside the door. Immerse Xiaoyao put down the chess piece in his hand and walked to the door. Holding Yili's hand, he asked with a lowered head, How come you have time to come here? Yili smiled faintly and glanced at Han Mingyue. It seems that in Genom of Gojoseon's eyes, young Master Han is much more valuable than the most beautiful woman in the world. Han Mingyue grimaced. Wang Fei is joking. Doesn't Wang Fei also understand? I won't run away. Yili looked sideways at Han Mingyue and sighed. What is love? If it wasn't for the special situation now, Bin Fei really couldn't bear to make things difficult for young Master Mingyue. Han Mingyue lowered his eyes and didn't speak. Had he fallen to the point where he needed other people's pity? What does Wang Fei want this one to use in exchange? This one just made a deal with the prince, and now I have nothing. Han Mingyue spread his hands and looked at Yili with a smile. Yili pursed her lips and said with a smile, these words, Do you believe young Master Han? Even a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Young Master Han is a smart person. How could he place all his bets on Tianyi Pavilion? Han Mingyue's smile faded slightly. She took a deep look at Yili, who had a gentle smile on her face. She sighed and said, Xiaoyao is really fortunate to be able to marry a princess. Yili smiled faintly. Thank you for your auspicious words. Han Mingyue was speechless. She took out a jade pendant and threw it over, saying, Since Wang Fei is so confident, then you should know how to use it? Yili was clearly very satisfied with the jade pendant in her hand. She smiled slightly and said, Han Gongzi is truly generous. Since young Master Han is like this consort is not a petty person. When the siege of Xinyang is lifted, young Master can naturally take young Miss Su away. After getting the reward she wanted, Yili no longer kept calling Su Zuidi imperial concubine by to annoy Han Mingyue. Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows and asked, Why not now? Yi Li's smile was kind and innocent. I am thinking for young Master Han. Of course, if young Master Han is in a hurry to leave, this consort will not stop him. Han Mingyue was silent for a long time before she raised her hands in salute and said, Then I will have to trouble Wang Fei. Leaving Han Mingyue's courtyard, the two walked hand in hand. Emo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at Yi Li, who was playing with the jade pendant in one hand. He asked softly, Why did Miss Li release Han Mingyue and Suzuki? Yi Li was startled. She raised her eyebrows and said, Didn't the prince not plan on taking their lives? Emo Xiaoyao snorted softly and said, What are their lives worth? Whether he wants it or not, it's just a matter of words. Yi Li sighed in her heart. Fine, she had misunderstood. She had thought that Emo Xiaoyao did not have the heart to take Han Mingyue and Suzuki's lives, but it was not easy to speak. After being together for so long, how could she have thought that Emo Xiaoyao was such an indecisive person? As expected, she had been influenced by Suzuki, right? For Mingxi's sake, it's better to keep Han Mingyue alive. Since we have kept Han Mingyue alive, we can't not keep Suzuki. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Han Mingyue will really turn against us. Suzuki is the best weapon to contain Han Mingyue. Thinking about it, Yi Li laughed softly and said, Besides, we have received enough compensation. These things are more than enough to buy Han Mingyue and Suzuki's lives, right? Emo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Looking at the jade pendant in her hand, he asked curiously, What good things have made Li so happy? Yi Li laughed. Don't you want to know where the Tianyi Pavilion's money has gone all these years? Han Mingyue is known to love money as much as his life. How could he not have enough money? But whether it's the current Han family or the Tianyi Pavilion in Dechu State, we didn't find much money, did we? Emo Xiaoyao looked at the jade pendant with some surprise. Han Mingyue's property? Yi Li laughed. Not only money, but also food, cloth, weapons, and medicinal materials. Han Mingyue is indeed Han Mingyue. When it comes to making money, he is much better than Mingxi. It's a pity. His brain has to go crazy from time to time. Speaking of this, Yi Li was not without regret. In this world, among all the people she had met, including Long Haoyu and the Feng family, no one had the means to make money like Han Mingyue. When she saw the results of Wei Lin's investigation, she also couldn't help but feel pity. If Han Mingyue hadn't been burdened by Suzuki, she wouldn't have minded cooperating with him. Now that the cooperation had failed, she would just sit back and reap the rewards. Emo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Han Mingyue wants to make money during the chaos of war? To be able to tempt Li, one could imagine how much resources Han Mingyue had hoarded. In the chaos of the world, those with foresight don't have to worry about not being able to make a fortune. Yi Li laughed. Emo Xiaoyao nodded and said, Since Li said so, it doesn't matter if they stay. However, you'd better have people keep an eye on Suzuki. Yi Li looked at Emo Xiaoyao in surprise. Emo Xiaoyao lowered his head and laughed. I know that Li thinks that Suzuki doesn't have any ability, right? In fact, without Suzuki, Han Mingyue wouldn't be a threat at all, right? Does Li understand what I mean? Yi Li nodded. I understand. I'll have people keep an eye on Suzuki. She had indeed looked down on Suzuki, intentionally or unintentionally, but Emo Xiaoyao was right. If Suzuki didn't have any ability, how could she have controlled Han Mingyue for so many years? After reaching an agreement, Yi Li generously gave Han Mingyue a certain degree of freedom. At the same time, for Han Mingyue's sake, she didn't let people keep an eye on Suzuki and confined her to that small courtyard. Han Mingyue was a smart person and naturally knew what was best for himself and Suzuki. Jinnum of Gojoseon did indeed value Han Mingyue, but that was because of the power and wealth in Han Mingyue's hands. And now, Han Mingyue, who had nothing, would only become a cannon for Jinnum of Gojoseon to vent his anger. As for Suzuki, Han Mingyue also knew that neither Emo Xiaoyao nor Yi Li would give her too much patience. So if Han Mingyue wanted Suzuki to live well, the best way was to watch over her. Yi Li's mood didn't become better after achieving victory against Jinnum of Gojoseon once again. because she was very clear that the current situation was still very unfavorable for the Ding Palace. Looking at the generals coming in and out of Immerse Xiaoyao's study every day, Yili knew in her heart that once again, they would have to say goodbye. 3 days later, the news of Jiangxia being besieged once again came. Immerse Xiaoyao quietly looked at the graceful woman sitting beside him, his eyes filled with deep regret and reluctance. The 700,000 Mahist army was already on standby, but for the first time in his life, he hesitated before embarking on an expedition. He had never hated Imo Jingqi's selfish and despicable methods so much. If he could, he wished that no matter where he went, he could have his Yili by his side. Yili looked at the rare childish man in front of her with some amusement. She reached out and rubbed his handsome face, softly saying, "You should set off. Don't worry, whether it is Xinyang, Jiangxia, or the entire Northwest, I will guard it for you." Chapter 347. Immerse Xiaoyao reached out and pulled her tightly into his embrace. The man who had never cried before felt his eyes grow wet and hot, but he did not want his wife to discover his weakness at this moment. Sometimes, love did not need to be expressed with words. Sometimes, there were words and things that could express its meaning better than the word itself. Yili pursed her lips and smiled faintly. She raised her hand to return his embrace. "You don't trust me?" Immerse Xiaoyao shook his head. "In this world, if I can't even trust Li, then who can I trust? If that's the case, then don't worry and do what you need to do." Yili held his shoulder and raised her head to speak seriously. She was not the type to cling to others. Even if she did not want to separate, she knew that there were some things that had to be done. Since that was the case, she would protect this vast land in the Northwest for him, so that he would no longer have to worry about anything. The burden that the heavens had placed on this man's shoulders was already heavy enough. Since she had chosen him, then let her share some of his burden. "Li, when this war is over, no one can let you leave my side." Immerse Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and kissed the fragrant lips of the person in his embrace fiercely. They kissed deeply until both of them were out of breath. Yili laughed softly. "I won't stay under your wing forever, Immerse Xiaoyao. If I've decided on someone, then I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him." Immerse Xiaoyao trapped her in his embrace and said unhappily, "You've never hidden under my wing. But I look forward to the life I'll walk shoulder to shoulder with Li." After sending off Immerse Xiaoyao, Yili stood on the city gate tower of Xinyang and gazed at the departing figure in the distance. Immerse Xiaoyao did not take Xinyang's soldiers with him because Xinyang, like the entire Northwest, was facing hundreds of thousands of strong enemies. Only Lu Jingxian and a few other generals followed him to the new battlefield. Feng San, who had always been by his side and could be considered his most trusted aide, was left behind in Xinyang. Han Mingyue stood at a corner of the city gate tower, looking at the elegant woman standing by the battlements of the city wall and gazing into the distance. An extremely complicated look flashed in her eyes. It was as if he was envious, relieved, and disappointed. Prince Ding is not worried at all. Han Mingyue sighed softly as she walked to Yili's side. Yili glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "I am his wife. If I can't make him feel at ease, who else can?" Han Mingyue raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "This time is different from that time in Yonglin. Jinim of Gojoseon is not kingly. Is Wang Fei not afraid at all?" Yili turned around and looked at him with a shadow of a smile. "If being afraid can solve problems, then I am very afraid." Finished speaking, she did not pay attention to what Han Mingyue wanted to say. She said to Feng San standing not far away, "Send people to support General Yuan Pei. Also, disperse the army to various parts of the Northwest. Xinyang does not need so many people." Feng Jiao frowned slightly and said with some disagreement, "Wang Fei, if we disperse the army, I'm afraid it will not be good for defending Xinyang." Yili said lightly, "Who said we are defending Xinyang? What we need to do is to keep Jinim of Gojoseon and his hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Northwest so that he has no time to mess with the prince. As for Xinyang, Other than the Mahist army, how many citizens are there in the city? Chaos was about to break out. How many people would pay attention to this northwestern town? From now on, the Central Plains is the most important stage in the world. Feng Zhiyao was silent for a moment. He then raised his hands and said, "This general obeys." Seeing Feng Zhiyao turn and leave, Han Mingyue smiled and sighed. Feng San has always been proud. Other than Xiaoyao, he would not listen to anyone. I didn't think that he would be completely convinced by Wang Fei. Not only Feng Zhiyao, even he was shocked by the courage and decisiveness of the woman in front of him, who was not even 20. He finally understood why the cold-hearted Emo Xiaoyao would value this Princess Ding so much. This kind of woman was enough to intoxicate the heroes of the world. Watching Yili walk down the tower, Han Mingyue looked at a certain place in the tower and said lightly, "Do you understand the difference between you and her now?" In the shadows, Su Zuidi silently walked out. Her beautiful face was filled with darkness and unwillingness. It was not just because of Emo Xiaoyao's trust in Yili, but also because she clearly knew that she did not have Yili's ability and courage. Seeing Yili calmly command the army and give orders, she envied and even yearned to have that kind of power. But she also knew deep in her heart that she did not have that kind of power. Just like how she, who had been raised in the boudoir and fought all over the palace, could not understand every order that Yili gave. She snorted unwillingly and said, "So what?" Han Mingyue was speechless. After a moment of silence, she said, "Let's go. When the war ends, we will leave here. Don't do anything unnecessary. If you anger Princess Ding, even I cannot save you." Su Zuidi gritted her teeth and glared at Han Mingyue for a moment. In the end, she did not say anything. Emo Xiaoyao's departure meant that the temporary peace in Suncrete City was no longer there. On the city gate tower, the Mahist army soldiers were waiting in formation. They were extremely vigilant against the Shieling army that was eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. In accordance with Yi Li's orders, Feng Zhiyao had secretly sent most of the Mahist army out of Suncrete City. Jinnum of Gojoseon may or may not have discovered it. Or perhaps he thought that a Suncrete city without many guards was more in line with his interests. Almost every day, there were large and small battles outside Suncrete City. But the Shieling army that had been unstoppable before had never been able to step into the city gates like last time. The news from all over the Northwest and the Mahist army that seemed to have suddenly spread throughout the Northwest made Jinnum of Gojoseon frown, even though he had received the news that Emo Xiaoyao was surrounded by nearly 800,000 soldiers. He had already understood the true intentions of the woman, who appeared on the city gate tower from time to time and indifferently looked down at the bloody storm below. But at this time, he could no longer withdraw. If he did not completely take down the Northwest, his plan to encroach on the Central Plains would be foiled. What made him even more furious was that even the news of Emo Xiaoyao being surrounded by a large number of soldiers did not cause the woman in the city to lose her composure in the slightest. While occasionally mocking Emo Xiaoyao for marrying such a cruel and heartless wife, he could not help but secretly speculate on what kind of woman she was. On the city gate tower, Yili had finished dealing with military and government affairs as usual. She climbed up the city gate tower and gazed at the billowing banners of the Shieling camp in the distance. Wang Fei, Feng Zhiyao climbed up the city gate tower. Looking at the slender and gentle figure of the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh and sighed. Only people like him, her trusted aides, knew what kind of pressure and burden this young woman was shouldering. At the same time, the woman's tenacity and decisiveness caused the entire Mahist army to be even more convinced. Because she was Yi Li, and not because she was Princess Ding. Yi Li turned her head and smiled faintly. "Feng San, is something the matter?" Feng Zhiyao frowned as he looked at her slightly pale face. He said worriedly, "Wang Fei's body does not seem well these days. Should we have a doctor take a look?" Yi Li shook her head and said, "I'm just a little tired." If Shieling Jinnum of Gojoseon was so easy to deal with, then he would not be called the war god of Shieling. "I am also very nervous." Chapter 348. Feng Zhiao looked at her and smiled. I can't tell that Princess is nervous. We were able to hold back most of Shiling's troops and Jinim of Gojoseon in the northwest, reducing at least 1/3 of the prince's forces. Princess's contribution cannot go unnoticed. 1/3? Yili thought for a moment and asked, how are things on Prince's side? Feng Zhiao hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, although all the Mahist army is under Prince's control. But right now, Shiling, Nanzhao, and Princely are all in trouble. Prince only has 500,000 troops. The three sides are unable to cope with the enemy. Moreover, we still have to guard against the one in the capital. Right now, how many people does Prince have to deal with? At least 800,000. Feng Zhiao said in a low voice. Yili laughed coldly. It's not guarding against his tricks. He has already made his move. Nanzhao is a small country. Their total forces do not exceed 300,000. In the south, Imo Jingli has to guard against Imo Jingqi. At most, he can only squeeze out 200,000 troops. As for Shiling, Lightenfeng also has no more than 200,000 troops. Feng Zhiao's expression changed slightly. Right now, there is no news of Dechu State's troops participating in the battle. That is to say, Imo Jingqi has at least 100,000 troops hidden in the dark. Yili closed her eyes and sighed. Imo Jingqi has made up his mind to destroy the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army. Hearing Yili's words, Feng Zhiao's expression twisted. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Imo Jingqi, Prince is too soft-hearted. I've already said that he doesn't want the Dechu State's territory. Why should we care so much? Let's send troops to the capital and see what other tricks he has. Yili shook her head and sighed. If we touch Imo Jingqi now, it will only make our situation more difficult. No matter how dark and vicious Imo Jingqi was, he was not a licentious and incapable ruler. The people in this world were deeply influenced by the secular world. There were definitely many people who were loyal to the royal family. There was also the saying, if the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. If the Mahist army suddenly fell out with Imo Jingqi now, it would only drag the other garrisons who were not involved into this complicated battle. If someone else were to take advantage of this opportunity, not only would the Dechu state be finished, but the Mahist army would also be finished. It wasn't that Feng Zhiao didn't understand what Yili was saying. It was just that he couldn't calm the anger in his heart. What should we do now? Yili looked up at the blue dome of the sky and said in a low voice, stop Jinim of Gojoseon at all costs. We definitely can't let him interfere in the Central Plains War. Feng Zhiao's heart trembled slightly. Looking at the thin but upright figure in front of him, he understood what she meant by stop at all costs. The one they were going to fight was Jinim of Gojoseon, who was known as the god of war in West Hill, as well as the Shiling army that could be continuously replenished from West Hill. The Mahist army that remained in the northwest only had 200,000 soldiers. As you wish. Letting Feng Zhiao leave, Yili couldn't help but frown. Her body had become extremely tired these days. It was only the end of September. She had just stood on the city wall and felt a gust of wind, but now she was feeling slightly dizzy and uncomfortable. Normally, anyone would feel unwell, but right now, she couldn't fall down so easily. With one hand on the city wall, she lowered her eyes and waited for the waves of dizziness to pass. Yili raised her head and rubbed between her brows. She couldn't help but feel irritated. You're not feeling well? Han Mingyue's voice came from behind her. These days, Han Mingyue had been very well behaved. Other than having people secretly keep an eye on him, Yili didn't pay attention to him. Han Mingyue was also very obedient. Most of the time, he stayed in his courtyard or chatted with Suzuki. She didn't know what he said to Suzuki, but these days, Suzuki had been very well behaved and didn't make any noise. Turning her head, she saw Han Mingyue standing not far away and looking at her with some worry. Yili said lightly, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Why did young Master Han come up? Han Mingyue looked her up and down. He came forward and said, if Wang Fei trusts this one, why don't you let this one take a look at you? Yili tilted her head to look at him and said in surprise, young Master Han knows medicine? Han Mingyue gave a faint smile and said, "A little." He stepped forward and took one of Yi Li's hands to feel the pulse. Yi Li didn't struggle and just looked at him silently. Han Mingyue felt the pulse and frowned. He raised his head to look at Yi Li and then took the pulse again. After a while, he sighed and let go of Yi Li's hand. Yi Li looked at him and said with a smile, "Young Master Han's expression, does Ben Fei have an incurable disease?" Han Mingyue shook his head and looked at Yi Li with a complicated expression as he said, "I don't know if this is good news for Wang Fei." Yi Li gave a faint smile and indicated that no matter what the news was, she could accept it. Han Mingyue said in a heavy voice, "Wang Fei is pregnant, not even a month old yet." Yi Li stilled. Her mind seemed to go blank, and she seemed to think of many things. Han Mingyue's words had a great impact on her. Even though she had lived 2 lifetimes and experienced things that normal people wouldn't experience even in 10 lifetimes, but having a child was still the first time in her life. She hadn't prepared to have a child yet. Even if she was safe, in her original plan, having a child should only happen after she turned 18. But now, this child had come at the wrong time. But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a strange excitement and joy. She was pregnant. This child was her and Imo Xiaoyao's first child, and it would be her closest blood relative. Han Mingyue silently observed Yi Li's expression. He watched as shock, suspicion, joy, and worry flashed across that beautiful face before slowly turning to determination. He instantly understood what decision Yi Li had made. Looking at her slender figure, Han Mingyue said sincerely for the first time, "Wang Fei, this child probably came at the wrong time." Yi Li stared at his face. After a long silence, she said, "Can this Fei assume that young Master Han will not tell anyone other than you and me about this matter?" Han Mingyue said with a worried frown, "Wang Fei, you should know that the present situation does not allow you to keep this child. If the prince was here, he would also think the same." Yi Li shook her head and said, "You're wrong. Xiao Yao is the same as me. He will choose to protect this child." Han Mingyue said, "That is because Xiao Yao is by your side. He can protect you. But right now, you are a woman leading an army of hundreds of thousands, and you are also pregnant. If there is any accident, I think that Xiao Yao will definitely not be willing to use your life to exchange for the life of an unborn child." Yi Li lowered her eyes and looked at her still flat stomach. She said indifferently, "This Fei knows what to do. Many thanks for young Master Han's concern." Han Mingyue still wanted to persuade her. He understood Imo Xiaoyao, and he also understood Imo Xiaoyao's feelings for Yi Li. If something happened to Yi Li because of this child, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of reaction Imo Xiaoyao would have. But when he saw the determined expression on Yi Li's beautiful face, he closed his mouth in the end. He had seen many things that a mother could do for a child over the years, and Yi Li was the most determined woman he had ever seen. How could she listen to his advice? Sighing, Han Mingyue promised, "Without Wang Fei's permission, I will not tell anyone about this matter. But Wang Fei should immediately find a doctor to take a look. Medicine to protect the baby and tonics are essential." Chapter 349. Many thanks. Returning to the study, Yi Li leaned against the desk in a daze. The sudden news that had just arrived still made it hard for her to recover. Her calmness and composure in front of Han Mingyue was just a habitual disguise. After thinking for a long time, she raised her hand to gently caress her flat stomach that had not changed at all. Yi Li's clear face became even gentler. This place actually had a child that she and Imo Xiaoyao shared. People who had never been a mother would never understand how wonderful this feeling was. Maybe in a few more months, she would be able to feel the change in him and feel the baby kicking and punching in her stomach. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and the expression between her brows became even more determined. Someone come. The one who came in was Wei Lin. He walked to the door and respectfully said, "Wang Fei, go get a doctor." Wei Lin stilled and said worriedly, "Is Wang Fei not feeling well?" Yi Li shook her head and said, "Go." Thinking that Yi Li was not feeling well, Wei Lin did not care about anything else as he turned and flew out. Not long after, he dragged in a youth that was only in his 20s. Looking at the excessively young doctor in front of her, Yili raised her eyebrows. In fact, the average age of the doctors in the army wasn't too old. After all, the hardships of marching wasn't something that those old doctors could bear. But the youth in front of her was a bit too young. No matter if she admitted it or not, Chinese medicine did not completely rely on talent. More often than not, it relied on experience. Wei Lin clearly understood Yili's doubts and went forward to explain. Wang Fei, Dr. Yang is Mr. Chen's martial nephew. Mr. Chen also has high praise for his medical skills. These 2 years, he has been at the Black Cloud Cavalry in the northwest. This time, he has followed the Black Cloud Cavalry to stay in Xinyang City. Yili nodded and smiled apologetically at the youth. Since it's like this, Dr. Yang, please take my pulse. Obviously, it was not the first time that the young doctor had encountered other people's doubts about him. He did not care and went forward to sit down. He took out the pulse pillow and placed it properly to feel Yili's pulse. A long while later, the young doctor's furrowed brows relaxed. Standing, he raised his hands to Yili and said, "Congratulations, Wang Fei." This subordinate sees that Wang Fei is pregnant. Wei Lin was stunned when he heard this, and he was at a loss for what to do. If Wang Fei was pregnant normally, the Prince Ding mansion and the entire Mahist army would rejoice. But now that she was pregnant, it meant that Wang Fei and little Shizi's comfort could not be completely guaranteed. Yili lowered her eyes and muttered in a low voice, "I really do?" The youth nodded his head with certainty and said, replying to Wang Fei, "This subordinate is certain." Yili looked at him and asked, "Do you need me to prescribe any medicine?" The young man shook his head and said, "Princess Consort's health is very good, and her pulse is also very good." There was no need for any pregnancy-stabilizing medicine among his subordinates. Since it wasn't necessary, there was no harm in avoiding it. But the necessary tonics are still needed. Also, in the first few months, Wang Fei must be extra careful and not affect the fetus. The first few months? Then in the future? After 3 or 4 months, the fetus will be stable and there won't be any major problems. But at the same time, you still have to be careful and safe. Also, after 4 or 5 months, Wang Fei may not be able to move freely. When he said this, the young doctor couldn't help but become worried. He wasn't a doctor who sat at home all day and didn't care about anything. As a military doctor who followed the army, he naturally knew how dangerous the battlefield was and how many unpredictable accidents there were. Looking at Yili, he could only say, "Please be careful, Wang Fei." Yili nodded and said, "Bin Fei knows." Would it be all right for Dr. Yang to stay in the governor's office for the next few days? The young doctor raised his hands and said, "It is this subordinate's honor to be able to take care of little Shizi. This subordinate will obey." "Thank you for your trouble, doctor. Please keep this matter a secret for me." Other than the people by Bin Fei's side, Bin Fei does not want anyone else to know. Although the young doctor didn't understand, he still agreed and said, "This subordinate will list the tonics and give them to Wang Fei's people." "Many thanks. Wei Lin, send Dr. Yang out."
Yes.
Wang Fei. Feng Zhiyao blew in from the outside like a gust of wind. His usually carefree and unrestrained face was covered in a rare fine sweat. His cynical and elegant face had also turned pale due to nervousness. Yili raised her head to look at him. She asked with a smile, "What is it?" Feng Zhiyao lost his composure and pointed a finger at her. He quickly pulled it back, but his face still looked like he was having trouble digesting. "You, Wang Fei, you really, that's right." Not used to his trembling appearance, Yili generously nodded and admitted, "Yes, I'm pregnant. How can it be like this?" Feng Zhiyao looked like he had been struck by lightning. He looked pitifully at Yili. Yili couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She helplessly put down the brush and said, "Prince and I have been married for more than a year. What's wrong with having a child?" Feng Zhiyao was silent. What was wrong with a married couple having a child? Of course there was no problem. But right now, the two armies were at war, and the general of one army had a child. Was this considered a problem? With a sad face, Feng Jiao sighed, "Little Shitzi, you really didn't come at the right time. It would have been good even if he had come a few days earlier. At least when the prince hadn't left, the prince would have known how to deal with this matter." Yili unconsciously rubbed her flat stomach. She laughed softly and said, "Even if it's not the right time, it's already here. What can I do?" All right, it was indeed her fault that she didn't use contraception properly. "Feng-san, do you have any suggestions? I need to immediately report this to Prince." That was Imo Xiaoyao's child, the little Shitzi of the Ding Palace. How could he dare to have any suggestions? No. Yili shook her head and said, "At most, only Zhuijing and a few others know about my pregnancy. Among the generals, only you know about it. You can't spread it outside." Feng Jiao frowned. "Why is that?" Yili said helplessly, "Prince can't leave right now. Why should we distract him? Also, it won't do us any good if the news of my pregnancy gets out." Feng Jiao said worriedly, "But the safety of Princess Consort and the little Shitzi, I'm afraid we can't hide it for long." Yili thought and said, "I estimate that this war will end in at most 3 months. At that time, the child won't be 4 months old. As long as we are careful, there won't be any problems." Feng Jiao still wanted to persuade her but was stopped by Yili. It's already not easy for Prince to deal with the Allied forces. If he has to worry about us, do you think it will do him any good? Feng Jiao looked at Yili's determined face and finally sighed softly. He said in a low voice, "This subordinate obeys. Princess Consort, please take care." "I understand." Yili nodded. At the end of September and beginning of October, the weather in the northwest had become cold. The occasional light rain and cold wind made the people living in the Chu capital feel the arrival of winter in advance. Entering winter, because of the various military provisions, the fodder for the military horses became scarce. The Shieling Kingdom had never been rich in grain, so their grain reserves were naturally not very rich. Furthermore, they had not expected that this war, which they thought they were going to win, would end up in such a stalemate. Shilling's grain supplies began to show signs of being in short supply. In the middle of October, other than leaving some people to besiege Xinyang, Jinim of Gojoseon had turned most of his troops to Hangzhou, which was known as the Granary of the Northwest. The Shilling soldiers also started their long-awaited pillaging. Wherever they went, they robbed the grain stores of the government, the crops that had not been harvested in time, and even ordinary villages. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.